Chapter 2267. New recruits enter the camp. How beautiful! Suddenly, many people exclaimed with surprise at the entrance of the martial god camp, because there was an extremely beautiful young woman amongst the new recruits. Moreover, she was very strong, and she'd converted 20% of her dimensional essence. Such a beautiful and strong genius young woman had undoubtedly moved the hearts of many new recruits. Of course, it was the same even for the veterans. However, right at this moment, a large number of figures arrived from afar. There were both men and women, and all of them possessed extraordinary dispositions. However, to their surprise, two of the women amongst them were even better. No matter if it was their appearance or dispositions, they were both superb. Moreover, some people noticed that their strengths weren't weak at all. Are those new recruits? One is lively like a celestial maiden, and the other is cold like an icy beauty. The martial god camp is lucky. If I'm able to obtain the hearts of those two beauties, then cultivating in the martial god camp wouldn't be so boring. Dream on. Didn't you see? Those two beauties converted 30% of their dimensional essence. They're that formidable? Some veterans were chatting amongst themselves, and they instantly gasped when they found out about the strength of those two women. These new recruits are so terrifying. In this way, without a certain level of strength, no one would have the qualifications to approach those two beauties. After those two beauties descended to the ground, they instantly gazed curiously at the martial god camp. One of them wore a violet dress, and she stared at the martial god camp in a rather cute manner. Is Big Brother Ling here? Grandfather said that he's in the martial god camp. The other woman in a white dress smiled, and her smile was devastatingly beautiful. Both of their figures were extremely good as well. If it wasn't for their strength, then those veterans would have found an excuse to approach them a long time ago. Those veterans are drooling. Unfortunately, those two beauties are new recruits this year. In any case, our chances are slightly higher. The geniuses from all over laughed in their hearts. They walked forward slowly and walked side by side with those two beauties. Someone said, "Junior sisters, may I know which camp you intend to join? If you don't have a better choice, then you can join the cavalry camp. I have a good relationship with that commander, and he can take care of both of you in the future." The person who spoke had a graceful bearing. Moreover, he flicked his hair and felt that he was very dashing. The crowd cursed in their hearts when they saw this. That fellow is really quick. Scram. However, just as the elegant young man was about to continue speaking, the white-clothed lady coldly interjected. A single sentence shut the door in that youth's face. The purple-clothed beauty beside him wasn't as cold as she was, and she started giggling. The others laughed as well. After all, if those two beauties were so easy to get close to, then the word beauty would be worthless. Sure enough, the young man didn't mind and just smiled awkwardly. Of course, he didn't seem to have any intention of giving up. "Lu Qingfeng, why don't you try?" In the crowd, Pan Luyun stared at Lu Qingfeng and said with a smile, "Me? It's better not to think about it. That kind of beauty can only be matched with a true martial god genius, such as Lord Lin Ling. If other people were to pursue them, it would be like a fresh flower stuck in cow dung." Lu Qingfeng shook his head. He knew his own limits. That's not necessarily true. Not every woman is judged by her strength. Sometimes, inner qualities are more important. However, at this moment, a voice came from behind them. It was Commander Ling Wulai. He walked out with his soldiers and walked towards the two beauties in a dignified manner. "The two recruits, have you decided on which barracks to use?" When Ling Wulai arrived in front of the two beauties, he asked coldly in a dignified manner. The rest of the people laughed secretly. It seemed that Commander Ling Wulai had taken a fancy to the two beauties. However, would he succeed? This guy is really despicable. If the two beauties join his barracks, he will be able to enjoy the benefits of being in a favorable position. Luo Hua, Lu Shuai, and the others' faces instantly darkened. Don't worry. The two beauties are very talented. They must have powerful backgrounds. How could they join Rascal Ling's barracks? The chess boy said disdainfully. Not at the moment. However, to everyone's surprise, the two beauties became polite and shook their heads. They didn't say, "Get lost?" Everyone was surprised. The veterans were all jealous, and so were the new recruits. Even Ling Wulai was secretly delighted. In fact, he knew that ordinary methods wouldn't work if he wanted to get close to the two beauties. The only way was to act cool. After all, he knew women's psychology very well. If he didn't pay attention to them, they would be curious about him. Instantly, Ling Wulai looked at the rest of the people with a smug look in his eyes. "Since you don't have any, you can join our barracks. It's the easiest barracks. You don't have to go to the front line. You just need to know how to operate the martial god's boat." Ling Wulai said calmly, "Of course, I don't mind. If you choose other barracks, I can recommend you. However, the martial god's barracks is a barracks, not your home. Therefore, you can't violate the military rules." One had to admit that Ling Wulai was quite good at acting cool. He made people think that he was a selfless commander. "Thank you for your reminder, Your Excellency." The two beauties nodded their heads and didn't look as cold as before. Undoubtedly, this was a good start. Ling Wulai laughed in his heart. He glanced at the rest of the people and knew that they were laughing at them for being so useless. Luo Hua, Lu Shui, and the others were so angry that they gritted their teeth. The recruits were also so angry that their faces turned red. "Actually, we have one of our own in the martial god's barracks. However, we don't know which barracks he belongs to." At this time, the lady in the purple dress frowned and said, "That's easy. You can join my barracks. I'll help you find him. After all, there's nothing that I can't do in the martial god's barracks." Ling Wulai continued. He already had a good start. Now he was halfway to success. The barracks of the martial god's barracks? The two beauties looked at each other. They seemed to be tempted. However, when they were about to speak and Ling Wulai thought that he had succeeded, a lazy voice was heard. "Come to my barracks and be a scout. It's not bad. Moreover, although there are women in my barracks, with the two of you, the training days won't be boring. Of course, it won't be boring for me." As soon as the voice finished speaking, the surrounding people opened their mouths wide. Compared to Ling Wulai's pretentious attitude, the person who had just arrived was straightforward. He was obviously saying that he wanted to court the two beauties. This method was undoubtedly a failure. Not to mention Ling Wulai, even the recruits were secretly laughing at him. When they looked around, they saw a handsome young man with a huge ancient sword on his back. He was walking towards them with a smile. "Lin Ling, the great commander." The barracks suddenly became silent. Luo Hua, Lu Shui, and the others smiled. As for Lin Ling, his face darkened. He snorted and said, "Lin Ling, the martial god's barracks is a place of martial arts. You talk about romance every time you open your mouth. Why are you talking about martial arts? What's the relationship between cultivation and romance? Anyway, I can't just focus on cultivation. Am I right, beauties?" Chapter 2268. A Winner in Life. Hee, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked as well. Let's see if they will join your barracks. Ling Wulai sneered. He was waiting for Lin Ling to be humiliated. After all, he also saw that someone wanted to get close to the two beauties, but his purpose was too obvious, so he was scolded. Lin Ling's purpose was even more obvious. He was afraid that he would be greeted with 3 scram. "Have you two beauties made up your mind? If you join my territory, I can lead you to the martial god realm." Lin Ling didn't seem to know what Ling Wulai was thinking. He was still smiling at the two beauties. The purpose of his words was even more obvious. As a result, no one thought highly of him unless the two beauties were instantly attracted by Lin Ling's temperament. Of course, this kind of hope was very slim. Good. However, just as the crowd was waiting to watch a good show, the two devastatingly beautiful women immediately nodded their heads and agreed extremely quickly. "My lord, my name is Yu. From now on, I will be your soldier." "My lord, my name is Yue." The two beauties even saluted Lin Ling. Ling Wulai felt as if he had swallowed a fly. The rookies and veterans around them were so angry that veins popped out on their foreheads. Is this even possible? "Recruits, this person isn't a good person. Aren't you afraid of entering the tiger's den if you join him? Ling Wulai shouted angrily. He was no longer pretending. This was because his pretense didn't seem to have much effect. It couldn't compare to Lin Ling's straightforwardness. Many people also stared at the two women. They didn't believe that Lin Ling's lecherous words could move their hearts. This must be an illusion. However, the two ladies gently smiled and did not say anything. Under the gazes of the crowd, they directly held Lin Ling's hand. Moreover, they were taking the initiative to hold his hand. At this moment, everyone's hearts rumbled. Ling Wulai was so angry that he ground his teeth. Lin Ling what? Even falling flowers flowing water soared, and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Lord Lin Ling was truly formidable. Then, they looked at Ling Wulai mockingly. Ling Wulai had been putting on an act and thought that he knew everything. Now, he was embarrassed. Lin Ling, what did you do? Why did they join your barracks? Ling Wulai couldn't hold back his anger any longer. Hee, maybe I'm more handsome. Lin Ling finally opened his mouth, but his words were filled with mockery. Moreover, in front of everyone's eyes, he domineeringly pulled Yu and Yuer into his arms. This hug was very strong and carried Lin Ling's domineering aura. However, Yu and Yu were delighted. They liked the feeling of being protected. It was so in the past, and it was still so now. Let me tell you one more thing, they are my women. After laughing, Lin Ling's voice became domineering and overbearing. For him, he could give up anything but his women, not even the slightest bit of improper thoughts. You! Ling Wulai was furious. As for the veterans, they stared at Lin Ling enviously. This was what it meant to be a winner in life. Because at their level of strength, ordinary women would not be able to enter their eyes at all. Only women with natural talent and beauty were what they pursued. Now, those two beauties were what they had been dreaming of. Yet, Master Lin Ling had gotten his hands on them. Not just one, but two. It was hard for them not to be jealous. Of course, although many of the veterans were jealous, they also thought that they were a good match. What? You want to chase after girls with your looks? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? You are holding a snuff bottle and sniffing it. You look like an idiot no matter how you look at it. Also, the armor of the martial gods battalion is crooked and dispirited. Did you not eat breakfast today? As a soldier, you don't have any aura at all. You are a disgrace to the martial gods battalion. Facing Ling Wulai's anger, Lin Ling's words were like a string of cannons. Me! Ling Wulai was so angry that white smoke was coming out of his forehead. What about me? Do you think that by acting cool, you are good at picking up girls? Bad too bad. Do you think everyone is an idiot? Or are you an idiot yourself? As soon as Ling Wulai spoke, Lin Ling reprimanded him again. Ling Wulai was so angry that he almost went crazy. He even saw his own soldiers laughing at him secretly. Ha! Falling flowers, flowing water, and the others couldn't help but laugh mockingly. Let's go! After saying a few words, Lin Ling felt relieved. He held in Yuer's hand and left. Seeing Lin Ling return with the beauties, the old soldiers were envious. However, the new soldiers were unwilling to accept it. However, since it was their first time here, they didn't dare to say anything. A few of them stared at Ling Wulai and Ling Wulai nodded his head coldly. Those new soldiers were going to join the boat division. Since their commander had nodded his head, they had nothing to fear. Look at his young age. How dare he put on an act? That's right. He just joined the martial gods battalion earlier than us. In fact, I'm afraid that his strength is not as good as ours. Putting on an act. Those new soldiers frowned and said. Lu Qingfeng and the others were shocked when they heard that. These new soldiers were not convinced by Lord Lin Ling's strength. When they were about to say something, they realized that Lin Ling was still wearing a faint smile on his face. He didn't care about those who questioned him at all. In fact, Lin Ling didn't care. With his strength and seniority, he wouldn't be calculative with those new soldiers. Look, he doesn't dare to say anything. He's not a man. In my opinion, only Commander Ling Wulai is worthy of the two beauties. Him. He only knows how to talk big. That's right. Those new soldiers were proud. The more Lin Ling kept silent, the more they thought that Lin Ling was guilty. Of course, although they were proud, they were also confident. After all, they were the most talented new soldiers in history. Lin Ling finally stopped walking. Previously, he didn't want to bully the weak. However, he didn't expect those new soldiers to keep talking. He turned around and looked at those new soldiers. He shouted angrily, "Who are you to criticize me?" His voice was like thunder. It shocked those new soldiers. Then, they flew into a rage out of humiliation. "Kid, don't think that you're our superior just because you joined the Martial God Battalion earlier than us. You're still too young." One of the young men in blue said coldly. He wanted to join the barracks. Now that he had the support of Commander Ling Wulai, he had nothing to be afraid of. In the Martial God plane, strength is everything. You joined the Martial God Battalion earlier, but that doesn't mean that you're stronger than us. If I respect you, I'll call you a veteran. If I don't respect you, I'll call you trash. Believe it or not, I'll beat you until you kneel on the ground. The other new soldiers also shouted angrily. Lin Ling had snatched Yu and the girls in front of them. This made them jealous. Moreover, Lin Ling was very young. He was even younger than many of the new soldiers. Naturally, they looked down on Lin Ling. Most importantly, they didn't believe that Lin Ling was powerful. These troublesome new soldiers. Chapter 2269. 60% boundary essence. Lin Ling's strength was number 1 among all the commanders, and his status was even that of a senior commander. Were those fellows courting death? They couldn't help but shake their heads. They knew that these recruits were about to face Lin Ling's wrath. Sure enough, Lin Ling's expression turned even colder. It seemed like he had no choice but to bully the weak. "You want to bully a veteran like me? You want me to kneel?" Lin Ling walked forward step by step. "That's right. Of course, it depends on whether you know how to do it or not. If you continue to put on the airs of a veteran, then I can only teach you a lesson." The young man in blue raised his chin as if he was rewarding Lin Ling. Moreover, he saw that all the recruits were looking at him with envy, especially the two beauties who were looking at him with surprise. He instantly felt that his face had been lifted. "What? You're not convinced? Let me tell you, he's the number 1 recruit this year. He can crush you with one hand." The other recruits were also proud. Lin Ling smiled when he saw this. He knew that Yu and the others were looking at him with worry in their eyes. After all, they didn't know about his situation in the Martial God Battalion. Therefore, in order to not worry them, Lin Ling wanted to tell them that he, Lin Ling, was doing very well in the Martial God Battalion. "It seems like this year's recruits are very arrogant. Then this veteran will let you give me some pointers." Lin Ling's voice became low. After he finished speaking, he took a step forward and terrifying boundary essence erupted. It was like the wrath of the heavens, like the king of the army. The recruits were still holding their chins proudly, but at this moment, the boundary essence surged over like a storm, causing their faces to instantly turn pale. This boundary essence is at least 40%. The young man in blue's pupils trembled violently. He was arrogant because he was the number 1 recruit this year. In his opinion, although there were many veterans in the Martial God Battalion, not all of them were stronger than him. However, he realized that he was wrong. The person in front of him was much stronger than him. The other recruits were also terrified. Lin Ling looked to be around the same age as them, but they didn't expect the difference in strength to be so great. They suddenly looked at the veterans around them and found that they were smiling mockingly, as if they were not surprised by this scene. Why was it like this? Moreover, when they ridiculed the young man, the people in the surroundings remained silent and even acted respectfully. This showed that the young man's background wasn't small at all. How could they not have noticed this detail before? But at this time, Lin Ling had already arrived in front of the blue-clothed youth. He placed his hand on the youth's shoulder and said, "You said you can make me kneel with one hand." That arm seemed ordinary, but it was as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him. It caused the blue-clothed youth to break out in cold sweat. The next moment, he knelt down with a plop and shouted, "Sir, please spare my life." He hated himself. Why did he believe Commander Ling Wulai? Why did he stand out like this? Mercy? Hearing this, Lin Ling's lips curled into a grin that carried a hint of evil. "All of you kneel." Lin Ling shouted again. His voice made all the recruits' teeth chatter. All of them had to kneel down? However, under the suppression of Lin Ling's aura, they had no choice but to kneel down. As for Yu Yu and the other girls, they were extremely excited. They had not expected Brother Ling's strength to improve so much. Moreover, Brother Ling seemed to be an extraordinary person in the martial gods battalion. No matter where Brother Ling goes, he is not a mediocre person. Yes, I am proud of him. However, Brother Ling must have put in a lot of effort to get to where he is today. The two girls looked at each other and smiled beautifully. They knew that Lin Ling didn't want them to worry about him. At this moment, all the recruits knelt down with bitter looks on their faces. It was a spectacular scene. Commander Ling Wulai's face darkened. In fact, he had not expected Lin Ling to be so arrogant. After all, this batch of recruits was quite powerful and many of them had powerful backgrounds. However, now that Lin Ling had offended all the recruits, it was time for him to show up. In fact, his strength had improved tremendously over the past year. The reason was that Commander Xianxia had provided him with precious cultivation resources so that he could kill Lin Ling. Therefore, he had converted 40% of his boundary origin. Moreover, he had obtained an ancient pot that could activate 10% of his boundary origin. Together with his boundary origin martial arts, he had converted 60% of his boundary origin martial arts. Lin Ling had converted 60% of his boundary origin martial arts. He was confident that he was not weaker than Lin Ling. Of course, although his strength had improved, he did not dare to offend Lin Ling because Lin Ling's position was higher than his. However, he had found an excuse to do so. Lin Ling, you have violated the military rules by torturing them in private. Ling Wulai finally said. Lu Chengfeng and the others narrowed their eyes. Ling Wulai had not spoken up when the recruits had offended their superiors. Now that Lin Ling had punished the recruits, Ling Wulai had given Lin Ling a hard time. All the recruits looked at Ling Wulai expectantly. Don't worry. I will take charge of this matter for you. I will tell the Martial God Battalion to convict Lin Ling. Ling Wulai said righteously. Then he looked at Lin Ling. He wanted to see Lin Ling's fearful look. Get lost. However, Lin Ling shouted at him coldly and asked him to get lost. You. Ling Wulai had not expected Lin Ling to be so arrogant and unreasonable. He could not wait to strike. In fact, his previous words were to let Lin Ling make the first move. That way, he would not violate the military rules of disrespecting his superiors. However, Lin Ling did not make the first move and directly told him to get lost. You have guts. Just you wait. Ling Wulai turned around and left. He suppressed his anger and said, You are lucky. If your position was not higher than mine, I would have taught you a lesson. Don't think that you will always be number one just because you are the number one commander. How dare a loser speak so arrogantly? However, as soon as he took a step forward, Lin Ling sneered. Many veterans laughed at Ling Wulai's words. Ling Wulai had been humiliated in the Divine List Arena battle. Their laughter had touched Ling Wulai's bottom line. That was the most humiliating thing in his life. He could not take it anymore. Even if he had to offend his superiors, he had to teach Lin Ling a lesson in front of everyone. His body emitted a terrifying chill. His boundary force roared like a dragon turtle. A jade pot with a turtle shell engraved on it appeared in his hand and shone brightly. A moment of pride does not mean it will last forever. Today, I will teach you a lesson. With the help of the jade pot, Ling Wulai pounced on Lin Ling like a deity descending from the heavens, 60% of his boundary force. Blossoming flowing water's expression changed drastically. In the past, Ling Wulai was weaker than him. However, today, his strength had increased tremendously. Instantly, blossoming flowing water felt immense pressure. Lin Ling, be careful. The chess boy also shouted anxiously. The martial god barracks had recruited geniuses from all over the world. These geniuses were indeed monstrous and could create many miracles. Ling Wulai was creating a miracle. A loser in the past was going to rule the world today. Commander Ling Wulai. The recruits raised their heads and their eyes were burning with passion. To them, 60% of boundary force was something they could only look up to. Commander Ling Wulai could definitely teach that young man named Lin Ling a lesson. Chapter 2270. You are not worthy. Are you afraid now? I've said it before. A moment of pride doesn't mean it will last forever. No one is the strongest in the martial god barracks forever. Kneel before me. Ling Wulai roared. At this moment he was elated. You're not worthy enough to make me afraid. Lin Ling shook his head. He also drew his sword. The sword radiance was ancient as if it had been polished for 10 years. The terrifying aura made many of the recruits gasp. They knew that Lin Ling had been merciful when he taught them a lesson. However, they believed that Lin Ling would still be defeated. Use your sword. My Dragon Turtle Heavenly Flask specializes in breaking sword boundary energy. Facing Lin Ling's sword, Ling Wulai sneered. He was not afraid at all. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ling's sword slashed down. Rumble. The two swords collided. Ling Wulai's body was protected by a powerful layer of world essence. In addition, the dragon turtle was roaring. That sword was actually blocked. Moreover, there was a mysterious power that was reflected back to defeat Ling Wulai. The flask was indeed powerful. Oh, Lin Ling, is this your strongest sword? It's too weak. Ling Wulai became even more arrogant when he realized that Lin Ling's sword could not hurt him. That's not necessarily true. However, Lin Ling said coldly. He shook his sword and the dragon chi from the dragon cleansing pool appeared on the sword. The roar of a dragon reverberated in the air. Lin Ling's sword also changed. It was like an azure dragon. Dragon painting finishing touch. The boundary energy of the sword increased crazily. 80% of the boundary energy erupted and swept towards Ling Wulai like a dragon in the sky. Kacha. The sword pierced through the boundary energy of the dragon turtle and was getting closer to Ling Wulai's neck. 80% of the boundary energy? How is that possible? Ling Wulai finally let out a cry of alarm. He thought that with his treasures and the increase in his strength, he would definitely be able to teach Lin Ling a lesson. However, the result was that Lin Ling's boundary essence had increased even more, reaching 80%. It wasn't just him, even falling flowers, flowing water, and the others gasped. Moreover, even Commander Che Jun and the others came over. All of them were dumbfounded. Pervert. In just a year, Lin Ling's overall strength had reached 80% of Jieyuan. And 1 year ago, Lin Ling was only 60%. At the same time, the small pot was knocked away by Lin Ling's sword. The sword of death was only 1 centimeter away from Ling Wulai's neck. What pride does a stray dog have? Lin Ling's voice broke Ling Wulai's confidence. The faces of the recruits in the distance turned pale. Spare my life. Ling Wulai's body trembled, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. His previous arrogance had only been exchanged for abjection. He had lost a lot of face. Lin Ling patted Ling Wulai's face with his sword and said, "Didn't you say you wanted to teach me a lesson? I don't deserve it." If the sword wasn't so close to his neck, Ling Wulai would have knelt down and begged for mercy. Just as he was about to say something, a cold voice came, "You can't kill him. Otherwise, you will be violating the military rules." A figure walked over coldly with a few commanders. The leader was Commander Xianxia. "Sir, help me." Ling Wulai shouted anxiously. "Shut up." Commander Xianxia's face darkened. He had trained Ling Wulai to kill Lin Ling, but Ling Wulai turned out to be a piece of trash. Of course, he didn't expect Lin Ling's strength to increase so much. Otherwise, Lin Ling wouldn't have a good ending today. "He's one of your men?" Lin Ling looked at Commander Xianxia and said, "If you want to harm me next time, don't send a piece of trash." After saying that, he put away his sword. Although he wanted to kill Ling Wulai, he didn't want to violate the military rules. Xianxia wanted to kill him, but he didn't dare to do it openly. Although he didn't want to kill Ling Wulai, he still grabbed Ling Wulai's neck and walked slowly to the recruits. Then he smashed Ling Wulai down. "Kneel until the sky turns dark. If you dare to run away, I'll break your legs." Bang! As Lin Ling smashed Ling Wulai down, all the recruits were shocked. "This sir is really overbearing." "The same goes for all of you." Lin Ling looked at the recruits coldly before he turned around and left. It seems like we've kicked an iron board. Who is this, sir? How could he not respect Commander Ling Wulai? I'm afraid he's a commander. Oh my God. We've offended a commander. We're courting death. However, why is there such a young commander? The recruits all cried out in surprise. Xianxia frowned when he saw Lin Ling take away the small teapot that Ling Wulai had left behind. This was because he was the one who had left the teapot for Ling Wulai. However, he endured it. You're smart. You didn't talk nonsense during the entire process. Otherwise, I would have scolded you too. Lin Ling looked at Xianxia with disdain. Then, he walked towards Yu and the others and entered the martial god barracks. Lin Ling was a commander and Xianxia was a commander. Since they had the same rank, why would Lin Ling be afraid of him? Of course, Xianxia was furious because Lin Ling was weaker than him. However, Lin Ling's rank was the same as his. Therefore, Xianxia didn't dare to kill Lin Ling. Moreover, the heavenly dragon turtle teapot was taken away. He had suffered a double loss. Xianxia harumphed coldly and left. However, he was getting more and more worried because Lin Ling's strength had increased tremendously after a year. As for Luo Hua Lushui and the others, they were still in shock. They looked at each other and smiled wryly. We can't catch up to him. Commander Che Jun shook his head helplessly. He could understand how Luo Hua Lushui and the others felt. At this rate, he will be able to enter the 3 academies in Qingzhou in advance after he completes the boundary origin conversion. Xianxian, Jie Tong said enviously. The martial god barracks was only a springboard for the geniuses from various worlds. Their real goal was to enter the 3 academies in Qingzhou. Only by entering the 3 academies would they have the chance to reach the peak of the martial god boundary. Sir Lin Ling is too arrogant. At that moment, Xianxia was leading a few people forward. The other commanders said coldly. Although he is arrogant, he is stronger than all of you. Commander Xianxia said slowly, Lin Ling is too strange. He has an ordinary background, but his cultivation speed is faster than ordinary people. He must have some secrets. Yes, his talent in learning martial arts is too monstrous. Sir, we can't let him go. One of the commanders, who was holding a bow, made a gesture of cutting his throat. No, as far as I know, the great general has been keeping an eye on him. If we act rashly, we will be in trouble. Commander Xianxia shook his head and said, however, there is still a year before the great general sets out. At that time, we can find an opportunity to kill him. This is a good opportunity. In a year's time, no matter how monstrous Lin Ling is, he will not be a match for Sir. The other commanders nodded coldly and their faces were filled with killing intent. Don't underestimate him. In fact, if he did not have a feud with Tating County, I would not want to offend such a monstrous genius. Chapter 2271. Pressure of Mount Tai. This is a monster who is going to enter the 3 great academies of Qingzhou. Commander Xianxia said and strode forward. On the other side, Yu and the others followed Lin Ling to the barracks. Greetings. On the way, the soldiers all bowed respectfully. Lin Ling nodded. After Lin Ling walked away, the soldiers were surprised. Are those 2 madams? They are so beautiful. I'm afraid they are the most beautiful in the martial god barracks. They are a match made in heaven with Sir Lin Ling. They are walking hand in hand. They must be lovers. I'm so envious. Many of the soldiers were talking. When Yu and the others heard these voices, they felt a sweet feeling in their hearts. They were also surprised by Lin Ling's position in the martial god barracks. Brother Ling, I didn't expect you to become a commander. You are so powerful. Of course. Don't you know who I am? Lin Ling was a little proud of himself in front of Yu and the others. Yu and the others giggled. After that, the 3 of them entered the barracks. Lin Ling looked at them with an evil smile. He had not seen the 2 girls for a long time. He missed them. Brother Ling, what are you doing? Yu and the others looked at Lin Ling cautiously. In fact, they knew what Lin Ling wanted to do. Lin Ling chuckled. He set up a soundproof barrier and started to make love in the barracks. After a long time, the 3 of them were lying on the bed. Lin Ling looked up with a warm smile. It was a good feeling to see his two wives again. It reminded him of home. If he did not have revenge, he would have gone home to take a look. Yu and the others also cherished this time. They remembered everything that happened in the Guyan sect. At that time, no one would have thought that the ordinary young man in the Guyan sect would find the strongest world in the universe. All of this was like a dream. 40% of your dimensional essence has been converted. Not bad. After a short moment, Lin Ling withdrew his gaze and spoke. Yu and the others' natural talents weren't weak, and coupled with Lin Ling's frequent guidance and the divine crystals he left behind, their strengths had naturally improved greatly at this moment. Moreover, Lin Ling sensed that their realm essence was very condensed. Presumably, their experiences in the myriad of worlds had benefited them greatly. What did you encounter in the myriad worlds? Lin Ling immediately asked curiously. In the past, when he comprehended the boundary essence, he had returned to his hometown, so Yu and the others should also have a good experience. The two beauties looked at each other and giggled. We're not telling you. Their tempering process seemed to be the same, and the only reason they could give birth to boundary origin seeds was this man in front of them. Because this man was the sky in their hearts. Great, you've learned how to bully me together. Lin Ling immediately laughed mischievously. After a series of caresses, the two beauties began to pant. However, Lin Ling quickly stopped and said with a smile, "Everything is fine at home, right?" "Everything is fine. Grandfather, Aunt Xianxia and the others have all cultivated. Has also made rapid progress. He is now wandering around. As for the devil race, ghost race, and god race, they are now led by the rainforest's sacred land. That's good. However, he needs to go out more often. After all, under our protection, he can only be a flower in a greenhouse. This is harming him. Brother Ling is right." Yu and the others nodded. Suddenly, they thought of Xianxia from before and immediately asked. Someone from young Master Xianxuan's side, so he has always wanted to kill me. Speaking of Xianxia, Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. Right now, he was not strong enough, otherwise, he would have killed Xianxia long ago. However, compared to Xianxia, the person Lin Ling wanted to kill the most was Tian Lioli. After pondering for a moment, Lin Ling did not plan to tell them about Tian Lioli, in case Yu and the others were worried. In the following days, Yu and the others stayed in the martial god camp. The three of them also treated this place as their other home. And Lin Ling also took out the divine crystals he obtained from the divine list to cultivate. Moreover, he asked the soldiers to send some divine crystals to the rainforest's sacred land, as well as some cultivation methods. He had to let his three disciples comprehend the boundary origin. Of course, there was also the small saint. The peaceful days passed quietly just like that. On this day, Lin Ling stood under a huge ancient tree. The ancient tree swayed and the leaves fell down like snow. Lin Ling held the sword and looked at the sword with his left eye. A mysterious Dao seal appeared in his eyes and swam like a tadpole. Xian Sword Record, the boundary origin martial art from the sword world. According to legend, with a single sword strike, it can cut through 10,000 realms. Lin Ling muttered to himself. His sword moved slightly, as if a dragon was roaring. He slashed out with his sword and a terrifying boundary origin force vibrated out. Swoosh. However, that sword was like a gust of wind. It slashed at the falling leaves on the ground, but it didn't even cut off a single leaf. "Brother Ling, how did you do it?" At this moment, Yu and the others walked over and exclaimed. Because that leaf, not to mention the power of boundary origin force, even the power of law could be easily cut into pieces. And now, Lin Ling was using boundary origin force, but he couldn't cut off the leaf. This was shocking. Because I see the leaf as another world, so the sword can't cut the leaf. Lin Ling smiled faintly and said, "When the sword is in the heart, the opponent is the only target. Everything else is fleeting clouds." After saying this, his sword trembled and a sword mark appeared on the ground. It seemed to have passed through the martial god realm and reached the universe. This sword had actually reached 40% of the power of boundary origin force. And this was the third level of Xian Sword Record, Mount Tai Crush. Every level of Xian sword record could increase one's boundary origin force by 10%, and the third level was 30%. This move was called Mount Tai Crush. Its power was enormous, but the disadvantage was that it needed a long time to prepare. And now, Lin Ling's entire strength added up to 90% of boundary origin force. However, Lin Ling's boundary origin force was only 50%. Your boundary origin force and talent have begun to fuse. Remember, don't fuse anymore. Only after 100% of your boundary origin force has been successfully converted can you completely fuse them. Lin Ling kept his sword and reminded Yu and the others. In fact, Yu and the others were able to have their current strength mostly because of Lin Ling's guidance, so they immediately nodded. Of course, if this was heard by others, they would definitely be shocked. Because after the boundary origin force was completely converted, one had to fuse with talent. So the earlier one fused with talent, the greater the advantage. And Lin Ling went the opposite way. However, only Lin Ling knew that it was too early to fuse with talent. In the future, when the boundary origin force was converted to the 9th and 10th levels, the difficulty would increase by 100 times. Oh right, that dragon turtle heavenly pot, you must carry it with you. It can increase your defensive boundary origin force by 10%. It is a 9th level immortal weapon. Lin Ling reminded again. Hearing this, Yu and the others nodded. Chapter 2272. Ancient City of Everlasting. And Yuer asked curiously, if we have the materials, will Brother Ling be able to improve? Of course. Lin Ling nodded. He had obtained all of ghost genius Li Xiaoyao's memories. In the past, Li Xiaoyao was an omnipotent existence, so it was not difficult at all. Then why don't we go and find the last material? Yu frowned and said. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment before he nodded. He suddenly remembered that someone owed him money. It was the people from my commandery that he met in the martial god realm. He could go and collect the debt now. Lin Ling took out a map of the nearby area. Finally, his gaze fell on a city. Ancient City of Everlasting. This city was very close to the martial god barracks. It was because it was close that it was safe. With Lin Ling's current strength, he was not qualified to walk around the Azure province as he wished. The next day, Lin Ling brought Yu and the others to the ancient City of Everlasting. They took the martial god vessel on the way, so they did not alarm anyone. The ancient City of Everlasting was an extremely prosperous city near the martial god barracks. It had a long history. According to legend, the ancient City of Everlasting existed before the Azure province. The scenery in that area was extremely beautiful because the city was under a valley. It was also known as the Underground City. However, when Lin Ling and the others arrived, they did not feel that this was the Underground City at all because the cave ceiling was bright. Looking from afar, the city was bustling as if it was a city that never slept. Cultivators in different clothes entered the city one after another. To them, this was a good place to rest. As soon as they entered the city, the sound of hawking came from all around. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Just by listening to the sound, he found many good materials. Unfortunately, he touched the divine crystal in his ring and shook his head helplessly in the end. It's so beautiful. Look at the sky. Yu looked around and suddenly pointed at the sky. The sky seemed to be carved with colorful gems. At a glance, it gave people the feeling of a fairyland. Moreover, colorful petals would occasionally fall from the sky. In fact, those were the rays of light emitted by the cave ceiling, but it made the city even more beautiful. It is indeed beautiful. Lin Ling smiled and held Yu and the others' hands. He also enjoyed this beautiful city. Guest, this is the map of the ancient City of Everlasting Desolation. This city is also known as the City of Everlasting Desolation, a place that lovers love to visit the most. With this map, Guest can become even more familiar with the ancient City of Everlasting Desolation. On the way, Lin Ling bought a map and spent a piece of divine crystal. Yu and the others walked around, curious about all the new and beautiful things. Lin Ling looked at the map and finally saw the market of the only commandery in this city. It had to be said that this only commandery had a good foundation. They had actually opened their market here. After that, Lin Ling took out a jade slip and activated it with his boundary essence. That jade slip was made by Luo Yunquan and the others with a blood oath. As long as he notified them, the other party would receive the news. If they were close, they should be able to rush over very quickly. Moreover, Lin Ling wasn't worried that they wouldn't return the money. Because of the blood oath, the other party couldn't wait to return the money. While waiting, Lin Ling glanced at the map and then headed towards a certain direction. That place was a special place in the ancient city of everlasting desolation and was also known as the 100 Nones Market. It meant that if you had any difficult and complicated diseases, you could issue a mission in the market. If a cultivator had the confidence to solve those difficult problems, they would be rewarded. Therefore, that place was very attractive. After arriving at the 100 Nones Market, Lin Ling discovered that there was a sea of people here. On top of an enormous ancient tree, there were various mission slips pasted all over. For example, difficult problems in cultivation, difficult problems in alchemy, and so on. There was even information about searching for certain treasures, as well as some problems in the heart of martial arts. So interesting. Yu instantly widened her horizons. Even Lin Ling was the same. Suddenly, he stared at a mission slip and instantly laughed. That mission was to forge the Star Sea Heavenly Zither, and the forger encountered a little problem in the forging. Therefore, the mission was issued, and the reward was a red cloth python leaf. This treasure just happened to be able to upgrade the level of the Dragon Turtle Heavenly Flask. I'll take this one. Lin Ling immediately took down that mission. The crowd was in an uproar. That mission has been here for 100 years and no one has been able to solve it. This kid actually overestimated himself and accepted the mission? Hee, another failure. Just wait, it won't be long before he personally comes back to post the mission. Most importantly, he will be fined 100 divine crystals. According to the rules of the 100 Nones Market, if the person who accepted the mission failed, they would have to pay the fine and return in disgrace to post the mission again. Big Brother Ling, this seems to be very difficult. And Yue heard the voices around her and instantly frowned. It's just a small problem, Lin Ling said calmly. His words made the crowd even more disdainful, because everyone who accepted the mission said the same thing. In fact, Lin Ling had forged this kind of Star Sea Heavenly Zither before, and the Star Sea Heavenly Zither was not a powerful weapon. Its advantage was that it had a good sound, and it was very suitable for warriors who liked music to cultivate their martial arts. The reason why Lin Ling knew how to forge it was because when Li Xiaoyao was recuperating in the valley, he had helped the Celestial Glaze forge it. The three of them immediately followed the map on the mission and walked forward. Before long, a hexagonal ancient building appeared in front of them. People entered the ancient building one after another, all of them wearing blue robes and looking somewhat noble. Say it, how much is it? Before they entered the ancient building, a voice came from the door. The young man who spoke looked a little rough and old. He wore plain clothes and looked a little ordinary. What was surprising was that his voice was a little immature. Sir, the 1,000 Leaves Light Mist Shield is a top-grade celestial weapon, and it was forged by Master Long. The starting price must be 50,000 divine crystals. The blue-robed young man at the door said indifferently, his voice carrying a hint of rejection. Because the young man in front of him looked a little old and wore ordinary clothes, he looked down on him. And this hexagonal ancient building seemed to be a place to buy treasures. Hearing this, Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. In his opinion, the 1,000 Leaves Light Mist Shield was not a precious treasure, but it cost 50,000 divine crystals? It was too expensive. His reward for being first on the divine list was only 50,000 divine crystals. It seemed that this Master Long was quite impressive. It's only 50,000 divine crystals. I can afford it, but I have to forge it now. However, the rough young man frowned. Master Long is not free now. If you want to forge it now, you have to pay more divine crystals. All right, I've said what I wanted to say. If there's nothing else, you can leave. The blue-robed young man immediately replied, his tone extremely rude. You're looking down on me. Did I say I have no money? The rough young man retorted. Oh sorry, I just think you have no money. However, The other party also sneered. 50,000, right? I'll give you 60,000. If it's not enough, 70,000, 80,000. What was surprising was that the rough young man was wearing ordinary clothes, but he had a lot of divine crystals. Is it enough? If it's not enough, 100,000 divine crystals. Pieces of divine crystals were thrown at the blue-robed young man, showing him what it meant to be rich. The crowd outside the ancient building was also surprised. 100,000 divine crystals to buy a top-grade celestial weapon. Rich people could do whatever they wanted. Chapter 2273. Smashing people with money. You still dare to look down on me? You are only blue-cloaked world spiritists. What gives you the right to look down on me? Let me tell you, although I don't have any ability, the only ability I have is money. The coarse old man continued smashing divine crystals, causing the passers-by to feel extremely refreshed. That was because the several world spiritists who were smashed by the divine crystals all had dark expressions on their faces, but they could not refute him. You don't have any ability, the only ability you have is money? Lin Ling was speechless. That was a very great ability. If he, Lin Ling, had a large amount of divine crystals, his strength would have greatly increased. However, that was only for Lin Ling. That was because Lin Ling had Li Xiaoyao's memories and 10,000 elephant demon eyes. Even if others had divine crystals, they would still need to spend a lot of time to cultivate. You are very daring. You dare to act recklessly in this ancient building? At that moment, a man wearing a green robe walked out of the hexagonal ancient building. He was tall and thin, and he was playing with 5 jade beads in his hand. His fingers were extremely nimble, and as the jade beads rolled, 4 crystal mirrors appeared around him. It was extremely mysterious. Green robe. The crowd cried out in alarm. They knew that world spiritists were divided into white robes, black robes, blue robes, green robes, orange robes, red robes, gold robes, and purple robes. World spiritists who could wear green robes were all people of virtue and prestige. Even Lin Ling was slightly surprised. In his world, he was a blue-cloaked world spiritist. Now, it was his first time seeing a green-cloaked world spiritist. Of course, that was before he obtained Li Xiaoyao's memories. Now, Lin Ling was definitely not just a blue-cloaked world spiritist. You actually smashed 100,000 divine crystals just to vent your anger. You country bumpkin, you have guts. That man said indifferently. He believed that the coarse old man was smashing divine crystals just to vent his anger. Lord Feng Wuhan is right. The other blue-cloaked world spiritists immediately flattered, their eyes filled with reverence. In fact, even Lin Ling believed that the coarse old man was trying to vent his anger. He must have taken out all his savings to vent his anger. You said I'm a country bumpkin? The rough-looking young man frowned. That's right. You came from those dirty places in the myriad realms. Don't think that just because you have some money, you have a noble status. In reality, you are just a lowly commoner. The green-robed man said again. That's enough. Try scolding me again. The rough old man had a fiery temper and shouted angrily. Didn't you want the 1,000 leaves mist barrier earlier? Sure, take out 200,000 divine crystals. Of course, if you think it's too expensive, then scram. Don't dirty the floor here. The green-robed man spoke with disdain. He turned around and left after he finished speaking. We are world spiritists, not merchants. The next time we meet someone like that, we'll just chase them out. At the same time, he warned the other blue-cloaked world spiritists. Evidently, he had taken the coarse old man to be a big head. I thought it was something great, but it turns out that it's just divine crystals. But for me, any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. However, the moment the green-robed world spiritist moved, the coarse old man threw out another divine crystal. 110,000? Is that enough? 120,000. The crowd was shocked. They had also thought that the coarse old man's savings would only be 100,000 divine crystals. Who knew that the coarse old man possessed even more money than they had imagined? Is 200,000 divine crystals enough? The large amount of divine crystals smashed into the green-robed man, causing his face to turn ashen. He had also overlooked this point. Of course, it wasn't that he had miscalculated. Rather, he had never imagined that someone would actually throw out 200,000 divine crystals just to fight back. You've embarrassed yourself, haven't you? You're not qualified to fight with me. The coarse old man immediately said complacently. He's indeed a rich man. Lin Ling shook his head inwardly. He knew that he had underestimated the coarse old man. After that, the coarse old man swaggered into the ancient building. The crowd of world spiritists did not dare to stop him. This caused the passers-by to feel even more refreshed. After Lin Ling shook his head, he also entered the hexagonal ancient building. That uncle is so powerful. Yu and the others at the side exclaimed. Hearing that, Lin Ling also nodded. However, at that moment, a voice came from ahead. I'm not an uncle. I'm only around the same age as you. The coarse old man seemed to have heard Yu and the others' words. At that moment, he gloomily walked over. But you look so old. Yu and the others were still astonished. That's because I've been cultivating. In reality, I've been cultivating for less than 1,000 years. Sigh, please don't call me uncle. It's very demoralizing. The coarse old man sighed. After sighing, his forehead was filled with wrinkles. Lin Ling almost couldn't hold back his laughter. To be honest, he also thought that the other party was an uncle. He quickly said with a smile, but the you from before was very heroic. These world spiritists think that they have some ability, so their eyes are above their heads. They can only be arrogant in a small city like the ancient city of Everlast. In a big city, they don't even dare to fart. Speaking of the matter from before, the coarse old man was a bit proud. However, he soon gloomily said, although I've smashed their heads and faces with money, I feel that I still haven't vented my anger. Look on the bright side. No matter where you go, this kind of people are inevitable. Lin Ling comforted and made the coarse old man nod. He stared at Lin Ling and said with a smile, Gong Yangjiang, from the Qing province Fuxing Bank branch. Wow! As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding crowd immediately exclaimed. The Qing province Fuxing Bank was a huge bank that spread throughout the 9 provinces. You're the son of the Qing province Fuxing Bank branch. I've seen you before. Wow! From the crowd, a petite figure suddenly walked out. It was Tang Yue. The little princess of Square Commandery, Tang Yue? Wow! Gong Yangjiang seemed to know Tang Yue and also exclaimed. You're throwing money everywhere again. Next time I'll tell your father. Tang Yue narrowed her eyes and said, Of course, if you tip me 100,000 or 80,000 divine gems, I'll pretend that I didn't see what happened today. I thought it was something big. If the problem of money is solved, then it's not a problem. Gong Yangjiang poured out the divine gems and was extremely forthright. Lin Ling couldn't help but be astonished. This guy seemed to be the son of a bank. He was indeed a nouveau riche. What about you? How much do you want? Gong Yangjiang looked at Lin Ling again, but Lin Ling shook his head. Although he was short of money, he didn't want money. You're ambitious, unlike this little princess. You're hopeless. In the martial god realm, problems that can't be solved with money are big problems. People who can't be bought with money are real heroes. Gong Yangjiang looked at Lin Ling with admiration. Greedy guy. The jade pendant that my father gave me was stolen by him. In the whole world, he's the only one who dares to steal my treasures. Tang Yue was instantly unconvinced. You know him? Gong Yangjiang was surprised. He's a guy from the martial god battalion. Tang Yue narrowed her eyes and said, to put it bluntly, he's just a cocky little soldier. The martial god battalion is a place full of iron blood and passion. Even a little soldier is amazing. It's a pity that you can't enter that place with money. Otherwise, I'd go in and have some fun. Gong Yangjiang looked at Lin Ling in surprise. He didn't expect the latter to have such a powerful background. Chapter 2274. You are indeed stupid. You're going too far. This isn't the martial god barracks. Why should I listen to your orders? Tang Yue frowned. Lin Ling was deliberately making things difficult for her. The army is outside. You can disobey orders. However, be careful. After you return, your superiors will arrange for you to guard a remote world for 100 years. Lin Ling said indifferently. As soon as he said this, Tang Yue surrendered like a frosted eggplant and directly bowed. Gong Yangjiang's expression changed again. If he remembered correctly, Tang Yue was a commander. Could it be that this brat was a commander? As for Yu Yu and the others, they rolled their eyes. Big Brother Ling had taken advantage of their absence to flirt with other girls again. Amazing, amazing. Lin Ling, right? Why have you come to the six-sided ancient building? After Gong Yangjiang recovered from his shock, he immediately asked. Lin Ling did not conceal anything and told him the purpose of his visit. After that, they found a blue-robed world spiritist and Lin Ling handed over the mission list. That world spiritist frowned as he looked at Lin Ling and the others. He was angry at Gong Yangjiang. However, he was surprised at Lin Ling, because this mission was so difficult that even Lord Feng Wuhan was helpless against it. Could it be that this young man had come to join in the fun? But he found that Lin Ling's expression was very calm, like an ancient well. Allow me to inform milord. The blue-robed world spiritist said. Soon, he arrived with Lord Feng Wuhan. Before he arrived, his reprimanding voice could be heard. Milord Long is currently forging weapons. If there's nothing important, do not interrupt her. Otherwise, if she is displeased, both you and I will be punished. Feng Wuhan frowned. He arrived before Lin Ling and the others and was immediately shocked. It was that coarse old man again? However, he quickly collected himself and said with an indifferent expression, "Who's here to hand in the mission?" "Milord, it's me." Lin Ling took a step forward and bowed. "You're the one who's causing trouble?" Feng Wuhan frowned as he stared at Lin Ling. In reality, he was also staring at Gong Yangjiang because he, a grand green cloak world spiritist, had actually been humiliated by that coarse old man. Therefore, he hated Gong Yangjiang and even hated Lin Ling. How am I causing trouble? Lin Ling was stunned. Bring me the mission board. The blue-robed world spiritist immediately took out the mission board. On the mission board, Lin Ling had also written the smithing method. However, Feng Wuhan did not even look at it. He crumpled the mission board into a ball and stepped on it. He said, "You're spouting nonsense. If you're not causing trouble, then what are you? You're wasting everyone's time. You have to put up this mission board." As soon as he finished speaking, he kicked out the mission board that had been flattened under his feet. Lin was a little angry. "How do you know that it's a mess?" "I know you're angry because you've been humiliated before, but you shouldn't put your anger on me." "Puh, who do you think you are? I'm a green cloak world spiritist. If I say you're wrong, then you're wrong." Feng Wuhan did not expect Lin Ling to refute him. He pointed at Lin Ling and said, "You, scram. And the rest of you, scram." As soon as he said that, Gong Yangjiang and the others were enraged. The noise was very loud, and many people came to watch. What? They dare to question Lord Feng Wuhan? These juniors are crazy. Lord Feng Wuhan is the world spiritist in charge of the six-sided ancient tower. What qualifications do they have? Idiots. They're just trying to please the crowd. The blue-robed world spiritist said in disdain, causing many people to nod their heads. In the ancient city of everlasting desolation, the most famous world spiritist was Lord Feng Wuhan. As for Lord Long, he was from the 3 great academies and was just passing by. So, they naturally believed in Lord Feng Wuhan. The surrounding voices made Yu Yu and the others angry. Lin Ling did not provoke Lord Feng Wuhan, but Feng Wuhan repeatedly humiliated Lin Ling. This mission was issued by Lord Long, right? What does it have to do with you? You don't understand things, but that doesn't mean others don't. Lin Ling's face also turned cold. Do you think Lord Long will personally come for trash like you? Scram. Feng Wuhan laughed. He did not expect Lin Ling to be so unappreciative. Scram. Don't dirty our place. The crowd also began to reprimand. I really want to smash you to death with money, Gong Yangjiang said with a dark face. However, Tang Yue beside him sighed. This matter can't be solved with money. We can only leave in shame. After saying that, she had already turned around. Gong Yangjiang did the same. However, at that moment, Lin Ling suddenly said to him, Shout 3 times, there's too little sand in the sand wave. Gong Yangjiang was stunned when he heard that. What did that mean? Shouting 3 times, he was so stupid. However, when he saw Lin Ling's serious expression, he decided to gamble. There's too little sand in the sand wave. There's too little sand in the sand wave. He immediately shouted out loud. Is this guy crazy? Seeing that, everyone opened their mouths wide. Was he angry because he was chased away in shame? Even Feng Wuhan laughed mockingly. However, at that moment, a rumbling sound came from the top of the hexagonal ancient tower. Then, a red-robed figure jumped down from the stairs. Who said there's too little sand in the sand wave? The figure was about 60 years old. It was an old woman with unfathomable strength. Most importantly, she was wearing a red robe. All the boundary masters were shocked. They did not expect that the expert from the 3 great academies would take the initiative to come out. Moreover, she seemed to be anxious. Lord Long, what are you doing? Feng Wuhan cried out in surprise. However, the old woman did not pay attention to him and continued to ask, Who said there's too little sand in the sand wave? I said so. At that moment, Lin Ling finally spoke slowly. The old woman looked at Lin Ling in surprise. She did not expect him to be so young. Why do you say so? The old woman pounced and grabbed Lin Ling's arms. Only she knew that the sand wave was the material used to forge the zither. Her anxious appearance made everyone's jaws drop. Because if you want the sound of the star sea heavenly zither to be good, the sand wave cannot be too little, especially on the surface of the zither. Of course, if you want to use it as a weapon, then try to reduce the sand wave as much as possible. Lin Ling slowly said. So that's how it is. Because sand wave is a very common material, I wanted to reduce the amount as much as possible so as to not affect the quality of the entire zither. However, who knew that sand wave would affect the sound? The old woman came to a realization. She had been forging weapons her entire life, but she had forgotten that sometimes, the more common the material, the better the effect. After all, what she pursued was the sound, not the power of the weapon. I'm so stupid. How could I forget that? After thinking it through, the old woman slapped her forehead and said. Seeing that, the crowd was silent. That young man said a few words, and Lord Long called her stupid? Who exactly was that young man? You are indeed stupid. However, before they could recover from their shock, Lin Ling's voice sounded. You're courting death. Chapter 2275. Eat it up, you're right. It seems that there's always someone to learn from. However, what the old woman said next caused all of the world spiritists to become speechless. By the way, how did you know? The old woman looked at Lin Ling again. Lin Ling smiled and found an excuse. Because my father forged the starry heavenly zither in the past, so I know a thing or two. In fact, if you want a better sound, you can use other materials to replace the sand. Moreover, the forging method is to forge the strings first. So that's how it is. However, your father is the best blacksmith. Little friend, please guide me. The old woman was pleasantly surprised. The method is on the ground. Lin Ling pointed at the ground and laughed. On the ground, the mission board was still lying there. The old woman almost wanted to pick it up, but Lin Ling stopped her and said, This mission board was stepped on by someone, so it should be picked up by someone, right, Master Long? Not bad. Who stepped on it? Hurry up and pick it up. The old woman raised her head, her expression turning serious. Hearing that, all the world spiritists were startled. As for Lord Feng Wuhan, his jaw almost fell to the ground. However, under the gazes of the crowd, he walked out nervously. I stepped on it. After he finished speaking, he bent down and picked it up. Moreover, he opened the mission board with trembling hands. During this process, he gnashed his teeth in anger. He had never thought that the young man would actually know how to forge the star sea heavenly zither. You stepped on it and picked it up yourself. How do you feel? Lin Ling looked at Feng Wuhan indifferently. Then, he shook his head mockingly. Actually, the method is in my mind. I don't even need the mission board. You! Wind Without Trace pointed at Lin Ling, his eyes red with anger. Lin Ling was deliberately toying with him. Lord Long, have I completed my mission? Lin Ling ignored him and looked at the old woman. Forget it, this mission has finally been completed by someone, there's no need for the mission list to exist. The old woman immediately nodded. There's no need to exist? That's good. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold as he stared at Wind Without Trace. Since there's no need for the mission board to exist, then you can eat it. I'll eat it. Feng Wuhan said in disbelief. Was he going to stuff this dirty paper into his stomach? Whether you eat or not depends on Master Long, Lin Ling said with a smile. The old woman stared coldly at Feng Wuhan. Although she didn't know what was going on, she didn't have the time to care about anything else. Do you want me to feed you? Her words made Feng Wuhan wolf down the mission list. He also bit a few grains of sand in his mouth. He immediately knew that those were the grains of sand left behind when he stepped on the mission list. Little friend, this way. Then, the old woman immediately looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded and followed her with Yu and the rest. However, before he left, he gave Wind Without Trace a sarcastic look. In fact, with Lin Ling's current outlook, he didn't have much resentment against Wind Without Trace. What he had done before was just a small punishment. This guy is amazing. He actually did something that even I couldn't do. Seeing Lin Ling leave, Gong Yangjiang suddenly exclaimed. When he encountered trouble, he liked to throw money at it. However, the matter in front of him couldn't be solved with money. What a strange person. Tang Yue was even more puzzled. She now knew Lin Ling very well. He had a very ordinary background and didn't have any powerful backing. However, he had repeatedly done things that they couldn't do. To Tang Yue, Lin Ling was becoming more and more attractive. She couldn't wait to know all of Lin Ling's secrets. Lin Ling followed the old woman to the top floor. The old woman immediately asked for advice. Lin Ling smiled and explained. In fact, the Star Sea Heavenly Harp wasn't a high-level weapon. Even a blue-robed boundary master could forge it after knowing the method. Sure enough, not long after, a pleasant sound came from the 6th floor. The sound was like the sound of nature. Lord Long was pleasantly surprised. Finally, it's a success. It could be seen that she was also a person who loved music. Therefore, she pursued a beautiful sound very highly. Thank you. Lord Long personally served the fragrant tea and handed it to Lin Ling. Lin Ling received it with a smile. Throughout the entire process, he was neither arrogant nor humble. This surprised Lord Long. Only then did she realize that the young man in front of her was somewhat extraordinary. After all, ordinary people who saw her would be in fear and trepidation. Moreover, even if she wasn't a boundary master, because she was the head of the 3 great academies, others would still be extremely respectful to her. However, the young man in front of her didn't do anything. He looked at her as if he was looking at a passerby. Little friend, where are you from? Lord Long asked curiously. I'm from the Qingzhou Martial God Barracks. I'm a senior commander. Lin Ling replied politely. Senior commander? Lord Long's expression changed. The Qingzhou Martial God Barracks couldn't be compared to the 3 great academies, but it was comparable to the 4 great commanderies. This young man was actually a senior commander? As far as she knew, senior commanders were some old monsters. This was the first time she had seen a young man become a senior commander. This meant that this young man was somewhat extraordinary. Little friend, your talent is very good. Lord Long immediately smiled. Although Lin Ling's talent was divine body, she knew that a person who could become a senior commander was definitely not simple. No matter how good your talent is, if you can't reach the peak of the martial god realm, then everything is fleeting clouds. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and suddenly shook his head. In fact, he had heard many of Lord Long's words. Even in his previous life, he had thought that he would reach the peak of heaven and earth. However, man proposes, God disposes. In the end, he had fallen. Therefore, he knew that talent was only one of the factors. If he couldn't reach the peak of the universe, then everything else was just empty talk. However, his casual words caused Lord Long's expression to change slightly. What a calm young man. Ordinary people who heard her praise would be smug. However, the young man in front of her didn't have such a mentality. It was as if he had encountered many storms and waves. Little friend Linling, I wonder if you are interested in joining my resplendent academy? Lord Long suddenly asked. She was more and more optimistic about this young man because he had an aura that made her curious. If it was someone else, they would be incomparably excited because the 3 great academies of the Qingzhou martial god realm were the most famous. It could be said that if one wanted to travel the 9 continents of the martial god realm and pursue the legends of the martial god realm, then the first thing to do was to enter the 3 great academies. Every martial artist who came from there had boundless potential and had the opportunity to reach the peak of the universe. Now, Lord Long had personally invited him. This was a blessing that not everyone could have. Even Linling was surprised. He also knew that the martial god barracks was a springboard. The goal of all martial artists was to enter the 3 great academies. Senior, thank you for your appreciation, but I like to take it one step at a time. However, Linling still shook his head. His words disappointed Lord Long. Chapter 2276. Greed. However, my 2 wives are quite talented. I wonder if they can enter the Resplendent Academy? Linling suddenly asked. Big brother Ling. Yu and the rest were shocked. Linling was going to recommend them? With your talents, staying in the martial god barracks is a waste of time. It's good to enter the Resplendent Academy in advance. Linling advised, making Yu and the rest nod their heads. Lord Long looked at Yu and the rest. In reality, Yu and the rest's talents could only be described as ordinary. However, there was an indescribable aura emitting from Yu and the rest. It was as though these 2 girls knew a lot of things. Alright, they are also good seedlings. Let them enter my Resplendent Academy. Lord Long hesitated for a moment before nodding her head. Thank you, Lord. Linling hurriedly bowed. He wasn't worried about Yu and the rest because Yu and the rest also knew a thing or 2 about their cultivation path. Little friend, when you come out from the martial god barracks, remember to join our Resplendent Academy. My name is Ancestor Longpo. You can find me in the Resplendent Academy. Lord Long added. In reality, she was more optimistic about Linling. After she finished speaking, a mysterious aura spread out, causing Linling's pupils to narrow. His left eye quietly saw that this senior was actually a dragon that circled the universe. She must be a dragon that was born in the dragon cleansing pool. Next, the group chatted for a while before Linling left with Yu and the rest. When Linling left the ancient city of Everlast, Yu and the rest would follow Lord Long. Big brother Ling, we just met and we're going to be separated again. Yu was a little disappointed when she knew that she was going to leave. Linling scratched her little nose and said, It won't be long before I go to the Resplendent Academy because I have some personal matters to attend to. Then you must come. And Yue held Linling's hand and made Linling nod. After the 3 of them walked down to the first floor, Wind Without Trace glared at Linling. He was furious, but unfortunately he didn't dare to say anything. The paper ball in his stomach reminded him that this young man was not to be trifled with. As for Gong Yangjiang and Tang Yue, they did not leave. After seeing Linling, they immediately walked over with a smile, which surprised Linling. Ha, I'm impressed. I was just saying that I hadn't vented my anger yet, but in the end, you did it for me. You're really a freak that even I can't see through. Gong Yangjiang said excitedly. However, he stared at Linling with curiosity in his eyes. You're the freak. Linling glanced at him lazily and strode out of the hexagonal tower. Now that he had completed his mission, he would upgrade the Dragon Turtle Heavenly Kettle to a top-grade immortal artifact when he had the time. Big brother, where are you going now? To everyone's surprise, Gong Yangjiang didn't leave but followed Linling. I'm going to collect the money. Linling turned around and said. Then he realized that Tang Yue had followed him. He immediately shook his head helplessly. Do I still have to collect the money? How much money do you want? Just tell me, I'll give it to you. Gong Yangjiang was surprised, as if he didn't know that the money had to be collected. You idiot, get lost. Linling said to him directly. The few of them slowly walked towards the Market of Solitude Commandery. The market wasn't difficult to find. After arriving, Linling realized that it was extremely lively. The whole market was filled with various treasures of heaven and earth, and the sound of people hawking their wares could be heard from time to time. Lin Ling, Solitude Commandery owes you money. However, it's not easy to collect this money, Tang Yue suddenly said. Solitude Commandery was one of the 4 upper commanderies. It was obviously not easy to collect money from them. It's a matter of course to repay a debt. As for you, get lost immediately and don't follow me. Lin Ling replied lazily. I won't get lost. I'll go wherever I want in this world. What can you do about it? Tang Yue immediately retorted. She was fuming with anger. Lin Ling shook his head. He couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with this little girl. Moreover, he suddenly thought of the second dream and Xian Yuange. He wondered how they were doing now. The few of them continued to walk. Soon, a luxurious building appeared in front of them. The entire building was made of gold, and it was dazzling. This is where Solitude Commandery's market collects money. Everyone who sets up a stall here has to pay the rent. The market will also protect their safety, Gong Yangjiang explained as he stared at the golden building. He seemed to be very familiar with this place. Lin Ling looked at the other party in surprise, then said, the Luo Yunquan and the others should be there. In fact, he had already informed Luo Yunquan and the rest. Sure enough, when they continued to walk forward, they saw several figures anxiously pacing back and forth below the golden building. Who else could it be but Luo Yunquan? He's here. Luo Yunquan and the rest instantly laughed when they saw Lin Ling. In fact, Lin Ling was holding their blood oath. Therefore, they couldn't wait to return the money. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to progress in their cultivation. Have you prepared the money? Lin Ling didn't intend to waste time. He immediately walked forward and asked calmly. Yes, a total of 40,000 divine gems. Please check. Luo Yunquan hurriedly smiled. He knew that this mysterious young man couldn't be underestimated since he could summon thousands of troops from the martial gods battalion. Good. The other party was very cooperative. Lin Ling immediately nodded. Just as he was about to take action, Yu walked out with a smile and took the ring that contained the divine gems for Lin Ling. In her opinion, Lin Ling was the Grand Commander and should be dignified. Naturally, these small matters should be handled by their wives. What happened? Yes. However, just as Yu walked out, a cold voice suddenly sounded. In the distance, a large number of figures arrived. They were all dressed in luxurious embroidered clothes. The young master in the lead had an extremely cold expression. However, when he looked at the young girl beside him, he immediately revealed a humble smile. Young Master Luo Xianxia? Luo Yunquan and the rest instantly exclaimed when they saw this. It was obvious that the young master had a high status in our commandery. On the other hand, Lin Ling frowned. He didn't expect things to turn out this way. Young master, we owe him money. Therefore, we're here today to return the money. However, Luo Yunquan immediately explained. Don't tell me you stole the money from the market to return it to him. The young master instantly frowned. He seemed to be the owner of the market. Young master, we wouldn't dare. We borrowed these divine gems from our friends. A total of 40,000 divine gems. Luo Yunquan said anxiously. However, this sentence made Luo Xianxia squint his eyes. 40,000 divine gems was not a lot, but it wasn't a small amount either. He was a little tempted. However, when he looked at Lin Ling and the rest and discovered that the most powerful among them was only a rank 8 martial emperor, he immediately relaxed. Ask them to get lost. As for the 40,000 divine gems, let the market keep them temporarily. We'll decide after the investigation. Chapter 2277. It was only right and proper to repay debts. The pupils of Luo Yunquan and the others instantly constricted when they heard this. They'd noticed as well that their young master intended to covet their divine crystals. They had spent a lot of effort to borrow these divine crystals. They had wanted to exchange them for the blood oath, but now they were going to lose it? As for the money they owed Lin Ling, this was also a matter of course. After all, they almost killed Lin Ling in the past, and Lin Ling didn't kill them. That was too easy for them. Young master, you can't. Luo Yunquan immediately shouted, hoping that the young master would take back his order. However, what greeted him was a slap. Luo Xianxia said coldly, "Don't forget that you are from my commandery. Don't think that I can't teach you a lesson just because you are stronger. Now, get lost." "Yes, young master." Luo Yunhuan and the others hurriedly lowered their heads. In only Mi commandery, their status was ordinary and could not be compared with young master Luo Xianxia. Then, they looked at Lin Ling with wry smiles. They wanted to tell him that they would give him the divine crystals later. "Hey, as their master, you're actually greedy for 40,000 divine crystals? Aren't you being too stingy? Don't you feel ashamed?" However, before they could say anything, Gong Yangjiang spoke first. He found this matter to be extremely unpleasant to the eye. After all, he also noticed that it was not easy for the Luo Yunquan and the others to gather this much money. "Are you talking to me? Do you know where this is? This is my territory." Luo Xianxia coldly stared at Gong Yangjiang. His body instantly disappeared, and in front of Gong Yangjiang, a large amount of sand sprinkled down like rain, transforming into a figure that punched out. "In my territory, even if you are a dragon, you will still have to kneel before me." This punch directly erupted with 50% of his realm essence. Gong Yangjiang's pupils constricted instantly. He didn't expect the other party to be so overbearing, attacking without any hesitation. He was simply courting death. However, his strength seemed to be very ordinary, and he could not block that punch. "If you dare touch me, I'll smash you to death with money." Gong Yangjiang shouted angrily, knowing that he was going to be injured. "Get lost." But at this moment, a fist also came crashing down. Boom! The two fists collided, and the entire market shook. Luo Xianxia was blasted apart by the fist, and endless sand splattered in all directions. However, the sand quickly gathered together again and turned into Luo Xianxia. "You've got guts." When he reappeared, Luo Xianxia's face turned grave. He had not expected the rank 8 martial emperor realm youth to be so powerful. After all, he was a level 9 martial emperor. Furthermore, he possessed 50% of his world essence. "You have guts too. How dare you covet my money?" "The person who acted was Lin Ling, your money? Do you think it's possible to take money in my territory? Or do you think you can provoke the entire commandery?" Luo Xianxia said coldly. He carefully sized up Lin Ling, as if he wanted to see through Lin Ling. Lin Ling took a step forward and said fearlessly, "You have to pay your debts. This is a matter of course. Even if you represent my commandery, so what?" "This guy is so powerful?" Gong Yangjiang, who was beside him, gasped. He had not expected Lin Ling to be so powerful and arrogant. Of course, even Luo Xianxia thought that Lin Ling was arrogant. His face turned ferocious and he said, "Do you really want to die? Previously, you only launched a sneak attack. It doesn't mean that you're more powerful than me. If you want me to die, it depends on whether you have the ability. Also, do you think that I used all my strength previously?" Lin Ling shook his head and his face turned even colder. After he finished speaking, Luo Xianxia hesitated. He also felt that the mysterious youth was not simple. However, he had said that he would not pay the money. Was he going to pay the money now? If that was the case, what prestige would he have left? Moreover, he also saw that the martial artists on the street were looking at him. This was indeed the case. "Who is that guy? He's so arrogant that he dares to cause trouble in my commandery's market. He's not weak at all. I guess that he can explode with 60% of his boundary essence. This is a conservative estimate." Young Master Luo Xianxia's strength has always been known as a demonic genius. I didn't expect to meet another demonic genius today. The crowd was discussing animatedly and they wanted to know the final outcome of the matter. This situation undoubtedly made Luo Xianxia even angrier because he could not afford to lose face. What a waste of time. It's only 40,000 divine gems. Is there a need to fight over it? "Young Master Luo, I'm just passing by. I'm not here to watch you fight with some lowly people." While Luo Xianxia was hesitating, a proud voice suddenly rang out. A young lady walked out coldly from Luo Xianxia's side. She was wearing a gorgeous brocade robe and exquisite earrings hung from her ears. As she walked, a crisp sound could be heard. When she walked out, Luo Xianxia's expression instantly changed. He immediately smiled apologetically and said, "Miss Yi Tianwu is right. They're just a group of lowly people. Treat the 40,000 divine gems as a reward for them." The young lady nodded and picked up the ring on the ground. She took out the shining divine gems and walked towards Yu Yu step by step. She looked at Yu Yu proudly and said, "Take it, you filthy lowly. Treat this money as a reward from me." Pa, pa. The divine gems all smashed onto Yu Yu, causing Yu Yu's little face to be slightly dazed. "Why aren't you picking up the money? Damn trash." When she saw Yu Yu's dazed expression, the young lady spoke again. After she finished speaking, she wanted to take out the divine gems from the ring and throw them at Yu Yu. However, at this moment, a ghostly figure instantly appeared in front of her and grabbed her hand. A pair of cold eyes stared fixedly at her. It was Lin Ling. Yu Yu was Lin Ling's childhood sweetheart and his wife. She was Lin Ling's reverse scale and no one was allowed to profane her. Therefore Lin Ling was furious. "Lowly person, how dare you grab my hand?" The sudden appearance of the figure shocked the young lady. She stared at Lin Ling angrily. However, when she looked at Lin Ling, she felt a chill in her heart. What a cold gaze. However, when she thought of her brother and her own background, she immediately became confident. "You lowly cultivator from the myriad realms. Do you want to die?" The young lady shouted sharply. "You keep calling me a lowly person. In fact, you're the lowliest person." Lin Ling shouted coldly. He waved his left hand and slapped the young lady hard on her face. Lowly person? He wanted to see how this noble young lady was qualified to call others lowly. "You dare to hit me?" The young lady touched her face and her face was filled with disbelief. "It's only right and proper to repay a debt. I'm here to collect money. What does it have to do with you? You bullied my wife. You just want to prove how noble your status is, right? I don't believe that your face is as noble as you say." Lin Ling shouted angrily again and raised his hand to slap her. Slap. It was another crisp slap. Gasps could be heard all around the market. Many people could see that even young Master Luo was afraid of the young lady. They thought that her identity was definitely not low. However, the mysterious young man still attacked her and slapped her face. His courage was shocking. Even young Master Luo Xianxia's face turned pale. "It's over, it's over. If Yi Tianwu's brother knew about this, he would be dead. I want you dead." Chapter 2278. Why wouldn't she dare? Slap. However, what greeted her was an even louder slap. "You're so arrogant, telling people to die as soon as you open your mouth. With such a foul mouth, I'll beat you until you don't dare to speak anymore." Lin Ling's anger grew stronger and stronger. His voice caused the young girl to not dare to speak anymore. "You're courting death." Young Master Luo Xianxia finally reacted and charged over with a murderous aura. Swish. However, before he could move, Lin Ling pulled out his sword and placed it in front of the young girl's neck. He looked at Luo Xianxia and said, "Try being arrogant again." This action undoubtedly caused Luo Xianxia to not dare to move anymore. He was afraid that Lin Ling would kill Yi Tianwu. "You said we're lowly commoners and that you don't care for those 40,000 divine crystals. Very well, we're indeed lowly commoners. However, the noble you must pick up all the divine crystals and kneel before my wife." Lin Ling's eyes were filled with coldness as he looked at the young lady. His domineering aura caused Tang Yue to suck in a breath of cold air. She had never imagined that the usually lazy Lord Commander would be so terrifying when he was angry. Suddenly, she looked at Yu Yu with envy. Because she knew that Lord Lin Ling was angry because of Yu Yu. Moreover, this was the first time she saw Lin Ling lose his mind in anger. "You want me to kneel? You want me to pick up those dirty divine crystals?" Swish. The young girl widened her eyes. She didn't believe Lin Ling's words. If she did as Lin Ling said, wouldn't she be even more despicable? "You can refuse, but the outcome will be death. You can try and see if I dare to kill you." Lin Ling didn't give her any face. The sword in his hand was filled with killing intent. Remember your actions today. Swish. The young girl knew that she had to endure it. Therefore, she picked up the divine crystals on the ground and kneeled before Yu. Brother Ling. Swish. At this moment, Yu was extremely moved. She carefully put away the divine crystals. She knew that Lin Ling was willing to kill everyone in the world for her. Let her go, she's still young and doesn't know any better. After Yu put away the divine crystal, she immediately advised. Lin Ling looked coldly at the young girl and finally put away his sword. Then, he held Yu's hand and walked towards Tang Yue and the others. You don't know who I am. If you did, you would be on your knees begging for mercy. Glaring hatefully at Lin Ling, the young girl suddenly said ferociously. She is Yi Tianwu, and her brother is Yi Xiaoshou. He is from the Yi family's martial clan, a clan that has reached the power of the central commandery state. Most importantly, Yi Xiaoshou is a member of the heavenly court, Tang Yue said with a frown. In fact, Yi Tianwu was not as powerful as Square Commandery, but because of the heavenly court, Tang Yue had to be wary of Yi Tianwu. Heavenly court. He's actually a member of the heavenly court. Upon hearing that, the expressions of the surrounding people changed. Many of them knew what the heavenly court was. It was an ancient power that spread throughout the 9 prefectures. The fact that a power could spread throughout the 9 prefectures showed how powerful it was. The heavenly court was created by martial god Qilin, Tian Yanlin. It has its own branch in the 9 prefectures. Those who can become members of the heavenly court are all extremely powerful and have a bright future. Tang Yue said again. The assessment of the heavenly court was very strict. Even people from the 3 big academies in Qingzhou might not be qualified to enter. To put it bluntly, one was a power of the 9 prefectures, while the other was a power of the Qingzhou. There was no comparison between the two. Martial god Qilin, Tian Yanlin. Yes. At this moment, Lin Ling's footsteps came to a halt. His pupils flickered continuously as that memory also rose up. Because Tian Yanlin was Tian Liuli's father. It was also because Tian Yanlin used to be an ordinary man in a small valley. But now, he had become a famous figure in the 9 prefectures. If he had not harmed Li Xiaoyao, he would not be where he was today. What? Are you scared? Seeing Lin Ling's silence, the young girl Yi Tianwu immediately raised her chin. She knew that the young man must be regretting it to death. Wait a moment, she would torture that young man to death. There are some things that cannot be done. Once done, you will regret it. She was waiting for Lin Ling to apologize. Tang Yue suddenly sighed. She knew that Lin Ling was also afraid. At this moment, Lin Ling did not say a word and walked toward Yi Tianwu. Is he going to apologize? I think so. The heavenly court is not a place that anyone can offend. Even the 3 big academies in Qingzhou have to give face. Young people are too impulsive. Will he be killed? The crowd was also discussing. They also thought that Lin Ling was scared. Miss Tianwu, don't kill him yet. After I cripple him, I will hang him in the market and use him as an example to others. Luo Xianxia said in a sinister manner. He stared at Lin Ling and wanted to see how arrogant Lin Ling could be. How can I let him off so easily? He dared to humiliate me. I will teach him a lesson. Yi Tianwu immediately replied. She also looked at Lin Ling and said arrogantly, Didn't you have a good time beating me up just now? Do you still dare to beat me up now? My face is right here for you to beat. You lowly scum of the lower realms, do you still dare to beat me up? After she finished speaking, she lifted her clean face and looked at Lin Ling. She wanted to see if Lin Ling dared to do so. Seeing this, many people shook their heads. How could Lin Ling dare to do so? However, before they could say anything, a fierce slap landed on her face. Lin Ling was telling Yi Tianwu that there was nothing that she would not dare to do. Bang. Moreover, this slap was more powerful than the previous one. It dislocated Yi Tianwu's jaw and sent her flying. She smashed into the wall of the golden tower. At this moment, there was a dead silence around the market. The crowd was shocked. That guy knew that Yi Tianwu's brother was a member of the heavenly court, but he still dared to hit her. Moreover, he hit her even harder. This. Luo Xianxia also opened his mouth wide and could not close it. On the wall, Yi Tianwu slid down. She pointed at Lin Ling and shouted angrily, "Do you know what the heavenly court is?" Her jaw was dislocated and she almost could not speak. The heavenly court is very impressive. Unfortunately, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. The members of the heavenly court are probably not any better. Today, I'm beating a member of the heavenly court. Lin Ling walked forward. The murderous aura on his body was extremely dense. His aura was even colder than before. That was because the heavenly court was his enemy. Yi Tianwu looked at him and did not dare to speak anymore. Even her body was trembling. She did not expect that there would be someone who was not afraid of the heavenly court. But now, she was afraid. Previously, she was not afraid when Lin Ling slapped her face because she knew that Lin Ling was only being arrogant temporarily. But now, she was completely afraid. Sometimes, it was easy to kill a person, but it was difficult to make the other party completely afraid. Especially for Yi Tianwu, who was the daughter of a powerful family, it was even more difficult. But now, the coldness that Lin Ling displayed made Yi Tianwu lose her arrogance and shut her mouth obediently. That's enough. At this moment, the wind and clouds in the sky whistled. The roars of dragons were heard at the same time. 9 huge golden dragons carried a figure and arrived in a mighty manner. This person seemed to have come from a myriad of worlds. Every move of his carried the terrifying aura of a world king. Yi Xiaoshou. Chapter 2279. 9 dragons supporting the ruler. Yi Xiaoshou. The crowd was also startled. They could sense that the newcomer's strength was extremely terrifying. "Brother, kill him." Yi Tianwu sensed the voice in the sky and immediately shouted anxiously. However, the man in the sky waved his hand. He stood on the dragon with his hands behind his back and floated in the sky. 9 dragons supporting the ruler, Yi Xiaoshou. This person was the #1 genius of the Yi family and martial clan. He was also a disciple of the 3 great academies and a member of the heavenly court. The market fell silent as everyone looked at the sky with dignified eyes. In the sky, Yi Xiaoshou's face was cold, extremely cold. In fact, he had rushed over earlier, but it was already too late. His sister had already been slapped a few times by Lin Ling. However, he was not in a hurry because he knew that once his sister revealed her origin, that arrogant junior would definitely regret it. Therefore, he did not make a move. He planned to let his sister vent her anger. However, who would have thought that the young man would actually continue to slap her? "Since when did it become your turn to teach my sister a lesson?" Yi Xiaoshou finally spoke, and everyone could hear the killing intent in his voice. "She has a foul mouth. She's just asking for a beating." Lin Ling looked up at the sky and his heart skipped a beat. A world king powerhouse? Very strong. He had at least converted 100% of his realm essence. With your strength, you can be considered a genius. Unfortunately, there are some people and places that you can't afford to offend. Yi Xiaoshou's face turned even colder when he saw Lin Ling's calm expression. He thought that since he had personally come, Lin Ling would know that he had kicked an iron plate. However, Lin Ling did not. He was still as calm as ever. This obviously made him very unhappy. "You want to talk about the heavenly court? Unfortunately, this place is just a nest of snakes and rats to me." Lin Ling retorted. "Ha!" Yi Xiaoshou laughed. He could easily kill the young man with a flip of his hand. However, he was not in a hurry to do so because killing the young man too early would be letting him off too easily. The crowd also had the same feeling. Yi Xiaoshou seemed to want to slowly kill Lin Ling and force Lin Ling to thoroughly regret his actions. "You, a mere ant of the rank 8 martial emperor realm, how dare you speak so arrogantly? The holiness of the heavenly court is not something an ant like you can understand." Yi Xiaoshou stretched out his right hand and pointed forward. 100% of his world essence seemed to have pierced through the heavens and was drawn from the myriad worlds. That finger landed on Lin Ling's foot, forming a finger-sized hole. It didn't seem powerful, but very quickly, the entire ground began to shake, as if there was a great explosion underground. How strong! Is this a world king powerhouse? With Yi Xiaoshou's strength, that young man won't even be able to withstand a single blow. Although that young man is also a genius, he can't compare to the members of the heavenly court. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air as they sensed the trembling beneath their feet. Yi Xiaoshou was trying to intimidate Lin Ling. Of course, this intimidating display was indeed shocking. Even Gong Yangjiang and Tang Yue's faces turned solemn. Gong Yangjiang planned to step forward and announce his identity, hoping that the other party would let Lin Ling off on his account. However, before he could speak, Lin Ling's voice sounded out. Are you trying to show me your strength? It's only 100% world essence. Give me 5 years and I will easily surpass you. Lin Ling's complexion didn't change at all. His words were wild and unruly. Hearing this, Yi Xiaoshou's pupils shrank. Before this, he wanted to intimidate Lin Ling and let Lin Ling know the disparity between them. But Lin Ling hadn't done so. He had remained calm throughout the entire process, so calm that it was terrifying. And this was not what he wanted to see. This was only an ant, so how could he be so arrogant? Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? Yi Xiaoshou's eyes finally revealed a thick killing intent. I've heard such words many times, but I'm still alive and well. Lin Ling slowly said. With just you? What arrogant words. I've walked the martial god world's 9 provinces for so many years and you are the first person to say such words to me. But that's fine, you will soon know just who you are speaking to. Yi Xiaoshou laughed. It was a disdainful laugh. He had cultivated for 2,000 years and his strength was unparalleled. On the other hand, the young man below probably hadn't even cultivated for 1,000 years. How could he be so arrogant? Watch carefully, 9 dragons halo. Yi Xiaoshou raised his hands to the sky and the 9 dragons below his feet roared. Each dragon contained 10% world essence as if it was the power of the dragon's homeland. The dragons were roaring. In the next moment, the 9 dragons swept towards Lin Ling. Young Master Yi, this move of yours is going to destroy my marketplace. Luo Xianxia immediately said anxiously when he saw Yi Xiaoshou making a move. Don't worry, I'll only kill him. I won't touch a single hair of your market. Yi Xiaoshou said confidently. Using a huge amount of world essence to attack Lin Ling without affecting anything on the ground. His strength was indeed powerful. Let him know how trashy he is. Brother! Yi Tianwu said resentfully when she saw her brother making a move. She wanted to see how arrogant Lin Ling could be. She wanted this lowly commoner to be smashed into pieces. Rumble! The 9 dragons were getting closer and closer to the ground. The terrifying pressure made it difficult for many people to breathe. Lord Lin Ling. Yes. Tang Yue, Gong Yangjiang, and the others couldn't help but shout out. Lin Ling couldn't block the attack of a world king powerhouse. As for Yu Yu and Inuer, they didn't say anything. They directly ran towards Lin Ling. In their opinion, if they had to die, they would die together. There's no need to come over. He's just a member of the heavenly court. I want to see just how fierce he is. Yes. However, just as they moved, Lin Ling's indifferent voice sounded out. The heavenly court was an influence created by Lin Ling's enemies. Facing a member of this influence today, how could Lin Ling show weakness? Moreover, if he admitted defeat today, how could Lin Ling take revenge? Thus, even if his body was crushed to pieces, Lin Ling had to resist. This was all for the sake of venting his anger. Bang! The 9 dragons rushed towards Lin Ling. It seemed that Lin Ling couldn't block them at all. Of course, this was normal. After all, Lin Ling could only erupt with 90% of his world essence at the moment. Bang! With a loud explosion, multicolored lights erupted, causing the clouds in the sky to roil. The power of 10 realms. It was said that the power of an entire world was extracted from the myriad realms. That world had heaven and earth. How could an ordinary person defy heaven and earth? Dead, he died just like that. What a pity! If he cultivated at the same time as Yi Xiaoshou, perhaps he wouldn't be weaker than Yi Xiaoshou. He was too impulsive. When that woman was humiliated, he immediately went to battle. Moreover, when he spoke of the heavenly court, he was even more arrogant than before. However, the price of his arrogance was death. Many people secretly shook their heads. In truth, they admired Lin Ling. This was because Lin Ling was magnanimous and fearless. He dared to do things that they didn't dare to do. However, all of this was just a flash in the pan. Dead, huh? That damned lowly commoner. Brother, kill everyone who was with that lowly commoner. At this moment, Yi Tianwu stood below the golden tower and couldn't help but laugh out loud. She was young, but her viciousness was evident. Ha, you're just a speck of light. How can you compete with me? Yi Xiaoshou nodded indifferently. Then, his eyes were filled with disdain. You only know how to show off. You can't even block one of my attacks. You're simply a piece of trash among trash. His words were extremely arrogant, but he had the right to be arrogant. Chapter 2280. The might of a single shot. You're dreaming. But at this time, a voice sounded out from the distant skies. As everyone looked over, their pupils fiercely trembled. At this time, a figure was floating in the skies. If this wasn't Lin Ling, then who could it be? He didn't die? This was simply a miracle. This scene caused Yi Tianwu and Luo Zhansha's jaws to drop open, their expressions extremely wonderful. And on the ground, Yu Yu and the others were overjoyed. Big Brother Ling really didn't die. It's that flag. Tang Yue stared at the white flag floating above Lin Ling's head and suddenly realized what was going on. That's right, the one that blocked Yi Xiaoshou's attack was by Ling's flag. No wonder you were so arrogant. So you had the ability to back it up. But, if you didn't have that flag, you would still be trash. Yi Xiaoshou didn't think that Lin Ling would have such a treasure. His complexion was fierce. Before this, he should have been the one to arrogantly kill Lin Ling. But now, the result was that Lin Ling didn't die. This was like a ruthless slap to the face of the heavenly court. If news of this spread to the heavenly court, they might even punish him. This was because a world king powerhouse actually couldn't kill a martial emperor realm martial artist. This was a disgrace. However, that's all you have. Your flag cannot block my second or third attack. As for your attack, I don't even need to care about it. Yi Xiaoshou gloomily said. As these words fell, many people nodded. Sometimes, the disparity between realms wasn't something that treasures could make up for. Of course, the most important thing was that Lin Ling didn't have the strength to threaten Yi Xiaoshou. He could only be beaten like a puppet. Come then, aren't you very proud? Let me see the light of your pride. Today I will die convinced. Any attack you throw at me, no matter if it's a weapon or anything else, I will receive it. Yi Xiaoshou roared out. He slowly walked through the skies, slowly moving towards Lin Ling. Just how domineering was this stance? And this was the dignity of a powerhouse, the privilege of a powerhouse. He walked towards the weak, wanting to destroy the weak's confidence and make the weak die willingly. And the weak's attacks were useless. It was an extremely sad sight. Seeing this scene, the crowd sighed. Although the mysterious youth had created a miracle, he was still too inexperienced. In their opinion, there was only one outcome for Lin Ling, and that was to be slowly tortured to death. But Lin had, what sort of storms had he not seen before? Wanted to kill him? Was that possible? Lin Ling didn't waste any time. He held a huge black cannon above his head with both hands, making him look like a god of war. However, the giant cannon was a little simple and unadorned. It looked extremely calm. This caused many people to be puzzled. It was to the extent that Luo Zhansha let out a mocking voice. Could it be that you know you are no match for him, so you have given up on yourself? He had never seen a giant cannon used as a weapon. Moreover, which ordinary martial artist would use this kind of weapon? Yi Xiaoshou, Lun Lun. But at this moment, the huge cannon's muzzle began to condense light. Specks of light appeared, as though it was drawing power from the myriad worlds. That power was gradually becoming stronger and stronger. The light even became dazzling. An aura that could destroy the heavens and the earth quietly spread out. This caused the entire ancient city of everlasting desolation to become silent. What kind of cannon is this? Why do I feel so much pressure? Luo Zhansha was still mocking him before, but now his forehead was full of cold sweat. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and this caused his face to turn even paler. Although very few people used cannons as weapons, there was one place where it was possible, and that was the nearby martial god barracks. Could that be the heaven-shaking earth martial divine cannon? Oh right, I actually forgot that he had this treasure. At this moment, Tang Yue's expression changed drastically as she recalled that Lin Ling possessed the martial god cannon. No wonder Lin Ling wasn't afraid at all. He wasn't impulsive, but he had absolute confidence. What is this? As the martial god cannon's energy grew more and more terrifying, Yi Xiaoxiu frowned. It's just an attack from an ant. Lin Ling held the giant cannon high above his head with both of his hands as he mocked. An attack from an ant? Yi Xiaoxiu's expression immediately became unsightly. How could it be an attack from an ant if it could make him feel afraid? You seem to be afraid. Weren't you very strong before this? Why have you stopped moving? Lin Ling spat out another sentence because Yi Xiaoxiu didn't dare to move forward with a solemn expression. I didn't expect you to have so many trump cards. However, you're no match for me with your strength. You can only be arrogant because you rely on external objects. Yi Xiaoxiu immediately retorted. Are you talking nonsense? Who was the one who said that he could withstand any attack? Don't you think your words are slapping your own face? Lin Ling's aura became overbearing. Your mouth is very powerful. Yi Xiaoxiu was exasperated, but his heart grew heavier and heavier because the pressure from the martial god cannon's energy was increasing. However, should he flee now? If he fled, then he would lose all face. He couldn't flee. 9 Dragons' Tail Suppression. He roared and gathered all his energy, forming a huge ancient dragon. The ancient dragon's tail smashed fiercely at Lin Ling as if it was suppressing Lin Ling with an entire realm. When the crowd saw him fly into a rage out of humiliation, they were all stunned. Yi Xiaoxiu had said before that he wouldn't care about any attack from Lin Ling. However, this was only the first time Lin Ling attacked, and he was already fighting back with all his strength. This was very ironic. Too slow. Facing the ancient dragon's energy, Lin Ling's hair fluttered in the wind, but his eyes were even colder. Heavenly Court, let me see how amazing you are. Lin Ling also roared, carrying the anger and unwillingness from his previous life as he completely opened fire. In the martial god world, he finally started his first battle with his enemy. Boom! The huge cannon roared, and a white beam of light shot out. It was as if a huge arrow of light was about to destroy the world. The martial god cannon could destroy an entire realm with one shot. This was because it drew the energy of 10,000 realms and was powered by divine crystals. It was the symbol of the martial god battalion. What kind of cannon is this? Yi Xiaoxiu finally panicked when the terrifying energy got closer and closer. Never had he imagined that even an ant would give him a sense of danger. Moreover, he realized that his 9 Dragons' Tail suppression was simply destroyed by a single shot from the terrifying ancient cannon. This cannon was majestic and overbearing, shaking the heavens and earth. As for the crowd on the ground, their faces were all pale. What a terrifying cannon! Boom! The huge cannon blasted the ground, causing the ancient city of Everlast to tremble as if the underground city had collapsed. Boom! Boom! The sound was deafening. Everyone's ears were temporarily deafened. After an unknown period of time, many people finally raised their heads and their faces froze. Chapter 2281. Battle of 5 years. Only the golden tower of the commandery had been blasted into smithereens. As for Luo Xianxia, Yi Tianwu, and the others, they didn't even have the chance to cry out in pain before they were killed. Perhaps, even before they died, they didn't expect that Lin Ling would possess such terrifying strength. If they had known about this earlier, they would have fled long ago. Unfortunately, there was no such thing as foresight. Tang Yue, who the hell is this guy? Gong Yangjiang's face was filled with shock. Lin Ling had brought him wave after wave of surprise. In fact, even Tang Yue was the same. She bitterly smiled and said, "Anyway, he's just an arrogant guy." Boom. At this moment, the ground exploded and countless rocks sputtered. A sorry figure rushed out and floated in the sky. It was Yi Xiaoxiu. At this moment, he was in an extremely sorry state. His clothes were tattered and most importantly, his left arm was broken. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth as he ferociously looked ahead. He knew that his sister was dead. She was killed by an ant. He was too careless. Of course, he didn't expect Lin Ling's martial god cannon to be so powerful. It's just an ant's attack. At this moment, Lin Ling's sarcastic voice came from afar. This sentence made Yi Xiaoxiu so angry that he almost vomited blood. He looked at Lin Ling with eyes filled with murderous intent that had lost all reason. Who is causing trouble in the ancient city of Everlast? At this moment, a large number of figures appeared in the sky. The strength of these people was extremely terrifying and they possessed powerful boundary essence. For the ancient city of Everlast to be located here, there must be many experts overseeing it. However, when these experts saw Yi Xiaoxiu, they immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. They obviously knew him, but they didn't expect him to be in such a sorry state. Even his arm was broken. This person is destroying the city. Yi Xiaoxiu saw these people and immediately shouted angrily, causing these experts to look at Lin Ling. One of the old men frowned and said, "Sir, what is the meaning of this?" Lin Ling also sensed that these people were very powerful. He calmly said, "I didn't intend to destroy the city. I'm here today to collect a debt. However, the young master of my commandery stopped me. Moreover, that fellow's sister humiliated my wife. That's why this battle broke out. Then, you destroyed the city and broke Yi Xiaoxiu's arm." The old man slowly said, "Courtesy is reciprocity. Lin Ling." At this moment, the experts fell silent. In truth, Yi Xiaoxiu was a member of the heavenly court, so they should help him. But the young man, the young to kills, after all, severely wounding a world king powerhouse at the martial emperor realm wasn't something that just anyone could accomplish. Kill him. But at this moment, Yi Xiaoxiu shouted once more. He was heavily injured, and he was afraid of Lin Ling's cannons. So, he intended to use others to kill Lin Ling. Hearing this, those experts immediately fell into deep thought. This person is my friend. Who dares to kill him? However, just as these experts were about to make their decision, an old woman appeared on the street, causing their expressions to change. It was Ancestor Dragon Granny. "Lord Dragon, we wanted to help your friend. We didn't want to kill him." "That's right, this is a misunderstanding." The experts laughed. The old woman was from the 3 great academies of the Azure province. They couldn't afford to provoke her. "You're all courting death." Yi Xiaoxiu exploded with anger. It seemed that his wishful thinking had failed once again. "I dare you to say one more word." Ancestor Dragon Granny coldly looked at Yi Xiaoxiu. Lin Ling's cannon had caused a sensation in the city. She had naturally received news of it. "Although you are a member of the heavenly court, you are just a minor character. If I kill you, the heavenly court will at most punish me. They won't kill me for you." Ancestor Dragon Granny said again, "Now, I'll give you a chance. Scram, otherwise you will die." Ancestor Dragon Granny pointed at Yi Xiaoxiu. Her attitude was extremely domineering. Yi Xiaoxiu's face was somewhat pale. He could be domineering in front of the weak, but in the face of an existence like Ancestor Dragon Granny, he could only swallow his anger. Then he stared at Lin Ling with bloodshot eyes. Today, his sister was dead, his arm was broken, and Lin Ling was safe and sound. How could he be willing to accept this? "You said before that if you had 5 years, you could surpass me. Fine, I'll give you 5 years. When the time comes, the 3 great academies will fight to the death. How about it?" Yi Xiaoxiu said coldly. He was unwilling to accept this. He had to kill Lin Ling. "Sure, in 5 years I'll personally look for you." Lin Ling said word by word. 5 years was just a blink of an eye for a warrior. For some geniuses, 5 years might not even be enough to convert 10% of their realm essence. But for Lin Ling, 5 years was enough. He had the myriad demon eyes and had no bottlenecks in his cultivation. When the time came, he wanted to see how the members of the heavenly court would be defeated by him. "I'll be waiting for you." Yi Xiaoxiu left behind these words and then helplessly left. Lin Ling coldly looked at the other party, his eyes blazing with a fiery light. Now, he finally knew some information about his enemy. It was the heavenly court. If there's nothing else, we'll be leaving first. As for the city lords and other powerhouses, they all smiled. They didn't dare to find trouble with Lin Ling. Moreover, Lin Ling could threaten a World King powerhouse and even make Ancestor Dragon Granny personally appear. This meant that Lin Ling wasn't simple at all. Go! Ancestor Dragon Granny nodded towards the powerhouses. She looked at Lin Ling. I didn't think that a fellow like you could threaten a World King powerhouse. Fierce, fierce. To her, Lin Ling and Yi Xiaoshu weren't on the same level at all. The latter was extremely famous in Azure Province and had cultivated for a long time. However, when Lin Ling fought against him, they were evenly matched. This was truly surprising. I was just lucky. Lin Ling modestly smiled and then bowed to Ancestor Dragon Granny. 5 years is the time when you enter the 3 great academies. I hope that you can return victorious in your battle with him. Ancestor Dragon Granny said. In truth, in terms of talent, she didn't favor Lin Ling. But Lin Ling had a mysterious aura around him, causing her to have a bit of confidence in Lin Ling. That's right, I'll be bringing your wife to Radiant Academy. Thank you, Lord Dragon. The two exchanged a few more words and then Ancestor Dragon Granny brought Yu Yu and the others away. Lin Ling looked at them and smiled. He wasn't too reluctant to part with them because it was only 5 years. At that time, he would personally go and find Yu Yu and the others. Let's go. Then, Lin Ling beckoned to Tang Yue and the 3 of them left the ancient city of Everlast. Just what is that fellow's background? Using 5 years to arrange a battle, he's too confident. He's someone from the Martial God Battalion. That was a Martial God cannon. However, to be able to possess a Martial God cannon, that youth's status in the Martial God Battalion isn't low. TSK another monstrous genius. The martial artists of the ancient city of Everlast scattered one after another, but they were still talking about what happened before. Chapter 2282. Accident. Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to hide so well. You even have the Martial God cannon. I've been eyeing that thing for a long time. Unfortunately, it can't be bought with money. Along the way, Gong Yangjiang stared at Lin Ling in astonishment. The previous battle was full of twists and turns, and it made his blood boil. Go to the Martial God Barracks first. Then, you'll have a chance to obtain the Martial God cannon after experiencing a few trials of life and death. Lin Ling said with a smile. In the previous battle, Gong Yangjiang and the others did not leave. This made Lin Ling feel that Gong Yangjiang was a pretty good person. Aren't you the Grand Commander? You should be able to recruit me privately, right? I want to play in the Martial God Barracks. All right, 50,000 divinity crystals. Hee, a problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. The 3 of them chatted as they walked. They were getting closer and closer to the Martial God Barracks. At this moment, a few figures were looking curiously through the surroundings on the Martial God's path that led to the Martial God Barracks. A long time passed before they finally left the Martial God's path, and they appeared before the 2 mountains once more. On top of the mountain, the 2 powerhouses who had been guarding the North Territory looked at them in surprise. I didn't expect that so many geniuses would be born in the North Territory in these 2 years. One of the old men said with a smile. Senior, is this the Martial God world? Those few people looked around curiously. Among them, a petite woman who looked like a little witch said respectfully. If Lin Ling were here, he would be surprised to find that the woman who spoke was Xian Yuange. As for the people beside her, they were Sword Immortal Tsong Tian and the others. The few of them had clearly comprehended the world origin seed. At this moment, they also followed Lin Ling's footsteps and stepped into the Martial God world. This is indeed the Martial God realm. Do you guys have anywhere you want to go? The old man continued. Martial God Battalion. Xian Yuange and the others looked at each other and laughed. There are so many people going to the Martial God Barracks these days. Not long ago, a young man went there and seemed to be doing quite well. Then there were 2 little girls, and then there are you guys. Could it be that you guys know each other? Another middle-aged man laughed. Of course I do. That young man is my master. The Dark Dragon Emperor said proudly. He guessed that the young man was Li Xiaoyao. Moreover, he was a bit excited. He wondered how his master was doing. "You have a good master." The middle-aged man thought of the mysterious young man and said meaningfully. The old man pondered for a moment before he reminded them, "However, there's an accident on the way to the martial god's barracks because the people from the commandery are seizing cultivators to enter the secret realm. All of you have to be careful." "Thanks for the reminder." Xianxia and the others hurriedly bowed and replied. Under the guidance of the old man, they headed in a certain direction. However, they didn't know that what awaited them was an accident that caused them to be separated. It should be known that in Qingzhou, having a strong background was extremely important. For example, Qingzhou's 3 great academies or the 4 great commanderies were at least central commanderies. Those who didn't have any background were rogue cultivators. Unless they were very powerful rogue cultivators, ordinary rogue cultivators were in a much more dangerous situation in Qingzhou. Xianxia and the others headed toward the martial god's barracks. However, after just one day, a large number of figures stopped them. One of the old men sneered and then threw out a huge net. The huge net covered the sky and covered the earth. When it fell, it was as if the sun, moon, and stars were falling. Xianxia and the others were immediately trapped. Currently, we've caught more than 20,000 rogue cultivators. The number of people is about right. The plan can begin. Yes, the old man said indifferently. He looked at Xianxia and the others. "Now, I'll give you a good fortune. If you don't die, you'll also soar to the sky." All right. Their plan was to enter a certain secret realm. However, they were very afraid of the secret realm, so they needed more people to join. Of course, this kind of joining was forced. Therefore, they went around capturing rogue cultivators who had just arrived in the martial god realm because these rogue cultivators were the easiest to deal with. Hearing this, Xianxia and the others' expressions became serious. It seemed that they had no other choice at the moment. The old man stared at Xianxia. Seeing that she was somewhat cute, he smiled and said, "Little girl, don't show that you're unwilling. In the martial god realm, the weak have no right to refute. Moreover, many people want to participate in the 8 gods' heavenly palace's secret realm. You're considered lucky to be able to participate." All right. Everyone moved forward. When they reached an ancient city, Xianxia and the others realized that there were many people who were forced to participate in the plan. They were just one of them. Hearing the voices around them, Xianxia and the others also settled down. Although they were forced to participate, the 8 gods' heavenly palace was also their opportunity. On the other side, when Yi Xiaoshou returned to the Qing province heavenly court's branch in anger, the members looked at him in surprise. "Yi Xiaoshou, what kind of strong enemy did you encounter? One of your arms was cut off. Could it be one of the Qing province's 9 great heavens? With your strength, challenging the Qing province's 9 great heavens is like hitting a rock with an egg. Are you crazy? Even the 3 great academies of the Qing province have many people stronger than you. You should be down to earth." Hearing these words, Yi Xiaoshou's expression became even uglier. He had lost all face. With a cold snort, he didn't plan to waste any more words and directly left. 9 dragons supporting ruler, Yi Xiaoshou, what happened to you? But at this time, a huge bronze mirror descended from the sky. From the mirror, a tall and sturdy figure walked out. He was extremely dignified and seemed to have a high status. "Greetings, President." Yi Xiaoshou hurriedly bowed. The latter was the leader of the Qing province heavenly court's branch. He wasn't someone he could offend. The man's expression was indifferent and he didn't say a word. He seemed to want Yi Xiaoshou to tell him what happened. Seeing this, Yi Xiaoshou smiled bitterly and hurriedly told him what had happened. "What? A martial emperor can threaten you? Ha, you're too embarrassing. You're simply a piece of trash." Hearing this, the people in the surroundings immediately mocked. The man frowned. "That little fellow seems to be quite good. Now that martial god Qilin is recruiting members in the 9 province, that little fellow should be able to enter the heavenly court." If martial god Qilin knew that the person the heavenly court wanted to recruit was Li Xiaoyao, then who knew what martial god Qilin Tian Yanlin would think? "Branch leader, you can't," Yi Xiaoshou subconsciously said. How could he let Lin Ling enter the heavenly court? He hurriedly bowed and said, "Branch leader, I have a 5-year agreement with him. If he can defeat me, then he'll prove his talent. If he dies, then he'll be nothing. How can a dead person enter the heavenly court?" "You're right." The man immediately nodded. "Defeating you in 5 years is very unlikely. Only a true monstrous genius can do it. Whether he's a worm or a dragon, we'll see in 5 years. Actually, he didn't look favorably upon the young man because 5 years was too short. Of course, if the young man could win, he would personally invite the young man to join the heavenly court. The man looked at Xianxia and said, "Do you need treatment for your arm?" Chapter 2283. Contentment is happiness, casual and at ease. After Lin Ling returned to the martial god battalion, he planned to enter into a state of cultivation. Although he had defeated Xianxia, that was mostly due to luck. For instance, Bai Lingqi could only withstand one more attack from a world king powerhouse. Another example was the martial god cannon. This thing consumed far too many divine crystals. Only the rich could afford to use it. This is the martial god battalion. Outsiders are not allowed to approach. As the three of them arrived at the martial god battalion, Gong Yangjiang was surprised by the grandeur of the martial god battalion. But soon, a voice came from the front. "I'm here to join the martial god battalion." Gong Yangjiang subconsciously said. He had heard that the martial god battalion had strict military rules. He didn't dare to mess around here. "You think you can join just because you say so?" At the entrance of the martial god battalion, several armored youths coldly said. They stared at Gong Yangjiang with ridicule in their eyes. If one wanted to enter the martial god battalion, they needed to pass a test of blood and slaughter. Did this rough youth think that this was a place to play house? One of the new recruits wanted to play with the old soldiers, but at this time, the complexion of the person beside him changed. He quickly bowed and said, "Greetings, Great Commander Lin Ling." As these words fell, the other new recruits' pupils shrank and they all bowed. Lin Ling nodded. Without saying anything, he led Gong Yangjiang and Tang Yue into the martial god battalion. "We can go in just like that?" Gong Yangjiang was in disbelief. He didn't think that Lin Ling would directly bring him into the martial god battalion without saying anything. After the group entered, the guards began to speak. "That's Great Commander Lin Ling. He's so young. I heard that this year's new recruits didn't want to submit to him, but they were all miserably beaten. Not only is Great Commander Lin Ling strong, but he has also passed all sorts of missions and tests in the martial god battalion. He's very valuable." That's right. Compared to the older generation of commanders, these soldiers undoubtedly had more faith in Lin Ling. Not long after Lin Ling entered the martial god camp, an armored soldier walked over and bowed before Lin Ling. "Is this Lord Lin Ling?" This person's strength was not weak, even stronger than falling flowers, flowing water, and the others. However, his position did not seem to be high, so when facing Lin Ling, he still had to bow. Seeing this, Gong Yangjiang was secretly surprised, and his evaluation of Lin Ling rose again. Lin Ling smiled faintly. "That's me. Great Commander Huang Qi wishes to speak a few words with Milord. I wonder if Milord is free." That person also smiled and said. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and nodded. Although Commander Huang Qi's position was similar to Lin Ling's, he was Lin Ling's guide. Therefore, Lin Ling naturally wouldn't refuse. "Tang Yue, bring Gong Yangjiang to my barracks and tell him the military rules." Lin Ling said to Tang Yue. "Understood, milord." Tang Yue replied lazily. Although she was sincerely convinced by Lin Ling, she still had her pride on the surface. Lin Ling shook his head and couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Tang Yue. He followed the soldier forward. Under the soldier's lead, Lin Ling once again arrived at Great Commander Huang Qi's barracks. At this moment, that man was sitting in the barracks and calmly drinking wine. "Milord, I'm here." After entering the barracks, Lin Ling bowed. "Yo, little brother Lin Ling is here. I can't accept being called milord." Great Commander Huang Qi hurriedly stood up and greeted Lin Ling. He knew that Lin Ling was the center of attention in front of the general, and he would definitely surpass him in the future. "Big brother Huang Qi is my guide." He's my milord in this life and in the next. Lin Ling was still polite. You're such a loyal and righteous person. There aren't many new recruits like you these days. Great Commander Huang Qi helplessly shook his head. He brought Lin Ling to sit down and personally poured a cup of wine for Lin Ling, bringing it to Lin Ling. This left Lin Ling feeling flattered. However, during this process, Lin Ling also secretly looked at Great Commander Huang Qi. He guessed that the latter was absolutely a world king powerhouse. He was no longer a newcomer to the martial god battalion. He could more or less sense the strength of some powerhouses. Of course, as he drank, Lin Ling also sensed that there was something on Great Commander Huang Qi's mind. Great Commander's mission is about to begin. This time it's much stricter. It's said that if you don't complete the mission, you'll be demoted. Great Commander Huang Qi said as he drank. So this was what he was worried about. After all, he was now a great commander. If he was demoted, then he would become a commander. He couldn't let go of his face. But in the martial god battalion, every great commander had to undergo an assessment once every 100 years. If they didn't complete the mission, then they would be demoted. For someone like Lin Ling, this wasn't the case. This was because Lin Ling was the new great commander and he had many more opportunities. And for this mission, Lin Ling also had to participate. Speaking of this mission, Lin Ling was also a bit curious. For a great commander to complete his mission, he had no idea how many powerhouses he would encounter. Let's not talk about this. What do you think of my lotus stamen rain wine? At this time, Great Commander Huang Qi collected his thoughts and smiled at Lin Ling. Lin Ling gently tasted the wine. It had to be said that he had drunk a great deal of wine, strong wine, fermented wine, and so forth. But this lotus stamen rain wine was indeed quite good. It was fragrant and not too strong, but after it entered his body, there was a rich aftertaste. It was like rain washing over his entire body, making his body feel extremely smooth. And most importantly, there was a wonderful feeling, as if he were in a world of lotuses. Not bad, good wine. Lin Ling praised. To be able to receive a word of praise from little brother Lin Ling, I'm really proud. Great Commander Huang Qi nodded with a smile. This wine comes from the Lotus world in the east. It was brewed using 10,000-year-old Stamen King mist and buried in the Black Ice world in the north for 10,000 years. It took a total of 20,000 years. He drank a mouthful of wine and slowly enjoyed it. Then he sighed again. This wine was brewed according to the method of the Great Clarity Red Cloud wine. No matter if it was the selection of materials, the method of brewing, or even the method of tasting wine, it was similar to the Great Clarity Red Cloud wine. Unfortunately, I've never tasted the real Great Clarity Red Cloud wine. This is a great pity. Big brother, you're exaggerating. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. As the saying goes, contentment brings happiness. The real Great Clarity Red Cloud wine might not be better than the Lotus Stamen rain wine. Everyone has different tastes, so why be obsessed with one wine? What's more, the Lotus Stamen rain wine was brewed by Big Brother. It's enough that you put in a lot of effort into it. If you're too stubborn, it's even worse. As soon as these words fell, Great Commander Huang Qi's expression changed, as if he had touched upon something. Contentment brings happiness. Contentment brings happiness. Yes, if he pursued a better wine, would it definitely be better than the wine he was drinking now? And if he pursued a higher position, would he be more free and easy than he was now? His body trembled, and he immediately poured the wine and drank 3 mouthfuls. The smile on his face became even wider. The clouds of worry at the beginning seemed to have drifted away with the wind at this moment. Drinking wine was also life. Previously, he was worried about the Great Commander's mission and was afraid that he would be eliminated. This caused pressure to form, but now he seemed to understand. Contentment brings happiness. Suddenly, a powerful aura spread out from his body. In the sky, invisible realm essence seemed to be drawn from 10,000 realms, endlessly entering Great Commander Huang Qi's body. Chapter 2284. A general's invitation. In that moment, Great Commander Huang Qi was overjoyed. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lin Ling also smiled. Congratulations, old brother Huang Qi. Of course. If it weren't for old brother's words, I fear I would still be trapped at the bottom of the well. Great Commander Huang Qi immediately stood up and bowed towards Lin Ling. This is old brother Huang Qi's lucky chance. Lin Ling waved his hand. When Great Commander Huang Qi made his breakthrough, he had sensed that several worlds of the infinite world seemed to be summoned, forming a mysterious strength that surged forth. This was the strength of a world king powerhouse. This was also drawing out the strength of the infinite worlds. For instance, a fire attribute martial artist could draw out the strength of a fire attribute world. If this strength was combined with their martial talent, their attack power would greatly increase. After Great Commander Huang Qi was ecstatic, he couldn't help but calm down. At this time, he discovered that although Lin Ling's words seemed to be casual, there was actually a special meaning behind them. Could it be that Lin Ling had seen through the knot in his heart and was giving him advice on how to deal with it? Old brother Lin Ling, it seems that old brother has underestimated you once more. Thinking of this, Great Commander Huang Qi spoke up once more. His words were mixed with a touch of respect. Today, I am indebted to old brother's kindness. Old brother owes you a favor. In the future, as long as old brother says a single word, I will go through water and tread on fire without hesitation. Sometimes, breaking through a boundary depended on lucky chances. In particular, when one was stuck at a bottleneck, they would be stuck at the same spot for 100 years. Thus, Lin Ling's words could be said to be a debt as heavy as a mountain. Moreover, after he was grateful, he was also shocked. He was well aware of Lin Ling's origins. Lin Ling came from a rural area in the northern lands. But Lin Ling had accomplished something that many people couldn't. This sort of feeling was far too mysterious. As he interacted with Lin Ling, he felt as if Lin Ling was his master. Brother, you're exaggerating. If it weren't for your help in the past, I wouldn't be where I am today. Lin Ling said modestly. Great Commander Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. The two of them were in a good mood and drank a few more mouthfuls. Then, a voice came from outside the barracks. Great Commander Lin Ling, the Demon Destroyer General invites you to see him. Grand Commander Huang Qi's expression changed drastically. Lin Ling, go quickly. Those are the 3 great generals of the Martial God Battalion. Even Lin Ling was a little surprised. The general had summoned him? The Martial God Battalion has 3 great generals, the Demon Destroyer Great General, the Huangfu Great General, and the Dragon Killer Great General. Everyone in the Martial God Battalion would be envious if the Great General personally invited them. Grand Commander Huang Qi said again. Lin Ling nodded his head, stood up and left. He was speechless in his heart. He had just returned and there were already so many people wanting to see him. He didn't even have time to cultivate. Seeing Lin Ling leave, Grand Commander Huang Qi smiled and shook his head. He knew that Lin Ling was a dragon among men and would definitely soar to the sky. Now Lin Ling was starting to show his edge. Long after Lin Ling left, several figures walked over with smiles on their faces. Congratulations, brother Huang Qi. I sensed that you had broken through from afar. The people who came were all grand commanders, and the one in the lead was Ling Hu Lei. Hee, you're here to ask for wine, right? Grand Commander Huang Qi scolded with a smile. What? You're still stingy with wine after breaking through? How about this? I'll treat you to some wine and you let me try to break through. The Grand Commanders pretended to reprimand Ling Hu Lei, causing Grand Commander Huang Qi to laugh. These Grand Commanders called each other brothers. Now that he had broken through, these Grand Commanders would definitely be happy for him. Tell me, how did I break through? After they sat down, Grand Commander Huang Qi said mysteriously. You must have broken through naturally after many years of bitter cultivation. Ling Hu Lei immediately looked at Grand Commander Huang Qi strangely. Grand Commander Huang Qi shook his head with a faint smile. Do you think bitter cultivation is useful at our level? If that were the case, those experts from the 3 great academies of Qingzhou would have become extremely powerful. Could it be that you've obtained some kind of treasure? Ling Hu Lei and the others were even more curious. Treasures are only supplementary. Although they are indispensable, can they allow people to break through without bottlenecks every time? Grand Commander Huang Qi narrowed his eyes and said. Everyone's expression changed. They were not weak, So they naturally knew this logic. A cultivator's breakthrough was not something that could be improved by having a huge amount of cultivation resources. Many times, it depended on one's comprehension ability. Otherwise, the martial god realm would have been filled with experts long ago, and those cultivators from the myriad worlds would have been qualified to come to the martial god realm. It's someone else's words. Grand Commander Huang Qi didn't keep them in suspense. Could it be one of the 3 great generals? All the commanders sucked in a breath of cold air. Ling Hu Lei said enviously, "You're really something, Huang Qi. You actually got the 3 great generals to teach you personally. You're trying to make us jealous. You're all thinking too much. The 3 great generals won't pay attention to me. The one who helped me break through was Lin Ling." Grand Commander Huang Qi glanced at everyone and said indifferently. As soon as he said that, the barracks fell silent. Lin Ling was a new recruit and had only cultivated for a short period of time. Yet, he was able to help Commander Huang Qi break through with just a few words. If it wasn't for Commander Huang Qi saying it himself, these commanders would have thought that it was a farce. This guy is not simple. Ling Hu Lei's expression suddenly became serious. In fact, he had only met Lin Ling once. However, that one time was enough for him to know that Lin Ling was not a mediocre person. This was because Lin Ling was very calm and collected when facing seniors like them. No matter what happened, he would remain calm no matter what. It was difficult to see through him. He's definitely not simple. Right now, the 3 great generals have personally invited him. Grand Commander Huang Qi added. The barracks fell even more silent. Grand Commander, I'm looking forward to seeing him soar into the sky and become the youngest deputy general in the history of the martial god barracks. Grand Commander Huang Qi suddenly said, causing all the commanders' expressions to change. A deputy general was someone who could summon all the grand commanders. At this moment, Lin Ling was advancing in the martial god barracks. The martial god barracks was huge. After passing through countless barracks, an ancient mountain appeared in front of him. The mountain was like a ferocious tiger lying on the ground. It was majestic and majestic. What was even more shocking was that no matter which angle one looked at the mountain, they would have the illusion that the ferocious tiger was looking at them. That is where the Demon Destroyer Lord is. Ordinary people are not allowed to approach. Those who violate the military rules will be punished. Lord Lin Ling, please go. The soldier leading the way looked at Lin Ling enviously, then bowed and left. Thanks. Lin Ling bowed to the soldier and looked at the mountain in front of him. In fact, he was curious as to why the Demon Destroyer Lord had summoned him. Without hesitation, Lin Ling walked towards the mysterious mountain. His left eye quietly opened, and he was immediately shocked to discover that it was not a mountain, but a real tiger god. The size of this tiger was frightening. Most importantly, this tiger was in a deep slumber. It was a living creature. When this tiger appears, tens of thousands of enemies will tremble in fear. The martial god barracks is so famous in Qingzhou. It seems like they have the ability. Lin Ling thought to himself. Chapter 2285. Demon Break Mountain. These people were the personal guards of the Demon Break generals. In the martial gods battalion, their positions weren't high. In fact, they were just soldiers. However, no one dared to look down on them because they were the personal guards of the generals. From a certain point of view, other than the fact that they couldn't summon soldiers, they had all other rights. Even the Grand Commander had to give them face. Who is that person? How dare he? Is the Demon Break Mountain a place where ordinary people can approach? Don't worry, the Demon Break Tiger will devour him. The personal guards sneered. Because they were the personal guards of the generals, they had long developed arrogant personalities. At this moment, on the mountain peak, 3 old men were playing chess. One of the spectators shouted excitedly, as if he thought that the player had made a wrong move. The spectators don't speak. Huang Dao, don't forget this rule. The old man who was playing chess couldn't help but say. The old man who was talking non-stop laughed awkwardly and immediately fell silent. However, he soon shouted again, Time Dragon Kill, you are too stupid. How can you play chess like that? Stupid, stupid. So noisy. Am I the one playing chess or are you the one playing chess? Shut up. The old man who was playing chess couldn't bear it anymore. Bullshit. When I was playing chess, weren't you shouting at the side? The spectators don't speak. This rule is also useful to you. Huang Fu Yidao immediately retorted. In front of outsiders, the three generals who were as dignified as martial gods were actually ordinary old men. For an ordinary game of chess, they would fight until their heads bled. You should look at that little guy. He should be here. He will walk up on his own. That's not necessarily true. If he is devoured by my demon break tiger, I can't guarantee anything. If he is devoured by the demon break tiger, it will prove that he is only SOSO. Because your demon break tiger bullies the weak and fears the strong. It will never change no matter how many years have passed. After arguing for a while, the three old men gradually quieted down and revealed meaningful smiles. At this moment, Lin Ling finally stepped onto the tiger mountain. Suddenly, a tiger's roar entered his ears. Surprisingly, this tiger's roar was silent. Only Lin Ling could hear it. Scram or die. Lin Ling even understood the meaning behind the tiger's roar. That terrifying aura was like an invisible ripple, causing the expressions of the bodyguards in the mountains to change drastically. They knew that the mysterious tiger god had awakened. Soon, they stared at Lin Ling mockingly. Although the Demon Break Mountain was a forbidden area of the Martial God Battalion, there was no lack of troublesome recruits who wandered around with curiosity. However, when they arrived at this place, they were scared witless before they even entered the mountain. Therefore, they knew that the young man of unknown origin was definitely going to lose face. However, Lin Ling smiled and continued forward. An even more terrifying tiger roar resounded. It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were boiling. Moreover, mountains of corpses and seas of blood were everywhere. It even made people feel as if the world within the myriad of worlds had collapsed in an instant. This kind of aura was so terrifying that even 10,000 enemies couldn't approach it. In fact, this demon-shattering tiger was the general's mount. When the two armies were fighting, the tiger's roar would cause the enemy to lose the ability to fight. Over the years, the tiger's accumulated aura was naturally extremely terrifying. However, the person it was facing this time wasn't an ordinary person. Moreover, he wasn't an ordinary genius either. He was the ghost genius Li Xiaoyao. Li Xiaoyao had risen like a comet in the martial god realm. He had seen all kinds of situations. Even when he was surrounded by more powerful enemies, he had never been afraid. How can you get the tiger's cub without entering the tiger's mountain? Calm down. Lin Ling was still as calm as ever. He had already seen through the origin of this mountain. In addition to Li Xiaoyao's knowledge, he naturally wasn't afraid. As Lin Ling arrived at the mountainside, the tiger's roar became even more frenzied. It seemed to think that Lin Ling had underestimated it. However, Lin Ling still continued forward despite the tiger's roar. He was as still as a mountain and wouldn't be shocked even if the sky collapsed. Who is this guy? At the mountainside, the bodyguards' expressions changed drastically. This was because it took them more than 10 years to gain the demon-shattering tiger's approval. However, the young man didn't fear the demon-shattering tiger even though it was his first time here. His courage was too strong. Most importantly, they knew that if the demon-shattering tiger really came out, the young man would definitely die. From a certain perspective, the young man was dancing on a tightrope. You're just an animal. Without a master, you're nothing. So, don't be a dog that bullies others. At this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke. His tone was extremely calm and there was no aura to speak of. However, his determination and fearlessness were extremely strong. Gradually, the ancient mountain quieted down. It seemed to have sensed Lin Ling's ferocity and also seemed to have sensed that Lin Ling wasn't afraid of it at all. In reality, Lin Ling wasn't wrong. At this moment, the demon-shattering tiger was just a watchdog. When a stranger came, it would naturally bark. However, since the stranger wasn't afraid of it, it began to retreat. This little guy is really brave. How can he be a commander if he's not brave? However, he's too arrogant. I, little tiger, have so many military achievements. How dare he call me a dog? What a naughty guy. I've said it before. Your tiger bullies the weak and fears the strong. At the top of the mountain, the three old men were still playing chess. However, they smiled faintly and praised Lin Ling's courage. This was the aura that a soldier needed. Lin Ling smiled at this moment. The demon-shattering generals had invited him to meet with them, but they had sent a stupid tiger to stop him. They were obviously trying to show him their military might. However, they had used their military might on the wrong person. Stop right there. For you. When Lin Ling reached the middle of the mountain, the soldiers blocked his path. Each of them was wearing majestic armor and looked down at Lin Ling from above. I'm Lin Ling, Commander. Lin Ling smiled faintly as if he hadn't met a passerby but a friend. This smile was too calm, causing those personal guards to feel extremely displeased. So what if you're a commander? When did you enter the martial god barracks? One of the soldiers frowned. However, with their status, they really didn't care about any commander. I'm a soldier from the previous batch. Lin Ling smiled. As soon as he said that, the personal guards looked at each other with smiles in their eyes. In fact, they had seen Lin Ling's young age, so they didn't care about Lin Ling. Furthermore, they hadn't received any orders from the general, so they didn't care about Lin Ling even more. In addition, when Lin Ling reported his background, they found out that he was a recruit from the previous batch. This made them even more disdainful. Unfortunately, they didn't know that the general had purposely not informed them. He wanted to see how Lin Ling would deal with these difficulties. Would he wait patiently at the bottom of the mountain? Or would he charge directly to the top of the mountain? These two choices were also two different ways of dealing with the world. What are you doing here? The soldiers asked again. I'm here to meet the general. Lin Ling smiled. His tone was magnanimous, as if he was saying that meeting the general was a very normal thing. As soon as he said that, the soldiers were stunned. Then they all burst into laughter. The soldiers laughed until their stomachs hurt. Not everyone could meet the general. Even the veterans of the martial god barracks didn't have the chance to meet the general, let alone a recruit. You're just a recruit. Who gave you the courage? Get lost now, or you'll be punished according to the military rules. After the soldiers laughed, their expressions became more serious. Chapter 2286. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. I'll meet him personally. The moment the sword was drawn, the sword light was like water. The bodyguards on the mountainside were all stunned. Lin Ling actually took the initiative to draw his sword? This was going against his superior. How dare you? Are you trying to assassinate the general? The bodyguards shouted angrily. In their eyes, Lin Ling was courting death. In fact, from their point of view, they didn't care about Lin Ling's position at all. They only needed to know how strong Lin Ling was. Lin Ling was a new recruit from the previous batch. At the very most, Lin Ling could only convert 60% of his boundary essence. If they considered the upper limit, it would be 70% at most. 70% was already very impressive. However, they could unleash 100%. I've served the general for 10 years, but I can't meet the general whenever I want. So, you think you can meet him whenever you want? One of the bodyguards took a large step forward, forming a wave of air. His entire body was like a world as he charged toward Lin Ling. Salute fist. A majestic fist appeared in his hand. The name of this fist technique was very ordinary, but its origin was not small. It was created by the general himself. Level, first grade top tier. This was the benefit of becoming a bodyguard. When the general was in a good mood, they could receive guidance at will and their strength would increase by leaps and bounds. 80% of his boundary essence. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. As expected of a bodyguard. His martial arts had probably increased by 20% of his boundary essence. However, he still smiled and slashed out with the sword in his hand. At the same time, a soft voice floated out. Bodyguards are still soldiers after all. Shameless boasting. When the bodyguards heard Lin Ling's words, their eyes narrowed. Lin Ling was looking down on them. No matter how arrogant they were still just soldiers. Cripple him. Instantly, the bodyguards roared angrily. Boom! On the mountainside, a deafening sound rang out. A sword seemed to have pierced through 10,000 worlds and instantly pierced through the bodyguard who had punched out. The remaining people's eyes narrowed. What happened? They then realized that Lin Ling had already walked past the bodyguard, and the bodyguard didn't move at all, maintaining his punching posture. Big brother Wu Yongqing converted 80% of his realm essence and even used the martial arts that the demon-destroying general personally taught him. How could he not defeat that new recruit? That's impossible. The military salute fist has the military might of the martial god battalion. With one punch, tens of thousands of enemies would tremble in fear. Big brother Wu Yongqing is definitely not defeated. Not bad. The bodyguards frowned. Plop. However, in the next moment, the bodyguard that had remained motionless collapsed like Mount Tai. Blood flowed out from his fist. At this moment, all of the soldiers narrowed their eyes. Defeated? Wu Yongqing was the strongest among them, yet he was defeated with a single move? One had to know that if these personal guards had participated in the Divine List training, they would have definitely gotten first place. However, the general didn't allow them to participate. After all, they were personal guards and not commanders. But now, a new recruit had defeated them? What was the background of these new recruits? What sorcery did you use? The bodyguards glared at Lin Ling and their expressions became even more serious. 90% of realm essence, black sword record, Mount Tai crush. Lin Ling said with a smile. His large sword drew on the ground and made a sharp sound. Black sword record. That's a second-grade realm essence martial art. The general said that with our strength, we can't cultivate second-grade martial arts. He actually cultivated it and succeeded? The bodyguards sucked in a breath of cold air. Only now did they realize that although Lin Ling's sword seemed to be very slow, its power was terrifying. It was as if it suppressed the power of an entire realm. This person is not simple. We can't underestimate him. Set up the formation. Dignified voices floated out from their mouths. At the same time, a strange power spread out. Green smoke emitted from everyone's body and intertwined with each other, forming a huge green ancient worm in the air. This worm's body was full of worm eyes, but its green armor was extremely hard. It stared at Lin Ling with disdain. 7-kill demon breaking formation. They were bodyguards and their mission was to protect the general. Thus, they had learned a powerful guardian formation. It could be said that once this formation appeared, even a world king powerhouse would find it difficult to take another step forwards. Try taking another step. As the array formation formed, the bodyguards roared out. Today, they could not allow Lin Ling to reach the summit. Otherwise, they would lose all face. This was because if the general's bodyguards couldn't stop a newcomer and this news spread out, how would others view them? At this time, Lin Ling frowned. He didn't think that these bodyguards would be able to lay down such a mysterious guardian formation. Not even a world king powerhouse can break it? Lin Ling muttered to himself as his left eye appeared. Do you know how fierce we are now? Let me tell you, just by the fact that you forced your way into Demon Breaking Mountain today, we can erase you. The bodyguards coldly said. They thought that Lin Ling was afraid. As a matter of fact, Lin Ling had indeed stopped in his tracks. He was still staring at the mysterious green insect. I admit that you were able to defeat Big Brother Wu Yongqing and that you are a fierce genius of the Martial God Battalion. We have all underestimated you, but you are only SOSO. Now, you can tell us your name. Seeing Lin Ling remain silent, a bodyguard indifferently said. Ironically, they only wanted to know Lin Ling's name now. My name is Lin Ling. At this time, Lin Ling finally withdrew his left eye. Lin Ling, right? You can return now. Whether or not the general wishes to see you, we will ask. But if you take another step forwards, the only fate awaiting you is death. A bodyguard coldly said. He didn't kill Lin Ling. After all, he had gradually discovered that Lin Ling seemed to have some ability. Thank you, but I will ask him myself. However, just as his voice fell, Lin Ling stepped forwards once more, a calm smile on his face. You are courting death. The bodyguards were stunned. Lin Ling was simply too arrogant. At almost the same time, the blue-shelled insect above their heads opened its eyes. A circular energy of boundary essence crazily shot towards Lin Ling. The strength of this boundary essence had reached 100%. This was the ordinary strike of a world king powerhouse. Montai crush. Boom. Lin Ling also lifted his sword. His complexion was dignified as he ruthlessly slashed out. Rumble, rumble, rumble. This was also the first time he had faced the strike of a world king powerhouse. Without a doubt, he was forced backwards by the impact. But Lin Ling was just barely able to block that circular energy of boundary essence. After all, this wasn't the attack of a world king powerhouse. Fierce. Amazing. Compared to Lin Ling's indifference, the bodyguards felt their hearts shake. They had followed the general for many years and their experiences were vast. But today's events had surpassed their imaginations. This was because a recruit had actually blocked the strike of a world king powerhouse. However, the previous sword strike was only one of many. Lin Ling had just blocked that circular energy of boundary essence when his feet touched the ground and he shot forwards. A dragon roared. The dragon energy of the tyrannical song sword was stimulated. Dragon painting finishing touch. This sword strike was extremely fast. It had the speed to instantly pierce through a world. It was like a dragon had crossed the skies. Demon breaking myriad eyes. However, these bodyguards were indeed fierce. As Lin Ling moved, they also moved. Their bodies formed a mysterious gas that rushed towards the blue-shelled insect in the sky. Chapter 2287. Testing Lin Ling. The green-shelled giant insect's defense instantly increased to the point that it was able to block the attack of a world king powerhouse. However, although its defense was strong, there was still a massive weakness in its countless eyes. Unfortunately, this weakness was also grasped by Lin Ling. Lin Ling's sword still didn't stop. A voice came from his mouth. This array formation comes from the evolution of the 9-9 return to one world array. Bang. As he spoke, one of the millions of eyes was pierced through by Lin Ling's sword. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the green-shelled giant insect's body. In the next moment, it exploded. As for the bodyguards beneath the giant insect, they all vomited blood and were sent flying backwards, smashing into the ground. You broke the general's array formation. A cry of surprise came from the mouth of one of the personal guards. Lin Ling had simply created another miracle. At the same time, on the summit, the three old men were still playing chess. But as one of the old men was about to place a chess piece on the board, his hand froze, his eyes widening with shock. He broke my array formation. An incredulous voice floated out from his mouth. The other two old men's complexions also froze. In fact, with their knowledge and experience, that array formation wasn't too profound. But Lin Ling was only a new recruit. For him to break this array formation wasn't simple at all. He said that this array formation came from the 9-9 return to one world array. What he said is correct. This 7 slaughter demon breaking array indeed came from the 9-9 return to one world array. But how did he know the array core of the 7 slaughter demon breaking array? Huang Fuidao narrowed his eyes. It looks like we underestimated him. Another old man named Li Pomo said, his voice filled with deep meaning. He's really fierce. We deliberately set up a difficult problem to test him, and the result is that he really wants to climb to the summit. It looks like he has 2 different ways of doing things. He has chosen an unconventional way of doing things. If he had been waiting at the foot of the mountain for our orders, then he would have been a good soldier. After all, a soldier's duty is to obey orders. However, he didn't pay attention to those who tried to stop him and insisted on climbing the mountain. This shows that he is a talented general. He doesn't stick to the rules and doesn't stick to the rules. 2 choices, to see through a person. The 3 old men muttered to themselves. In fact, they had used the previous test to see what kind of person Lin Ling was. One was to obey orders, while the other was to be unconventional. From the general's point of view, they would definitely prefer the former. No one liked soldiers who kept giving orders. But from the perspective of the future, the latter had more potential. He has the qualifications to become the marshal of the Martial God Battalion. Finally, Huang Fuidao said with a faint smile. Choosing the second path meant that Lin Ling was not willing to be inferior to others. Lin Ling would not be a soldier in the future. If he wanted to be, he would be the strongest. The strongest person in the Martial God Battalion was Martial Holy Fiery Tiger, who stood above the three great generals. Not only is he unconventional, he is even somewhat unruly. Huang Fuidao smiled bitterly, because at this moment, on the mountainside, Lin Ling grabbed those personal guards and threw them down the mountain one by one. The general's personal guard was thrown down the mountain. That guy was quite daring. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, at the foot of the demon-destroying mountain, the personal guards were thrown down one by one, causing the soldiers in the distance to gasp. Who was so arrogant? As for the personal guards who were thrown down the mountain, they were all angry out of humiliation. Lin Ling smiled and continued forward. After a while, he finally arrived at the top of the mountain. The scenery here was not bad. The three old men were playing chess. They must be the three generals. Greetings to the three generals. Seeing this, Lin Ling hurriedly saluted. However, the three old men did not say anything and continued playing chess. My lord, this person has barged into this place. He should be executed. At this moment, those personal guards with swollen noses ran up the mountain and pointed at Lin Ling as they roared angrily. Until now, they were not sure if Lin Ling had been invited, but they were sure that Lin Ling had made them lose face. Put on your armor first. However, Lin Ling said with a faint smile. You. Those personal guards were so angry that they gritted their teeth. At this moment, they were indeed in an extremely sorry state. Their armor was tattered and their faces were swollen. How dare you? How dare you force your way into the demon destruction mountain? The personal guard named Wu Yongqing shouted angrily. He would definitely not let Lin Ling off. He wanted to convict Lin Ling in front of the generals. However, his words did not move the three generals. They were still playing chess. I was invited by the demon-destroying general. How could I barge in? Lin Ling replied indifferently and frowned. He did not understand what the three generals were trying to do. Even if the general really invited you, you should have waited at the foot of the mountain instead of barging in. You are disregarding military rules and should be executed. Otherwise, what dignity does the Martial God Battalion have? Wu Yongqing gave Lin Ling a huge label. He wanted nothing more than to kill Lin Ling. That's right. A country has its laws and a family has its rules. Even if you were invited by the general, you should have waited patiently. Barging in is disadvantageous to the general. The other personal guards also accused Lin Ling of a huge crime. Lin Ling frowned. Previously, when these personal guards had stopped him, he had only taught them a small lesson. However, he did not expect that these personal guards would say that they would kill him. It was as if they wanted to kill Lin Ling. General, please punish him for the sake of the Martial God Battalion's military rules. Then, the personal guards all knelt down with a look of righteousness. Although they were still not sure if Lin Ling had been invited, they had been with the demon-destroying general for 10 years. They did not believe that the demon-destroying general would humiliate them for Lin Ling. However, the three generals were still playing chess. However, the auras on their bodies became more serious. They seemed to be angry. You are the ones who are disregarding military rules. However, at this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke. We are disregarding military rules? You are really good at twisting the truth. The personal guards were stunned. Then they could not help but laugh. Lin Ling had forced his way into the demon-destroying mountain. Everyone had seen it. Now he wanted to bite them? If this happened in the Martial God Battalion, no one would speak up for Lin Ling. If I have been invited by the general, then he must have important military information for me. Perhaps it is an extremely urgent military matter. You are just a bunch of slaves. However, you have stopped me. If the military matter is delayed, how can you bear the consequences? If millions of people die in the war outside because of your obstruction, can you bear the consequences? Lin Ling took a step forward. His aura was domineering. When they heard this, all the personal guards were stunned. They could not refute him. If the military situation was extremely urgent and they delayed the battle, they would not be able to bear the responsibility for such a huge crime. Why are you not speaking? When he saw that the personal guards were silent, Lin Ling spoke again. Without a doubt, this sentence made the personal guards speechless again. The situation had changed instantly. It was as if the personal guards had violated military rules. The three old men looked at each other and laughed. This kid is very adaptable. He is very impressive. That's right. He also knows how to take advantage of the situation and use military rules to bite back at the enemy. Moreover, he is ferocious and ruthless. He is indeed a talented general. Chapter 2288. Not in the Martial God Battalion. The fact that the three great generals had come forward to test Lin Ling showed how important Lin Ling was to them. Are you willing to take me as your master? Finally, one of the old men turned around. He had a hideous scar on his face, and he was awe-inspiring without being angry. As soon as he finished speaking, the eyes of the personal guards trembled. Actually, they followed the great generals, and from a certain perspective, they were half a disciple of the great general. However, that was only what they thought, and the great general didn't treat them as disciples. But now, a newcomer had actually made the great general speak. Envy, jealousy. The eyes of Wu Yongqing and the others turned red. Lin Ling what? Even Lin Ling was secretly surprised. Did the great generals invite me to be their disciple? Thank you for your kindness, great general. However, my ambition isn't in the Martial God Battalion, so I've let you down. Lin Ling bowed slightly and didn't conceal anything. Actually, based on the memories that Li Xiaoyao had left him, he really didn't need anyone to guide him. Moreover, the Martial God Battalion wasn't their goal. His goal was to find Tian Lioli, so he couldn't take the great general as his master. However, his calm words caused the bodyguards to be stunned. Subconsciously, a thought appeared in their minds. Lin Ling was so foolish. After all, if one could become the great general's disciple, then he could do whatever he wanted in the Martial God Battalion. If such an opportunity was given to them, they would have kowtowed to express their gratitude. Even the three old men were stunned. Lin Ling had rejected them so bluntly. They laughed bitterly in their hearts. As expected of a talented general, he wasn't willing to be inferior to the great general. How dare you? Wu Yongqing was envious and furious. He immediately pointed at Lin Ling and shouted angrily, "The great general wants you to be his disciple because he appreciates you, but you don't want face." Lin Ling was slightly angry when he heard that. Is this personal guard going to waste his time with me? He gave tit for tat and said, everyone has their own aspirations, and you can't force them. If you want to become my disciple, then do it yourself. But from the looks of it, you can't do it. Wu Yongqing was at a loss for words. He was so angry that his face turned red. He could only look at the general for help. Haven't you lost enough face? Get down. However, that old man coldly shook his head and reprimanded him. All of the bodyguards opened their mouths wide. They never thought that Lin Ling would be so unruly, but the ones being scolded were them. Moreover, they were the general's people. General? Wu Yongqing was so angry that his body trembled. He felt even more indignant. Get lost. However, the old man only gave him the word, get lost. In the end, the group of bodyguards left the Demon Break Mountain with anger and frustration. My name is Li Pomo, one of the three great generals. This is Huang Fuidao, you've met him before. The other one is General Time Dragon Killer. The old man quickly retracted his gaze and looked at Lin Ling with a faint smile. Greetings, three great generals. Lin Ling immediately saluted. He had already guessed that the general must have invited him for a purpose. Everything before was just a test. After all, the general wouldn't be so bored as to deliberately target Lin Ling. You're good, very good. At first, I thought you were a very good soldier, but I didn't expect you to be a talented general. In fact, if you had agreed to be my disciple, I would have been very happy, but I would also have been disappointed, because this meant that you were only SOS. Fortunately, you didn't agree. If you become the disciple of the Demon Break Great General, you can only be a general for the rest of your life. Since you refused, your future will be even more limitless. In fact, I invited you here today to introduce you to the marshal. The three old men spoke one after another, causing Lin Ling to suck in a breath of cold air. Marshal? The #1 expert of the Martial God Battalion? Those who can meet the marshal are all gifted and have a bright future ahead of them. They might even take over the position of marshal. Huang Fuidao's aged eyes flickered with light. This was the purpose of their invitation to Lin Ling. It was because Grand Marshal Violent Tiger had issued an order to find a seedling in the Martial God Battalion to take over the Martial God Battalion's martial seal. They thought highly of Lin Ling, so they tested him. However, Lin Ling had met the requirements. The position of marshal. Lin Ling's expression also became solemn. I wonder if this position of marshal requires me to guard the Martial God Battalion forever? What if I want to enter the 3 great academies of Qingzhou? I wonder if there will be a conflict. There's no need. It's just a martial seal. The battle of the Martial God Battalion is handled by us 3 great generals. Huang Fuidao immediately smiled and explained, moreover, it's not that simple to take over the position of marshal. You're just one of the candidates. Hearing this, Lin Ling's heart relaxed. In fact, the 3 great academies of Qingzhou were his goal, because only by going there could he know the whereabouts of Tian Liuli and the others. Now that the martial seal didn't conflict with his goal, there wasn't much of a problem. Alright, I agree. Don't agree too early. In the past 10,000 years, there have been many candidates for the position of marshal, but they have all fallen in the long trials. That's why rice has to be eaten one bite at a time. Li Puimo smiled again and said, now, the Grand Marshal's mission is about to begin. You should prepare first. If your performance in the mission is not bad, you can be promoted to Deputy General. Every month, your Divine Crystal reward will increase by 100 times, and you'll also be rewarded with a set of treasured battle armor. Treasured battle armor. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. Treasured battle armor was above immortal battle armor, and the support of treasured battle armor was realm essence. For example, the Bai Ling flag and the martial god cannon were treasured battle armor. Although Lin Ling could also forge treasured battle armor, the materials required were too expensive, so he definitely wouldn't miss this reward. Alright, I'll become a deputy general. Lin Ling smiled confidently. This mission was just right for him to improve his strength. Go. Of course, before that, you can go under the martial god tree to comprehend a bit. That's the reward we 3 great generals gave you. As for that place, it's a treasured place to look at the world around the world. It'll be helpful for your state of mind, comprehension, and everything else. Huang Fuidao said again. Lin Ling quickly saluted and then left. Over the years, there have been countless people who wanted to take the marshal's seal. Many monstrous geniuses even moved me. But if you want to talk about the one who left the deepest impression, it's only him. Yes, his talent seems very ordinary, but he can always do things that ordinary people can't. Most importantly, he's the first person who met us who was neither arrogant nor humble. After Lin Ling left, the 3 great generals smiled with admiration. Over the years, they had indeed seen many monstrous geniuses, but Lin Ling was the only one who wasn't afraid of them. This was very rare. I think he'll take the marshal's seal. Huang Fuidao said as he looked at the sky in front of him. But soon after, he sighed. Unfortunately, his ambition isn't in the Martial God Battalion. When these words fell, the other 2 old men trembled. What a proud and arrogant junior. If other people could become the marshal of the Martial God Battalion, they would be proud of it for the rest of their lives. However, Lin Ling's vision didn't stop there. Chapter 2289. The Martial God Tree. Because this was something that was simply impossible to do. Lin Ling walked down the Demon Break Mountain with a smile on his face. The primeval seal? He was quite interested. Most importantly, if he could obtain the primeval seal, he would have even more hope of entering the 3 great academies of Qingzhou. Although the ancestor of the Dragon Granny had personally invited him, that was through the back door. Lin Ling didn't care about that. He wanted to step into the top place of Qingzhou. Only by taking it one step at a time could he return to his former peak. After Lin Ling walked down the Demon Break Mountain, the soldiers glared at Lin Ling angrily. However, that was all they could do. They didn't dare do anything. Lin Ling just smiled at those angry smiles. He didn't care about them at all. "Sir, please come with me." A soldier walked over respectfully and led Lin Ling to the martial god tree. "I really envy this guy. But what gives him the right? We've served for 10 years and are the general's trusted aides. He's been favored by the general the moment he arrived. Does he have 3 heads and 6 arms? It's just a moment of arrogance. Although I know that the general thinks highly of him, many geniuses have been invited by the general over the years. However, many of them have also fallen." "That's right," the soldiers said coldly. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent. Of course, if they had known that General Li Pomo had invited Lin Ling to see him as a marshal, they wouldn't have dared to reveal their murderous intent. They thought that Lin Ling was going to become General Li Pomo's trusted aide, which conflicted with their interests. That was why they were targeting Lin Ling. The martial god tree was said to have been found by the general in Huanyu. It was a mysterious ancient tree that had been born and grown in Huanyu. There wasn't anything special about this tree. However, it could allow a martialist to become more familiar with Huanyu. When Lin Ling arrived at the martial god tree, he was shocked to discover that it was actually a tree of talents. In his world, the talent tree was called the talent tree. The talent fruit at the bottom of the tree was weaker, while the talent fruit at the top was the strongest. When facing light, the talent fruit would lean towards fire and light, while when facing darkness, the talent fruit would lean towards darkness. And such a tree had appeared in front of Lin Ling. "We've arrived. Lord Lin Ling, remember not to miss the commander mission in half a year." The soldier respectfully left. Lin Ling nodded and walked towards the martial god tree. The tree floated in the sky with its leaves swaying gently. Its roots were like dragons, and its fruits were colorful. A mysterious aura emanated from it from time to time. "What a pity, the fruit of this tree is useless to me." After sizing it up, Lin Ling shook his head regretfully. This martial god tree's fruit was only at the immortal level, so it was useless to Lin Ling. After sitting down cross-legged, a mysterious feeling appeared in Lin Ling's heart. This is the power of the universe. Sitting under the tree, Lin Ling felt as if he had arrived at the world of the universe. This place was like a starry sky, countless worlds were dotted with stars. He saw the birth and fall of countless worlds. As time passed, Lin Ling's soul force crazily rose and gradually reached the 1,000 step. This is the craziest increase in soul force that Lin Ling has ever seen since he started cultivating. 1,000 step. If Lin Ling's essence, energy, and soul also increased, his primal chaos divine formula would also reach the first layer. After a long time, Lin Ling opened his eyes. He felt his mind clear up and felt his soul force increase greatly. He was very happy. If he used evasion domain, he would be able to dodge for a longer time. Moreover, he would be able to dodge even more powerful attacks. Although evasion domain seems to be 100% dodgeable, it actually has a flaw. When encountering a stronger attack, it would be even harder to dodge. What a pity, this martial god tree is useless to me. If Lin Ling continued to stay, the increase in soul force would be very slow. Therefore, he decided to leave. Most importantly, the most important thing is to increase his physical strength and flame power. Only then can he form a balance. After returning to his own living quarters, Lin Ling discovered that the entire martial god barracks is filled with a dignified atmosphere. Clearly, the mission is about to begin. The most important person in this mission is the commander. However, the commanders and soldiers also need to participate. They will be able to obtain benefits from the mission. Lin Ling also gathered the commanders under him. There are Lu Chengfeng, Falling Flower Flowing Water Sword, and the newly joined Gong Yangjiang. What surprised Lin Ling is that Gong Yangjiang is doing quite well. It seems that this guy is throwing money again. "Lin Ling, you're back." "Yes." However, at this time, Commander Huang Qi, Ling Hu Lei, and the others also arrived. After seeing Lin Ling, their faces became somewhat grave. "Lin Ling, you should not participate in this mission." "All right," Commander Huang Qi said straightforwardly, "you are a newly promoted commander. Even if you don't participate in the mission, there will be no problem. But if you participate, you will be in danger. All right. Lin Ling was also surprised. He quickly asked. Great Commander Huang Qi sighed and said, "It is said that the Demon Destroyer General's personal guards also participated in the mission and wanted to kill you. There is also Great Commander Xianxia. He also called for many great commanders to attack you, and those great commanders all have 100% Jieyuan. With your current strength, you can't fight them." All right. That's too much. All right. Gong Yangjiang and the others immediately exclaimed. Fairy Danran looked at Lin Ling and said, "My lord, there is no need to show off your strength. It is not a big deal if our barracks does not participate." All right. Hearing this, the others nodded. Lord Lin Ling's rise was too fast. Many people were jealous. In addition, Lin Ling's foundation was not solid enough. He could not compare to those commanders who had cultivated for 100 years. Lin Ling frowned. He had promised the 3 great generals, so he would definitely participate in this mission. Moreover, it was impossible for him to ask the 3 great generals for help. If he couldn't handle such a small matter, the 3 great generals would look down on him. It's fine. I will participate in this mission as usual. All right. After thinking for a moment, Lin Ling lightly said, "Old brother Lin Ling, don't be impulsive." All right. Ling Hulei also tried to persuade him. Lin Ling had a bright future ahead of him, but he needed time to grow. And the time left for Lin Ling was far too short. What will come will come. Yes. However, Lin Ling shook his head, a resolute light in his eyes. He also knew that he lacked time to grow, but to him, pressure was more motivation. Of course, if those fellows wanted to kill Lin Ling, it wouldn't be easy. This was because Lin Ling currently had 90% of his world essence. As long as he increased it by another 10%, he would be able to contend with a world king powerhouse. Moreover, Lin Ling also had the martial god cannon. Of course, that treasure cost far too many god crystals. Lin Ling couldn't use it too many times. Seeing this, Commander Huang Qi and the others all sighed. But they also secretly admired Lin Ling. It seemed that Lin Ling's wild rise in the martial god battalion wasn't due to luck. His courage and fighting spirit were also indispensable factors. 3 days later, the mission was announced in the martial god battalion. Early in the morning, a group of soldiers appeared with great momentum. They wore armor and their faces were filled with an aura as if they were unafraid of death. Chapter 2290. The World of Water. The scout barracks had also arrived. Under the leadership of Lin Ling, it was a refreshing sight. However, among the soldiers, many of them stared at Lin Ling with malice in their eyes. At least 60% of them were like that, because someone had secretly issued a bounty. Whoever could kill Lin Ling would be rewarded with 100,000 divine crystals. Although Lin Ling's position in the martial god barracks wasn't low, many people didn't need to be afraid of him in the outside world. Your mission this time is to enter the blue water world. Your goal is to kill the Sea Discord Phoenix King. This person is cruel and ruthless. He has already slaughtered hundreds of worlds and countless lives have been taken by him. Therefore, the myriad worlds request the martial god barracks to exterminate the Sea Discord Phoenix King. Yes. At this time, a majestic voice came from the sky. All the commanders nodded their heads. Army, move out. Then, a huge flag appeared in the sky and was waved heavily. Don't. War drums were beaten at this moment, shocking the world. A moment later, a huge vortex appeared in the sky. It seemed to lead to another world. The world in the vortex was pitch black. But everyone knew that the vortex was the road to the martial god barracks. It led to the blue water world. The blue water world was located in the west world. The martial artists there were only SOSO. However, the Sea Discord Phoenix King couldn't be underestimated. This person was a rogue martial artist in the martial god barracks. He practiced a cultivation method to increase his strength by killing people. He was wanted because he had killed many martial artists from the lower commanderies. This person led the powerhouses under his command to escape to the blue water world. Then, there was a bloody storm there. As for the strength of the Sea Discord Phoenix King, It was a mystery. However, one thing was certain. This person was at the World King realm. Let's go! Lin Ling led the scout army into the martial god barracks. After crossing the mysterious passage, monstrous waves suddenly rushed over. These waves were extremely fierce. Some of the weaker soldiers were directly smashed into pieces. Not good. We've encountered the universal world wave. A grand commander blew a horn to inform the entire army. The so-called universal boundary waves were a mysterious strength that was born from the world of the universe. It was said that these waves were born from the collision of countless world essences. For instance, when the world essences of water and fire collided, a terrifying wave would form. It was said that an even stronger wave could even crush a world king powerhouse to dust. Fortunately, the waves this time were not as powerful as the legends said, but they were not to be underestimated. Lin Ling's complexion changed as waves after waves crashed into him. At this moment, he realized just how terrifying the world's strength was. No matter how strong a martial artist was, they would still have to submit to it. In just a few moments, the army was scattered. Goyilu. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling's vision finally recovered. Looking around, he found himself in a world of water. There was water all around him, and all kinds of fish he had never seen before were swimming in front of him. Blue Water World. Lin Ling was inwardly shocked. The mission had introduced that the Blue Water World was a world of water. All the martial artists and ordinary people here lived in the water. Interesting. Lin Ling's body emitted a faint light, blocking out the water. Then he swam forwards. Because of the universal boundary waves, he had been separated from the others. Of course, this was also beneficial to Lin Ling. After all, if he moved forwards alone, he could increase his strength and wouldn't become a thorn in their side. Goyilu. The world in the water was extremely mysterious. Many fish swam past Lin Ling, curiously looking at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was also incomparably curious. In fact, this was his first time moving in the world of water. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At this time, it was like a volcano had erupted in front of him. The entire bottom of the water shook. Lin Ling's eyes flashed and he swam forwards. Then, he saw that at the edge of a giant ancient mountain, two fish monsters he had never seen before were colliding. The strength of these two fish demons was extremely formidable. The shockwave formed from the collision directly killed countless small fish. As for the two fish demons, the one on the left had two fish heads. There were two lantern-like tentacles hanging from the fish heads. They were respectively fire and ice. The one on the right was like a water snake. It was as huge as a mountain and its body was full of barbs. It was extremely ferocious. And they seemed to be fighting over a shiny bead in the water. That bead was a blood bead, and it emitted a mysterious power. Seeing this, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He felt that the bead was extremely precious. You guys continue fighting. That bead is mine. Lin Ling swam towards the blood bead, causing the two king of fish demons to be stunned. They never expected that a human would appear here and even want to snatch their spoils of war. Was this puny human courting death? The snake-shaped fish monster spat out a large number of bubbles and immediately swam towards Lin Ling. Moreover, it looked down at Lin Ling and Ant. Its body began to wrap around Lin Ling, an ant who overestimated himself, to death. In fact, it had successfully wrapped around Lin Ling. Moreover, its eyes looked towards the other fish monster, preparing to continue the battle. However, in the next moment, it realized that the ant it was wrapping around seemed to have swelled up. An indescribable power erupted. I'm just passing by. You guys fight, I'll go my way. Let's mind our own business. At the same time, a helpless voice resounded in the water. Boom. As soon as the voice fell, the snake-shaped fish monster was torn into two. This caused the two-headed fish monster to tremble. How could this human be so strong? For a moment, it didn't dare to move. It was as if it had seen its nemesis. In fact, when Lin Ling took a step forward, it was almost scared to death. However, Lin Ling smiled apologetically at it. I'm sorry. I killed your enemy and caused you to be bored. After saying this, he picked up the blood bead on the ground and calmly left. The two-headed fish monster still didn't dare to move. It was shocked that Lin Ling didn't kill it. Could it be that this human was really just a passerby? It couldn't help but feel lucky. If the snake-shaped fish monster hadn't attacked first, it would be dead now. Lin Ling continued forward. The two fish monsters from before were nothing to him. He could easily tear them apart with his physical strength. If they weren't courting death, he wouldn't have bothered with these small monsters. This blood bead seems to be left behind by a big monster. It's much stronger than the small monsters from before. Lin Ling stared at the blood bead in his hand. A mysterious Dao seal began to appear in his left eye. Then he was overjoyed. Curved gate fish bead. This blood bead was left behind by the curved gate giant fish. This fish was even more powerful and had already formed a monster core. This monster core suppressed the universal essence and was a rare cultivation treasure. Lin Ling immediately swallowed the monster core and began to cultivate the chaos divine formula. In the next moment, the monster core was cleanly digested. What a powerful universal essence! Lin Ling immediately felt his body become even more condensed. Within his meridians, there was even a trace of the Fish Monster King's aura. There must be many of these blood beads in the blue water world. If I can gather them all, my strength will greatly increase. Currently, Lin Ling was still a certain distance away from becoming a world king powerhouse. But he could use this time to crazily increase his strength. Chapter 2291. Acquaintances. Lin Ling swam forward. Unfortunately, he only saw some small beasts along the way. What attracted him the most was a fight between two parties. Most importantly, he knew both parties. In front of him, the water was flowing faster. Huge bubbles were floating in the air. Two parties were fighting beside a huge hole that was more than 100 meters wide. On the left was the scouts' barracks. On the right was the boat commander's barracks. The commanders of the two parties were Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword, and Ling Wulai. Ling Wulai and several other commanders were sneering. Di Biamo and Tang Yue were also with Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword. However, Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword was obviously injured. His sword was broken. Yo, my old rival, you are so down and out today. Ling Wulai looked at Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword with disdain. We could have been friends. Unfortunately, you chose to follow Lin Ling. Now we are enemies. As fellow enemies, your luck is really bad. The blue water world is so big, but you actually ran into me. Ling Wulai had been defeated by Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword in the Battle of the Divine List. Later, Ling Wulai had been trained by Xianxia. His strength had increased greatly, and he had surpassed Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword. Unfortunately, he was still defeated by Lin Ling. Ling Wulai, don't be too arrogant. We are all from the Martial God Battalion. Why are you attacking us instead of suppressing the bandits? Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword and the others also felt that something was wrong. Ling Wulai seemed to want to kill them all. Do you think anyone will know if you die here? Yes. Ling Wulai's eyes were full of killing intent. He would not let Lin Ling's people go. The hole behind them was the fish dragon nest hole. It was said that it was the ancestral land of the curved palace giant fish. Those curved palace giant fish knew that death was coming, so they would swim back here before they died. The curved palace giant fish would leave a lot of fish pearls after they died. That was one of the reasons why Ling Wulai wanted to kill them all. You are also unlucky. The blue water world is so big, but you met me here. Yes. However, just as the two sides were about to clash, a cold voice drifted out from the water. The blue-robed young man slowly walked out from the ripples. His long hair flowed with the waves, and there was a mocking smile on his cold face. If it wasn't Lin Ling, then who else could it be? Milord. Lin Ling. As expected, everyone at the edge of the giant hole was shocked. Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword and the others were extremely excited. Since Master Lin Ling was here, they didn't have to fear Lin Ling anymore. How did I meet him? Compared to Falling Flowers and Flowing Water Sword's excitement, Ling Wulai's face was gloomy. In fact, he really wanted to see Lin Ling die, but he also knew that the person who could kill Lin Ling was obviously not him. Lin Ling, this has nothing to do with you. Ling Wulai looked at the huge blue hole behind him and shouted angrily. He was still reluctant to give up on the fetal cavity. Falling flowers, flowing water sword, and the others were stunned. It had nothing to do with Lin Ling. They were Lin Ling's men. Now that they were about to be killed, it had nothing to do with Lin Ling. Ling Wulai was really thick-skinned. Do you want to die? Lin Ling continued to walk forward with a cold smile. He didn't even want to waste his breath on them. You are Lin Ling? If you know what's good for you, get out of here. Right now, there are many Grand Commanders who want to kill you. You are quite daring, to actually dare to surface. However, although Ling Wulai was afraid of Lin Ling, the commanders beside him had only heard of Lin Ling's name. They didn't know how terrifying Lin Ling was. Therefore, they stepped forward and pointed at Lin Ling angrily. Moreover, one of them looked at Lin Ling indifferently as if he was saying that Ling Wulai was too naive. Why should he be afraid of Lin Ling? Let me tell you, Commander Xianxia wants to kill you. So do the soldiers of the great general. How dare you be so arrogant? The commanders said again. In their opinion, Lin Ling was doomed. They should leave immediately. One of the commanders took out a bow and aimed at Lin Ling. He shouted coldly, "Get out of here." The imposing manner of these commanders made Ling Wulai smile. That was a confident smile. The previous him had been scared away. He couldn't deny that he was no match for Lin Ling. However, this was not a one-on-one battle. They had the advantage of numbers. Lin Ling, your good days are over, Ling Wulai said arrogantly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a sword broke through the water and formed a shockwave. A sword mark appeared on the commander's forehead before he could shoot the arrow. It was as if the tip of the sword had pierced through his forehead. Plop! He fell to the ground. The thunderous voice shocked the others. Lin Ling is so powerful? However, before they could say anything, a sword chi slashed at them. 80% of the boundary origin energy was destroyed. Plop, 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 plop. Four heads flew out at the same time. The commanders were killed in one slash. Plop. The 4 heads rolled in the water and their eyes were wide open in disbelief. All the commanders were killed in 2 slashes. Only Ling Wulai was still alive. He wanted to say something, but now he didn't want to say anything. According to his estimation, with Lin Ling's previous strength, it would have been difficult for him to win against several commanders. But now Lin Ling had easily killed them. There was only one possibility. Lin Ling had become stronger again. You killed them. They are the commanders of the Martial God Battalion. Ling Wulai stepped back and his legs started to tremble. Do you think the Martial God Battalion will know that they died here? Lin Ling finally spoke. His words made Ling Wulai's body tremble even more. It seemed like he had nothing left to say. You're so unlucky. You know that we have a grudge against each other. How dare you show up in front of me? Lin Ling raised his sword and asked Ling Wulai to kneel down. He kowtowed and said, "Sir, please spare my life. I was wrong." Ling Wulai finally regretted when he was about to die. His voice was filled with despair. Lin Ling was not someone he could offend. I know many people want to kill me. Unfortunately, they will all fail. You will never live to see that day. Lin Ling would not show mercy to a person like Ling Wulai because he had spared Ling Wulai's life several times. So, after Lin Ling said that, he drew his sword without hesitation. Sir, I am willing to be your vanguard. Please spare my life. From now on, I am willing to leave the Martial God Battalion. Ling Wulai kept begging. The only thing he could do was to beg for his life. When he met Lin Ling for the first time before the divine list started, he looked down on Lin Ling. He thought that the falling flowers flowing water sword was the king of scouts. However, after the divine list battle, he knew that Lin Ling was the king of scouts. He had missed out on the most powerful scout. After that, his strength increased greatly. He wanted to avenge himself, but he was defeated again. Now, he was like an ant in front of Lin Ling. He could only kneel down and beg for his life. Unfortunately, his pleas for mercy were quickly silenced by a sword. Chapter 2292. Fish Nest Cave. Ling Wulai is dead. Falling Blossom, Flowing Water, and the others sighed. They had thought that there would be a fierce battle, but Lin Ling had finished him off in 3 moves. This was too fast. Then they bowed to Lin Ling and said, "Thank you, sir, for your help." Lin Ling put away his sword and said with a smile, "You are all my subordinates now. I won't let anything happen to you. Sir Lin Ling, we have offended you in the past. I hope you won't take it to heart. If you don't like us, we are willing to accept any punishment." Falling Blossom, Flowing Water, and the others looked at each other and immediately knelt down on one knee. In the past, they had been convinced by Lin Ling, but now, they worshipped him. Moreover, their lives were saved by Lin Ling. This was a great kindness. Lin Ling was speechless. To be honest, he didn't consider these people as his opponents. This was because of his vision. He shook his head and said, "Let bygones be bygones. Now you are my subordinates. That is enough." "Thank you, sir. We will follow you for the rest of our lives." Falling Blossom, Flowing Water, and the others were excited and secretly swore an oath. If there were other people here at this moment, they would definitely be shocked like a celestial being because the falling flowers and flowing water swords background was not small. They were all geniuses of the martial god realm, but now they were willing to follow the orders of a single person. This was extremely rare. After all, it was easy to kill someone, but it was difficult to make them worship someone blindly. Most importantly, that person was extremely young. Lin Ling also felt that although these people were arrogant, they were also people who valued friendship and loyalty, so he personally helped Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword, and the others up. Call the other commanders over as well. That blue hole is quite extraordinary. Then, Lin Ling stared at the giant hole in front of him. With his knowledge, he naturally knew that it was the curved gate giant fish's nest cave. There should be a lot of fish pearls inside. "Sir, the curved gate giant fish is a world king. Do you want to enter the cave?" Mo suddenly exclaimed. "It's rare for me to come here. Naturally, I won't miss out on those treasures." Lin Ling smiled calmly and walked forward. "You guys wait outside the cave. Come down after I've ascertained the situation." "Sir, I'll go with you." Seeing that Lin Ling wanted to enter the cave alone, Wu Qingzi spoke anxiously. The curved gate giant fish was extremely ferocious. If there was a giant fish in the cave, Lord Lin Ling would be in danger. "There's no need for that. If all of you enter the cave, the other commanders won't be able to see you even if they come. So, all of you should just wait for them outside the cave." Lin Ling stopped them. He stared ahead. The huge hole in the ground was 100 meters wide. Looking down from above, the bottom of the hole couldn't be seen. The entire hole was dark blue. Without hesitation, Lin Ling jumped into the giant hole. "Sir, you're so powerful. You're so much more courageous than us. Let's hope there aren't any curved giant fish at the bottom of the cave." Mo and the others worshipped him even more. At this moment, Lin Ling shot into the huge blue hole like a meteor. His left eye appeared and his soul power spread out. With a soul power of 1,000 levels, it was as if he could see through the entire blue hole. Fish pearls. Countless fish pearls. The feedback from his soul power made Lin Ling ecstatic. These fish pearls were actually deity crystals. It was just that they were more effective for water-type martial artists. However, Lin Ling had the Chaos Divine formula and could refine anything. So, if he could refine these fish pearls, Lin Ling's strength would definitely increase greatly. There are actually 5 old fish. Before reaching the bottom of the hole, Lin Ling's face turned solemn. This meant that there were 5 King Realm martial artists there. Although they were old fish, he couldn't underestimate them. "With my strength, I can only fight against one at most," Lin Ling thought to himself. If he didn't deal with the curved gate giant fish, he wouldn't be able to get the fish pearls. Goyulu. At this moment, the old fish were emitting buzzing sounds. They were actually talking. These old fish had come from all over the blue water world. They had traveled through the world and swallowed countless people. Now that they were old and about to die, they had returned to their homeland. One of the curved gate giant fish with a full beard said that it had swallowed hundreds of young boys and girls. Another fish proudly said that it had swallowed a kingdom in the blue water world. The other old fish were not to be outdone. They wagged their tails and spoke of their past pride. Although Lin Ling couldn't understand their conversation, he could guess what they were talking about. His lips curved up in a sneer. What a bunch of fish that kill people like flies. If you want to be a fish, you need to have the awareness of being a fish. Fish. Lin Ling planned to kill these old fish. Moreover, he didn't have any psychological burdens. But how would he kill them? After thinking for a moment, Lin Ling smiled. He quietly landed at the bottom of the cave and took out the martial god cannon. Then he stuffed all the divine crystals into the ancient cannon. During this entire process, he laid down a mysterious enchantment. This was the impermanence Netherdust world. It could block out all fluctuations of strength. Unless one was a powerhouse that surpassed the World King realm, no one would be able to sense it. Like this, the cannon had been laid down. Next, he would lure the 5 old fish over. Old fish, I trust you've been well since we last met. Hello. Lin Ling appeared. A jug of wine appeared in his hands, a smile on his face as he drank. His voice left the 5 old fish stunned. They had been talking about their past pride, and then a human had appeared. Moreover, he was drinking wine. Yes, they recognized that he was drinking wine. This was because they had tasted wine before. It was a special product of humans. But to drink wine in their lair, wasn't this a bit too crazy? Goyulu. One of the huge old fishes blew up all its whiskers. As for the other 4 old fish, their eyes were filled with amusement. They didn't think that they would meet such an interesting person at the bottom of the cave. They wanted to slowly toy with this human to death. However, as they slowly swam towards Lin Ling had already stretched out his left hand and waved at them. Waving? The 5 old fish were stunned. With their strength, they could swallow this boy in a single gulp. Who would have thought that this boy would wave at them? Am I seeing things? One of the old fish gurgled out loud. That's possible. The other old fish immediately replied. Come on, old fish. However, Lin Ling had already told them the truth. He was indeed waving at them. You are courting death. The curved gate fish were enraged. Their voices caused the cave to tremble and the water to explode. They threw themselves at Lin Ling, wanting to swallow this boy who had overestimated himself. At this moment, Lin Ling's face was calm, but his heart was heavy. His soul power surged out crazily as he took control of everything. Finally, his eyes lit up. If he fired the cannon a moment earlier, the old fish would have escaped. If he fired the cannon a moment later, Lin Ling would be in danger. This was the perfect time. Sorry, the old fish have entered the net. Lin Ling waved his left hand, and the crystals around him disappeared. A huge martial god cannon appeared beside him. The cannon's muzzle emitted a dazzling light. The 5 curved gate giant fish were stunned. They subconsciously sensed that the cannon contained a terrifying power that was enough to shatter them into pieces. Chapter 2293. Commander's Arrival Bang. Without waiting for the giant fish to react, the martial god cannon's massive beam of light shot out. A single cannon shot shook the heavens and earth. Even Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. This was because the martial god cannon had been charged up for a long time and had consumed even more divine crystals. Its might had surpassed his imagination. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The entire cave seemed to have been dug open. A massive tunnel appeared, extending without end. This was the result of the martial god cannon's bombardment. As for the 5 curved gate giant fish, they had been blown to pieces. The martial god cannon was terrifying. If it weren't for the fact that this cannon had been charged up for a long time and that it had burned too much money, Lin Ling would have no need to fear a World King powerhouse. Fish pearls. Then, Lin Ling stared at the fish pearls that fell from the cave and couldn't help but laugh. He hurried towards the bottom of the cave and had falling flower flowing water and the others collect the fish pearls. What happened? Are there curved gate giant fish at the bottom of the cave? Not good, Lord Lin Ling is still at the bottom of the cave. At this time, outside the cave, falling flower flowing water and the others' complexions changed. The previous explosion had seemed as if it would destroy a world. This caused them to worry. In fact, that cannon shot had indeed pierced through a world. At this time, on the other side of the blue water world, a massive amount of water had rushed out. However, The blue water world was an extremely stable world, thus it hadn't directly collapsed. Lord Linling, could he have met with a mishap? At this time, Lu Qingfeng and the others also rushed over, their faces full of worry. Good that he died. Tang Yue sneered, but her words were insincere. Her beautiful eyes were also filled with worry. Even if you die, I won't die. At this time, from the giant blue hole, a figure floated out. It was Lin Ling. You bastard, your breath stinks. Tang Yue angrily scolded, but her heart was actually jumping with joy. Lin Ling hadn't died, this was too good. My lord! The others were also overjoyed, especially Falling Flower Flowing Water. He stepped forward and asked, My lord, did you encounter a curved gate giant fish? However, to be able to escape unscathed from the jaws of the curved palace giant fish is already quite impressive. Sir, why don't we mobilize our entire battalion and use our scouts to kill that curved palace giant fish? As soon as he said that, the others also looked like they were ready to die. Although the curved gate giant fish was powerful, they had the numbers advantage. No need, I've already roasted the fish. Hearing this, Lin Ling's heart warmed. These people were extremely loyal. He immediately replied with a smile. The curved palace giant fish was taken care of by Sir. A curved palace giant fish represents the strength of a world king powerhouse. Everyone opened their mouths wide in disbelief. This was because even if Great Commander Lin Ling and the others were present, they would still have to avoid the curved gate giant fish if they encountered them. Yet Lord Lin Ling had killed one? Not one, but 5. However, Lin Ling's following words made all the scout commanders feel as if they had been struck by lightning. Follow me. Ignoring the dumbfounded crowd, Lin Ling had already shot towards the blue hole. Why is it like this? If I remember correctly, he is from the same batch of geniuses as us. Why is the difference so great? Each of the commanders smiled bitterly and followed Lin Ling. When they reached the bottom of the cave, the fish pearls around the cave caused everyone to open their mouths wide. This was a huge sum of money. Especially for martial artists with water attribute talents, this place was simply heaven. They looked at Lin Ling again and found that Lin Ling had already collected a large number of fish pearls. Moreover, these fish pearls were the largest and contained the richest power of the universe. Next, I will be refining these fish pearls here. Can you guys help me guard the surroundings? Lin Ling looked at his subordinates and said, right now, his strength was still too weak. Therefore, he had to race against time to increase his strength. Sir, don't worry about breaking through. Unless my head is stepped on, I swear to protect you with my life. Sir, please cultivate. Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword, Wu Qingzi, Lu Chengfeng and the rest patted their chests and said, without Lin Ling, there would be no them. Therefore, the stronger Lin Ling was, the prouder they could be, and their strength would also be able to reach a higher level. You can cultivate as much as you want. No one can kill you except for me. Tang Yue also said with a smile, causing Lin Ling's heart to feel warm. These fellows were all his opponents in the past. Now, they had all become his companions. Lin Ling chose to trust these companions. Immediately, Lin Ling sat down cross-legged. Right now, he needed to improve his physical strength and convert his realm essence. In this way, he would not be afraid of World King Realm experts. Fish pearls floated around him and Lin Ling kept stuffing them into his mouth. As expected of Sir Lin Ling, he can actually use water attribute fish pearls to cultivate. Could it be that his talent is water attribute? Or is his cultivation method very special? The chess boy looked at Lin Ling in surprise. These fish pearls could not be used for cultivation, but they could be used to exchange for divine crystals. However, Lin Ling could use them. This made them feel that Lin Ling was full of mysterious aura. Then, they hurriedly collected the fish pearls and kept throwing them at Lin Ling. At this moment, a large number of figures were moving around in the water. With a raise of their hands, those weak fish were killed. Right now, the Great Commander and the rest are looking for the sea burial disorderly Phoenix King. The commander is chasing after the remnants and collecting fish pearls. There was a roar before. It seems to be in that direction. Let's go and take a look. That's right. Maybe there are remnants of the sea-burial disorderly Phoenix King. Those figures were swimming in a certain direction. Obviously, they were attracted by Lin Ling's martial god cannon. When a huge blue hole appeared on the ground, their eyes lit up. If I'm not wrong, that's the curved gate giant fish's nest. There are a lot of fish pearls in it. An old man with a huge bow and arrow on his back said with a smile. The others were suddenly refreshed. Then they swam into the blue hole. If there's only one curved gate giant fish, we don't have to be afraid of it. Someone laughed along the way. He was extremely confident. Moreover, more and more people gathered around the huge blue hole on the ground. They were also staring at the huge blue hole greedily. No wonder the sea-burial disorderly Phoenix King hid in the blue water world. It turns out that this is the world of water warriors. There are a lot of fish pearls here. It's simply a cultivation treasure land. I wonder how much our Lord's strength will improve after this cultivation. Stop talking nonsense. Pay attention to the surroundings. At this moment, at the bottom of the hole, Luo Hua, flowing water, and the others were talking while looking around vigilantly. Swoosh, swoosh. However, at this moment, several figures flew down from the sky. Their faces immediately darkened. Su Tian? The chess boy was the first to speak because that person was Lin Ling's former enemy, Su Tian. Unfortunately, Su Tian had been demoted from a commander to a groom. However, what made them nervous was that Su Tian was not the only one who came down. Commander Tai Shan. That's the veteran red-haired old ghost. He's a commander of the martial god battalion who has cultivated for thousands of years. He was supposed to be promoted to a great commander. Unfortunately, his cultivation is too weak, so he lacks a foundation. This is going to be troublesome. Chapter 2294. Swarm bang, bang, bang. After the experts landed, they looked at the bottom of the cave in shock. They were attracted by the fish pearls and ignored Lu Chengfeng and the rest. What are you doing? The curved gate giant fish here was killed by Lord Lin Ling. The fish pearls should belong to Lord Lin Ling. Lu Chengfeng thought for a moment and stepped forward. The curved gate giant fish is dead? Hearing that, the experts' faces changed. That's right, it was killed by Lord Lin Ling. Falling Flowers' flowing water sword also spoke, reminding the others not to be greedy for the spoils. Lin Ling is here too. Yes. Among the experts, Su Tian's eyes lit up. Then he saw Lin Ling in the corner. Lin Ling seemed to be cultivating. And this was the perfect opportunity. Bullshit, we're all from the martial god battalion. There's no distinction between you and me. The fish pearls here should be shared by everyone. Su Tian immediately said, causing many people to nod their heads. They also saw that Lin Ling seemed to be breaking through his realm. In fact, even if Lin Ling did not break through, they were not afraid of Lin Ling. After all, even though Lin Ling was the Grand Commander, he only had a high position. Don't go too far. Hearing that shameless voice, Tang Yue felt that the situation was getting more and more troublesome. These guys obviously did not intend to retreat. Hee, we can only say that we thank Lin Ling for killing the curved gate giant fish for us. As for the fish pearls, we'll kindly accept them. Also, is Lin Ling cultivating? Great, cultivating in front of us, he's courting death. This is a reward from the heavens to us. The experts sneered. Not only were they greedy for the fish pearls, but they also wanted to kill Lin Ling. How dare you? Falling Flowers' flowing water sword and the rest did not expect these commanders to be so shameless. Lin Ling's head is worth 100,000 divine gems. Do you think we wouldn't dare? Su Tian was the first to walk out, laughing as he walked. To him, today's encounter could be considered a miracle. Not only was the harvest good, most importantly, he was able to kill Lin Ling and avenge his brother. A red sword appeared in his hand. It was the Red River sword. In the past, when Lin Ling fought with him, Lin Ling forced him to the point that he couldn't use his sword. Now, he wanted to use Lin Ling's head as a sacrifice to his sword. Breaking through? Unfortunately, even if you've broken through, you're still no match for us. Of course, how could I allow you to break through so easily? Su Tian let out a cackle, as if he was extremely satisfied and comfortable. And his words were indeed true. This was because amongst these commanders, several of them were half a step into the World King realm and were able to erupt with 100% of their world essence. Lin Ling was not their match. Red light flashed and world essence gushed out. However, just as the sword was about to pierce through Lin Ling, a figure appeared in front of Lin Ling, blocking the sword for Lin Ling. It was Falling Flowers' flowing water sword. His chest had been pierced through and blood flowed out. But a cold sneer appeared on his face. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. They never imagined that Falling Flowers' flowing water sword would block a sword for Lin Ling. Was he not a match for Lin Ling? You only dare to be so arrogant when Lord Lin Ling is cultivating. Ignoring the sword in his chest, Falling Flowers' flowing water sword coldly sneered. Even though he was injured, his aura wasn't weak at all. Are you crazy? For a mere Lin Ling, you dare to oppose me? Do you not know the fate of those who offend me? Su Tian's complexion turned icy cold. He was unhappy, extremely unhappy. This was because Lin Ling's former opponent had actually saved Lin Ling. Just what qualifications did Lin Ling have to do this? Without him, I would have died a long time ago. Falling Flowers' flowing water sword also attacked, forcing Su Tian to retreat. This unflinching look made even more people envious of Lin Ling. Of course, this also made Su Tian's expression turn ferocious. Do you really have to oppose me? Don't forget, you're just a new recruit. His sword buzzed, and the world essence of the Red River roared. Lord Lin Ling defeated you in the past, and I want to follow Lord Lin Ling. Then I want to defeat you too. Come, let's fight. No one would have thought that Falling Flowers' flowing water sword would support Lin Ling so much and fight with his life. Soon, the two of them were entangled together. As for the other commanders, their complexions were still cold. Obviously, they wouldn't give up such a good opportunity. Therefore, another person walked out wanting to kill Lin Ling. Double Swallow Wide Water Flag. At this moment, the water waves roared, and a large amount of water formed a huge swallow, flying around. At this moment, the world essence's power was extremely fierce. Tang Yue. Noticing the shining swallow, the crowd's expression changed. They saw that there was a blue flag in Tang Yue's hand, and it was the water swallow that was summoned by the flag. The flag was obviously a precious weapon, and its level was definitely not weak. Everyone, how about giving me some face and letting Lord Lin Ling go, and you can have the fish pearl? Tang Yue frowned and said. No one would have thought that the little princess of Square Commandery, who had always been against Lin Ling, would be the second person to protect Lin Ling. And her status was obviously not low. The princess of Square Commandery from Shang Commandery, and the treasure in her hand was not weak. This made the strong people stop in their tracks. Ha, bitch, I didn't expect you to expose the treasure that Square Commandery gave you for a man. However, at this moment, another figure descended from the sky. It was a woman. She wore red armor and held two huge hammers in her hands, appearing enchanting in everyone's eyes. Commander Poison Butterfly. The crowd was shocked. This enchanting woman had a powerful background, and she was also a veteran. She was half a step away from the rank of commander. Although Falling Flowers, Flowing Water, and the others shone brightly on the divine list, that was the battle of new recruits. Many of the people here were veterans, and their basic strength was more solid. Bitch, I can't believe I see you everywhere. Tang Yue stared at the woman, her eyes full of anger. She seemed to have a grudge with the woman in red armor. However, thinking of Lin Ling, she controlled her anger and said, "Let's settle our matters after we leave this place. How about giving me some face now?" The Double Swallow Water Flag is a level 3 precious weapon, and it can increase a lot of boundary essence. Unfortunately, with your strength, you can only use 50% of the boundary essence. In addition to your own boundary essence, you can only use 100% of the boundary essence. As for 100% of the boundary essence, I have it too, Commander Poison Butterfly said with a smile. The hammers in her hands were obviously not ordinary, and they also increased the power of the boundary essence. So, why should I give you face? As soon as she said this, the people on Tang Yue's side all frowned. These powerful commanders were really swarming over. Commander Poison Butterfly is mighty. That's right. Why should we give them face? They are too arrogant. They think that they can look down on everyone with the help of a precious tool. They are courting death. Su Tian laughed out loud as he rejoiced in their misfortune. Commander Poison Butterfly is the one who is going to become a great commander. What qualifications does Lin Ling have? The other commanders were also speaking, and they were flattering Commander Poison Butterfly. Commander Poison Butterfly was suddenly very happy, as if she had already become a great commander. Come, little girl, today I will teach you how to behave properly. She waved the giant hammer in her hand, and a black light surged out, turning into a giant butterfly. With a sweep of its wings, the surrounding water seemed to darken. Obviously, the giant hammer was also a precious weapon, and it was poisonous. Chapter 2295. Another expert had arrived. Senior, please give us some pointers. Tang Yue also waved her flag and two dazzling swifts flew out to fight against the giant butterfly. Boom, 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 boom. The underground cave suddenly rumbled and a large number of rocks fell. Upon closer inspection, the swifts and giant butterflies were entangled with each other. Although Tang Yue's weapon was stronger, her foundation was weaker. Therefore, she didn't have any advantage. Commander Poison Butterfly, is there something you can't settle outside? After several clashes, Tang Yue suddenly asked in a negotiating tone. She was arrogant and willful. When had she ever lowered her voice? However, at this moment, she also took a step back. Hey, are you afraid? However, Commander Poison Butterfly didn't give her any face and suppressed Tang Yue. The anger on Tang Yue's face burned even brighter. The reason why she begged for mercy was because she didn't want Commander Poison Butterfly to participate in Lin Ling's matter. However, she didn't expect the other party to be so aggressive. Red-haired Commander, Tang Yue is being held back. Go and kill Lin Ling. Seeing the intense battle at the bottom of the cave, the other commanders immediately looked at an old man and said, they had long been tempted by the fish pearl. Therefore, they persuaded the red-haired commander to take action. The red-haired old man frowned. He was still a little afraid of Lin Ling. He didn't know what kind of background Lin Ling had. 100,000 divine gems. Aren't you tempted? I think that the 100,000 divine gems will belong to you. Even if you kill Lin Ling, you will have a chance to become a commander. At this moment, a commander beside him flattered him. The old man's eyes lit up. He was finally moved. However, he still said righteously, Lin Ling didn't follow the military rules. He actually coveted our fish pearl. He deserves to be killed. Everyone can be witnesses. Is that okay? That's right. The curved gate giant fish here was killed by us. Lin Ling brought his subordinates to snatch the spoils. He's too shameless. He deserves to be killed. Red-haired commander, please take action. Commander, please enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. The commanders naturally understood. In this way, they wouldn't be punished for killing Lin Ling. Despicable. Seeing those powerhouses singing the same tune, Lu Chengfeng and the others' faces turned black with anger. You are the despicable ones. The red-haired commander shouted coldly. He took a step forward and attacked Lin Ling with his claws. As soldiers, each of their hands was dripping with blood. Once they decided to attack, their methods were extremely vicious. However, Lu Chengfeng, Pan Luyun, and Fairy Danren leapt out at the same time and stopped the red-haired commander with all their might. Boom! With a loud boom, Lu Chengfeng and the other two could not block the red-haired commander's attack at all. They all spat out blood and were severely injured. You are just a lowly soldier. How dare you offend your superiors? Are you courting death? The red-haired commander disdainfully pointed at the three of them. The aura of a superior emanated from his body as he coldly said, Now, I'll give you a chance. Scram immediately, or you'll all die here. We'll give you a chance now. Get out of here immediately and we'll let bygones be bygones. However, Lu Chengfeng and the other two quickly stood up and used their actions to prove their answer. These people are really stubborn. They'd rather die than retreat. Commander, they're underestimating you. You must kill them or you'll lose your dignity. Seeing this, the other commanders all spoke darkly. They wanted to use someone else to do their dirty work. Hearing this, the red-haired commander's eyes turned even colder. He was ranked third among all the commanders. How could he be humiliated by a lowly soldier? Bang! He once again pounced like a god of death. His murderous intent was so strong that it was as if he didn't see Lu Chengfeng and the others as his own people. Kill them. As long as they're dead, Lin Ling can be destroyed with a wave of his hand. Go! The red-haired commander cared deeply about his reputation, so Lu Chengfeng and the other two had to die without a doubt. However, facing the third-ranked commander, Lu Chengfeng and the others still refused to retreat. They faced death with equanimity. In fact, they weren't even commanders. How could they block the enemy's attack? However, just as they thought they were about to die, all the commanders on Lin Ling's side moved. They were Wu Qingzi, Di Baimo, and Qi Tong. The three of them, together with Lu Chengfeng and the other two, had joined forces. Boom! Terrifying airwaves erupted. This time, the six of them blocked the red-haired commander's attack. However, they were all seriously injured, especially Lu Chengfeng. Even his arm was broken. The third-ranked commander of the Martial Gods Battalion was indeed powerful. As for the red-haired commander, he only retreated a few hundred meters. However, his eyes turned even colder. Do you think trash like you can stop me? The people I want to kill never live past the second day. Bang! After saying this, he prepared for the second round of attacks. Facing the arrogant red-haired commander, Lu Chengfeng and the other five looked at each other and revealed a resolute expression. At this moment, they didn't have any fear. They only had pride and arrogance. That was because protecting their commander was the mission of a soldier. Boom! However, as the battle broke out, the cave rumbled again. It was as if a meteor had fallen from the sky. In the endless dust, two figures walked out like military gods. How lively! Yes. The third-ranked, fourth-ranked, and fifth-ranked commanders are gathered here. Plus, there are other commanders. Who could cause such a mighty scene? Yes. The two of them talked as they walked. The one on the left was tall and sturdy. His legs were very thick, disproportionate to his body. The one on the right was wearing white armor. He was handsome and handsome. Commander Evil Spirit? That's Commander Earth Explosion? Yes. At this moment, the entire cave was silent. The reason for that was because these two people were the first and second strongest people among the commanders. They were veterans who had cultivated for 2,000 years. Their reputations were widespread. However, as they led troops on the battlefield, ordinary people only knew their names and rarely saw them. Greetings, sir. Yes. Instantly, many of the commanders bowed. They had never imagined that this cave would attract so many experts. Wave after wave, all the ancient commanders had arrived. The two of them smiled faintly. Their eyes were filled with arrogance. The tall and sturdy man said, "What's going on?" "Yes. Lin Ling is here. He wants to steal our fish pearl, so we are resisting." The commanders immediately replied. "Lin Ling?" "Yes." Hearing this, the two of them instantly brightened. Naturally, they had heard of Lin Ling. It was said that he was the most popular recruit in the Martial Gods barracks in the past 2 years. "Sir, it's not like that. They are distorting the truth." In the distance, Falling Blossom Flowing Water was still blocking Su Tian. However, he also replied at the same time. These ancient commanders had all returned. If they all attacked Lin Ling, then things would be even more troublesome. "Did I ask you to speak?" However, the white-armored youth stared coldly at him. An invisible force instantly made Falling Blossom Flowing Water spit out blood and fly backward. This force was terrifying. As expected of the second-ranked commander Evil Spirit. Lin Ling? He became a grand commander among the recruits? Chapter 2296. A shocking strike. He's just a kid who got in through the back door. How could he be qualified to be our superior? What a joke. The young man in white armor shook his head in disdain. He had traveled extensively in Qingzhou and naturally did not care about Lin Ling. However, what made him jealous was that Lin Ling was a senior commander. This was an insult to him, because he was a person who had countless military exploits but was still not a senior commander. Alright, I'll kill Lin Ling. It's an honorable death for him to die at the hands of the second-ranked senior commander. The young man in white armor walked forward step by step. A black spear appeared in his hand. The body of the spear was engraved with the image of a demon. It was a terrifying sight. He had already converted 70% of his boundary essence. In addition to his martial arts and weapons, he had already converted more than 100% of his boundary essence. You're really fast. The burly man beside him said enviously. In fact, he also wanted to kill Lin Ling. However, Senior Commander Evil Spirit was faster than him. This made him feel a little regretful. Master Lin Ling, Tang Yue and the others felt that the situation was getting worse. Unfortunately, their opponents would not let them get what they wanted. In fact, even if they defeated their opponents, they would not be able to stop Senior Commander Evil Spirit and the burly man. Therefore, it seemed that today's scout camp was going to be completely wiped out. Dead, he's finally dead. It's Lin Ling's good fortune to die at the hands of Senior Commander Evil Spirit. Cheers! I'm looking forward to seeing Lin Ling's attractive face after his head explodes. The crowd cheered. It was as if they could see Lin Ling's head exploding. As you wish. Senior Commander Evil Spirit seemed to have heard the crowd's cheers. His spear became bigger and bigger. It even drew out the boundary essence of the blue water boundary. He was a water-type martial artist. In the water, his strength would increase by 10%. His spear was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling. It formed a roaring wave. He even saw that Lin Ling was breathing. His breathing was gradually calming down. Breaking through? A disdainful thought rose up in the commander's mind. But soon he discovered that Lin Ling's aura had changed. His boundary essence was crazily rising. This feeling made him frown, and the speed of the gun in his hand also increased a bit. He had to kill Lin Ling before Lin Ling broke through. In fact, he didn't know why he was so anxious, but he just wanted Lin Ling to die in front of him. Although his idea was good, Lin Ling had finally opened his eyes. Of course, he had noticed the battle in the cave. However, he was at the critical moment of his breakthrough, so he held back. But now, he couldn't take it anymore. His eyes were calm as he stared ahead, but he was suppressing his ocean-like anger. In particular, his left eye emitted an indescribable mysterious aura. The murderous figure of the Holy Land of the Rainforest seemed to have awakened at this moment. These eyes. When the commander's eyes met the eye, he was shocked. What an evil left eye. The crowd also saw that Lin Ling had awakened, but they weren't afraid. Instead, they sneered even more. Lin Ling had died in the midst of his breakthrough. That was why it was better for him to wake up and die. At least he would know who had killed him. As for Lin Ling's strength, they weren't worried. After all, Lin Ling was ranked second among the commanders. Even if Lin Ling had broken through, he wouldn't be a match for the commander. The crowd started to shout, and some commanders even beat the war drums. Su Tian and the rest sneered. Everything was over. Tang Yue and the rest shouted anxiously, reminding Lin Ling to be careful. But all of this seemed to be frozen in time. Lin Ling couldn't hear it at all. His eyes were only focused on the black fiendish demon spear. His hands stretched out at the same time. It seemed casual, but there was a mysterious rhythm to it. The fiendish demon spear was a top tier 1 martial art, and the person in front of him had cultivated it to the 4th level. Lin Ling had seen through the flaws and strengths of the spear. Therefore, bang! He grabbed the air with his hand, and it was as if a dragon's claw was tearing the heavens and earth apart. There was a roar and the water exploded. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling actually managed to grab the handle of the spear that was about to explode his head. The spear had the power of Jieyuan. How could Jieyuan catch it with his bare hands? This was beyond everyone's knowledge. Although there was no martial art that was invincible and there would definitely be loopholes, how could a recruit catch the loopholes of Jieyuan? Boom! Boom! Everyone was shocked, as if they had been struck by countless lightning bolts. Of course, compared to the crowd's shock, the commander was the one who was truly shocked. He was the second commander of the Martial Gods Battalion. He had followed the Grand Commander through many battles. When had he ever encountered such a strange thing? "What did you do to my spear?" Commander Xie said in a low voice. "There's no need to explain anything to a dead man." Lin Ling held the spear with his left hand, and his right hand quickly grabbed behind him. The Tyrant Song sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed out fiercely. This slash contained 100% of the power of Jie Yuan. The power to uproot mountains and rivers. The heavy sword has no peak. The most terrifying thing was that when the sword was about to kill the commander, it instantly increased the power of Jie Yuan by another 10%. You actually increased the power of Jie Yuan by 20%. The commander's pupils constricted. When he saw Lin Ling breaking through, his Jie Yuan was also increasing rapidly. At that time, he thought it was an illusion, but reality told him that it was not an illusion. Bang! With a slash of the sword, the water was split apart, and a void appeared. The second-ranked evil spirit commander was directly smashed into pieces. Only his head fell to the ground. This slash contained 110% of the power of Jie Yuan. It was as if a mountain had fallen from the sky. This was called the pressure of Mount Tai. In fact, during this breakthrough, Lin Ling had converted 20% of his Jie Yuan. In total, he had converted 70% of his Jie Yuan. With the addition of the 10% from the Tyrant Song sword and 30% from the Black Sword record, he could erupt with 110% of his Jie Yuan. His strength instantly rose to the second commander's rank. Moreover, the reason why he could grab the spear so easily was because his godly demon body had increased again, reaching 2,000 Jie Yuan. His body was filled with the aura of the Fish Demon King. Then Lin Ling stood up, and it was as if the Demon King had awakened. As for the cave, it was completely silent. The previous sword strike was undoubtedly extremely shocking. The second commander was killed by a single slash. It was as if lightning had gathered above everyone's head, and the shock was too fierce. I, Commander Evil Fiend, have followed the great commander throughout my life and have killed countless villains. I never imagined that I would die here today. You are just a mere new recruit, and yet you possess strength no weaker than a world king. Just who are you? Surprisingly, the commander's head made a sound, as if he had died with his eyes wide open. And of course, he had died with his eyes wide open. After all, a martial artist's cultivation was one step at a time. Although he had a high evaluation of Lin Ling, he also knew that if Lin Ling wanted to reach his height, he would need to climb 2 steps. That was why he had been so confident. Chapter 2297. Drawing the sword stained with blood. Bang. However, Lin Ling did not even look at him. He stomped his foot down like a giant fish's tail. The evil spirit commander's head turned into a pile of meat. Lin Ling didn't say much. He took a step forward and shot towards Tang Yue because Tang Yue was in the most danger right now. After all, Tang Yue's cultivation level was too low. She was only able to fight Commander Poison Butterfly because of her weapon. However, the control of a weapon was related to one's cultivation level and could not last long. Go to hell! Bang! Commander Poison Butterfly's 2 giant hammers were smashing towards Tang Yue fiercely. On the other hand, Tang Yue's face was pale. She could no longer hold on to the flag in her hand. At this moment, a huge contradiction appeared in her mind. Previously, she had suddenly stepped out to protect Lin Ling. In reality, she did not know why she did so, and the price was that she was going to die. Did she regret it? Or was she willing? However, Tang Yue felt that she did not regret it at all and was not willing either. Instead, she was very calm, like the surface of an ancient well without ripples. Yue, remember, you are training outside, not in the commandery. No one will show mercy to you just because you are the princess of the commandery. Therefore, power is everything. Bang. She vaguely remembered what her mother had said to her. This made her smile miserably because she would never see her mother again. However, what she had imagined did not happen. The giant hammers did not smash down. Tang Yue saw nothing but silence. She focused her gaze and looked in front of her. Instantly, she saw a young man in a blue robe standing in front of her. His long hair fluttered in the wind as he raised his giant sword and blocked the two giant hammers from the sky. It was Lord Linling. Tang Yue subconsciously touched her small mouth and could not say a word. Crack, crack, crack. The giant hammers in the sky made a fragile sound. In the next moment, they broke apart and sparkling fragments shot out from the water. However, this did not stop. Lin Ling slashed out with his sword. It was as if the most beautiful sword light had flashed past and did not even cause ripples in the water. Plop. Commander Poison Butterfly's body was split into two and fell to the ground. Tang Yue was stunned. Lord Lin Ling saved her? If you want to die, then you can only die by my hands. No one else can kill you. She was stunned for a moment before she heard the cold and indifferent voice of the young man. When she wanted to say something, the young man had vanished. This caused her to be stunned once more. She'd wanted to protect Lord Linling, but in the end, she'd been protected by Lord Linling instead. At this moment, the cave was even quieter. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. By the time they realized what had happened, the commanders discovered that Linling had already killed two people. Moreover, they were both top commanders. How did this Linling become so strong after his breakthrough? Impossible. Rumor has it that Linling only converted 50% of the boundary essence, but from the looks of it now, he seems to have converted 70%. On the other side, the red-haired commander's pupils trembled. He never imagined that the legendary recruit Linling would be so fierce. At this moment, Linling walked over. His eyes were cold, and he didn't even say a word. How much boundary essence did you convert? That indifference made the red-haired commander feel a lot of pressure. He roared. Perhaps this was the only answer he wanted to know. Shua. However, the answer he got was a sword. A sword descended from the sky. It started from the center of his head and cut him in half. 110% of the boundary essence, who could compete with it? The water at the bottom of the cave quietly turned blood red. Blood was spreading. Everyone stared at the blue-robed youth. They were shivering like grass in a storm. They were afraid, because the strength Linling had increased after his breakthrough had greatly exceeded their imagination. Not good. Su Tian had personally witnessed the terror of Linling. He quickly retreated from the battlefield. He realized that not grasping the opportunity to kill Linling was the most regretful thing in his life. However, just as he moved, a sword hung on his neck. It was as if his movement technique had been completely seen through by Linling. This made Su Tian turn his head to look. On his left, a cold figure was already standing there. This young man squinted his eyes and stretched out his right hand with a sword hanging on his neck. The young man just stood beside him. Throughout the entire process, he did not even look at Su Tian. Gulp. Su Tian swallowed his saliva with difficulty. He realized that he should have been a coachman instead of participating in the plan to kill Linling. Shua. He wanted to say something, but Linling didn't even look at him. He held his sword horizontally and slashed out. At this point, there was no need to say anything. Any explanation, any words were superfluous. The only thing left was to kill. Although he was breaking through, these people were shameless and cold. He had seen it with his own eyes. Suddenly, blood gushed out. Clean and neat. Those who attacked are all dead. The commanders in the distance all widened their eyes. Moreover, something strange happened. After Su Tian's neck was cut off, his head floated in the water. At the same time, his mouth uttered the last words of his life. Spare me! Plop. In the next moment, his head fell to the ground. However, it was as if it had fallen into everyone's hearts. Linling, drawing his sword and staining it with blood, killed one person with each slash. Whether it was a commander or a soldier, no one could block one slash from him. Sir, you're so powerful. Tang Yue, Falling Flowers, and Flowing Water were stunned. Previously, they had all moved out, but they could only barely block the enemies. However, Linling moved out alone and killed all the enemies. Although they were excited about Linling's strength, they also felt inferior. This was because they wanted to protect Linling, but in the end, they were protected by Linling. Lin Ling seemed to be aware of their feelings. He said indifferently, "You don't have to belittle yourselves. Although they are strong, they have cultivated for a longer time and had more fortuitous encounters. It's the same for me. However, on the path of martial arts, no matter how strong you are now, if you can't reach the heavens and earth, you will be a pile of dirt in the end. Therefore, although we are stronger than you today, you may not necessarily be unable to surpass me in the future." Lin Ling was speaking the truth. In the past, Li Xiaoyao had stirred up a storm in the martial god realm. He was respectfully called the #1 demon, but what was the use? After he died, who would still remember him? "Sir." Hearing this, falling flowers, flowing water, and flowing water's eyes lit up. The lost confidence also returned. They believed Lin Ling's words, so they began to believe in themselves. Of course, they were also even more grateful to Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled and began to look at the others. Wherever his gaze passed, those commanders were like cicadas in winter, their bodies trembling. "What? Now you know fear?" Lin Ling held his sword and walked forward step by step. Those commanders were silent. In fact, they were indeed afraid and even regretted it. But so what if they regretted it? They were too embarrassed to say it out loud because it was too embarrassing. "Sir Lin Ling, before we..." Finally, an old man spoke. He wanted to beg for mercy. Chapter 2298. Invincible in the Martial Emperor Realm. As these words fell, the entire cave was filled with a terrifying killing intent. The commanders widened their eyes. Great Commander Lin Ling was too tyrannical. He wanted to kill them all. Of course, you still have a choice. First, you can join forces. 1 is fine, 2 is fine too. Lin Ling said again, his words frivolous as he looked down on the commanders. The second choice is to commit suicide. As these words fell, the killing intent in the cave became even more intense. Some of the weaker commanders were so scared that they fell to their knees. Facing Lin Ling, they didn't even dare to join forces. "Humph, stop trying to be mysterious." However, at this time, an icy cold voice rang out. It was the tall and sturdy man. He strode forwards, step by step. "It's Great Commander Earth Explosion." The commanders shouted out in excitement, as if they had grasped onto a life-saving straw. This was because Great Commander Earth Explosion was the strongest of all the commanders. He was also a veteran that had cultivated for many years. In truth, his strength could already be ranked among the great commanders. As for Lin Ling, he also looked at this person. He already knew that Great Commander Earth Explosion was the strongest commander, but he still didn't feel much fear in his heart. His left eye could sense that this person was at the peak Martial Emperor realm and had 80% of his world essence. The pair of boots on his feet were very mysterious and could increase his world essence. In addition, with the world essence martial arts, Lin Ling estimated that this person could erupt with 130% of his world essence. This strength was indeed enough to rank him among the great commanders. Of course, to the current Lin Ling, unless he was a true world king powerhouse, no matter how strong he was nothing but a floating cloud. Your strength is quite good, but don't think that just because you killed Great Commander Evil Fiend that you are the strongest commander. You seem to have forgotten about me. Do you not know who I am? The tall and sturdy man walked forward step by step. A strange thing occurred. As he walked forwards, the ground of the cave began to rise and fall like waves. His legs were very thick, very uncoordinated with his body. As he walked, there was a mysterious rhythm that filled the air. "I'm still here and you want to kill everyone here? Do you have a pair of dog eyes? Let me tell you, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you have 110% of your realm essence. With me here, you won't be able to kill anyone." The burly man pointed at Lin Ling and said domineeringly. Of course, he had absolute strength and tyranny. Previously, he didn't make a move because he wanted to see through Lin Ling's strength. But now he saw through it. Lin Ling was only a Commander Ba is mighty. Kill him. The other commanders were even more excited. They never thought that they would be able to reverse the situation and turn defeat into victory. Some of the commanders even stared at Lin Ling proudly, wanting to see Lin Ling's fearful expression. "Tell me, weren't you very proud before? Didn't you give us 2 choices? Why don't you dare to say it now? You're a great commander, but you're nothing in front of a great commander. The other commanders said contemptuously. Lin Ling ignored their voices and looked at the great commander instead. He realized that the other party was enjoying everyone's worship. He smiled and said, "In fact, I really don't know who you are. That's why I gave you 2 choices before, including you." As soon as he finished speaking, the clamoring of the other commanders stopped. The great commander was stunned, and veins popped out on his forehead. Lin Ling didn't know who he was? Even now, Lin Ling still treated him as a dead man? If that was the case, his previous arrogance was in vain. He was playing the lute to a cow. Shameless boasting. The great commander was furious. He stomped heavily on the ground, causing the cave to collapse. Don't even think about leaving here today. The huge cave slowly collapsed. The great commander wanted to seal off Lin Ling's escape route. Obviously, he had full confidence in killing Lin Ling, so he was afraid that Lin Ling would run away. However, Lin Ling smiled and slashed out. He didn't slash at the great commander, but at the cave in the sky. Rumble. The 2 of them attacked the cave at the same time. As a result, the cave was completely sealed off. The crowd was stunned. Previously, the great commander had sealed off Lin Ling's escape route. However, not only did Lin Ling not run away, he even helped the great commander to seal off the cave. What was he doing? None of you can leave here today. Stop. While the crowd was puzzled, Lin Ling coldly spat out a sentence. He was afraid that everyone would run away, so he sealed off their escape route as well. Boom. At this moment, all the commanders were shocked. They didn't know where Lin Ling got his confidence from. Why was he so arrogant? The great commander felt as if he had been slapped in the face by Lin Ling. He had sealed off his escape route, but Lin Ling had also sealed his escape route? Could it be that Lin Ling was still confident that he could kill him? Do you know that I am invincible in the martial emperor realm? You will pay the price for your arrogance. Heaven and Earth Supreme Kick. The great commander stomped on the ground and shot towards Lin Ling like a meteor. The shadow of a kick appeared in front of Lin Ling. Lord Lin Ling. The falling flowers flowing water sword and the others breathed rapidly. They could feel that the kick contained 110% of the realm origin force. This was the strength of the number 1 commander, invincible in the martial emperor realm. Not bad. At this moment, Lin Ling's face was extremely calm. He held his sword at an angle. When the kick was about to land on him, he slashed out with his sword. This sword was like a rainbow, descending from the sky. Black sword record, Mount Tai Crush. Boom. The kick and the giant sword collided. The cave rumbled continuously as if there was a great battle. 110% of the realm origin force collided with each other. Is that all you have? Lin Ling held his sword and stared coldly at the Earth Tyrant Commander through the blade. The great commander's face was extremely ugly. His kick could not kill Lin Ling. He sneered and said, "You only rely on that sword. You also rely on that pair of boots on your feet." Lin Ling said tit for tat. Boom. After the 2 of them spoke, the power of the collision reached its limit. It was as if the 2 worlds had perished together, forming a terrifying realm origin tornado. If these realm origin tornadoes were placed in Lin Ling's world, it would be enough to destroy the world. Swoosh, swoosh. Almost at the same time, 2 figures flew out and stood a few hundred meters away from each other. In their first confrontation, they were evenly matched. Previously, you said that you are the number 1 commander and invincible in the martial emperor realm? Lin Ling did not wait for the great commander to speak and said sarcastically. This was because after their first confrontation, the great commander was gasping for breath. As for Lin Ling, he was safe and sound. Of course, this was thanks to Lin Ling's powerful body. His defense was too strong. It can't be, the great commander can't win? Impossible, absolutely impossible. I heard that the great commander defeated a first-stage World King Realm powerhouse. He can't lose. That was just a warm-up. The commanders felt their blood boiling. This battle of the strongest commanders was too intense. It seems that not only do you have 110% of the realm origin force, but your body is also very strong. At this moment, the Earth Tyrant Commander slowly straightened his body, and his aura was restored. Then he raised his leg high, and the soles of his feet were above his head. I was just playing with you. Do you think you've won? Let me tell you, I have 130% of the realm origin force. So, let me show you what it means to be invincible in the martial emperor realm. With these words, it was as if he was the ruler of the world, commanding the winds and clouds.